Freedom! And that's the bottom line because John McCain said so.
Hello. White Claw. Pickled Apperton. Stardust Lights. Thank you both for the subs. It's Bible study hour, which means you must consume alcohol. Have the Bible Notes recap? Yeah, I was planning on it. Pick of the Philly player way in the back over the overlay. That's Carson Wentz looking at the ground disparagingly, saying pain. I've since superimposed Minecraft Steve over the top of him.
And that's the bottom line because John McCain said so.
America is the most open, least racist nation on the planet.
Communism is based
And that's the bottom line because John McCain said so.
Trying to find a picture of Jalen Hurts from the other night. There's one really, really good picture of him and CJ Gardner-Johnson. Here it is. Add image. Browse.
America is the most open, least racist nation on the planet.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. This is a great picture. What do I do with Jalen? RB Vada, thanks for the sub. Also Flex Offense. And Defcon Dan and Hoodie Guy. And our Acid Rep. Thank you all. I don't remember how to use this godforsaken program.
We love you. You're very special.
You're very special. Was it under just Luma Key? Hee. Nope. It's under image mask / blend. Or is it not? It's just under chroma key for whatever reason.
America is the most open, least racist nation on the planet.
How's that look? Good. RB Vada with the gifty, thanks. And Matt with the resub. Appreciated.
Do you smell what Barack is cooking?
Just a little Jalen
Communism
popping
is
up.
based.
That's good. Maybe a little bit more transparent.
Communism is based.
That's good. Louisma and Consuming Shadow, thank you both for the subs. Clever name _JPEG, thank you also. So I haven't streamed since football season began, really. How about them Eagles? Huh? Yeah. Let's fucking go, Birds. How are the Eagles doing? The fuck do you mean, how are the Eagles doing? 6-0. Best team in the league, baby. And we just beat the Cowboys in front of the largest audience for a Sunday night football game in like 7 years. It's so delicious. You really couldn't ask for it to go much better. I think this has ever been done in once Dax Boo Boo heals. Yeah, for sure. You think anybody else in the history of mankind has listened to Hatsune Miku before reading the Old Testament?
Oh my god.
Considering the popularity of those two things, you would imagine that it would have happened, but are you sure? Thanks for the 600 biddies, Matt. How's the fantasy going? I'm 4-2. My team kind of sucks. I have Russell Wilson for my quarterback, and that's not good. And the Bible. Look at that. I have Russell Wilson. I actually traded for Russell Wilson, believe it or not. I traded... what was it? I traded... Derek Carr and Tyler Lockett. Or no, I traded Derek Carr and Damian Harris for Russell Wilson and Tyler Lockett. Then I turned Tyler Lockett into J.K. Dobbins in a separate trade. And J.K. Dobbins didn't score shit last week. Yeah, so let's just start her up, eh? Oh wait, no. The notes. Here's the notes. Go away, page break. There we go. So we finished Deuteronomy, and then it was another one of them rules chapters. And then we started up Joshua, which is this is the war arc. We're just we're going around and just killing all of the opponents to God of the God of the Israelites. So because of our position of being God's favorites, we're just unable to lose at war. So we've essentially just went around and like conquered the entire like region. And now we're divvying out the lands because it's ours now on account of our successful imperialism. That's pretty cool. You know, pretty ideal. Tell me how the volume is.
The allotment for the tribe of Judah, according to its clans, extended down to the territory of Edom, to the desert of Zin in the extreme south. Their southern boundary started from the bay at the southern end of the Dead Sea, crossed south of Scorpion Pass, continued on to Zin, and went over to the south of Kadesh Barnea.
Guys, a bit
Then
louder
it
than
ran
me.
past Hezron up to Adar and curved around to Karka. It then passed along
I
to
turned it down a
Aswan
bit.
and joined the Wadi of Egypt, ending at the Mediterranean Sea. This is their southern boundary. The eastern boundary is the Dead Sea as far as the mouth of the Jordan.
Oh yeah, baby.
The northern boundary started from the Bay of the Sea at the mouth of the Jordan, went up to Beth Hogla, and continued north of Beth Araba to the stone of Bohan, son of Reuben. The boundary then went up to Deber from the valley of Achor and turned north to Gilgal, which faces the pass of Adumim, south of the gorge. It continued along to the waters of En-Shemesh and came out at En-Rogel. Then it ran up the valley of Ben-Hinnom along the southern slope of the Jebusite city, that is, Jerusalem.
I know that one.
From there it climbed to the top of the hill west of the Hinnom Valley at the northern end of the valley of Rephaim. From the hilltop the boundary headed toward the spring of the waters of Nephtoah, came out at the towns of Mount Ephron, and went down toward Baalah, that is, Kiriath Jearim. Then it curved westward from Baalah to Mount Seir, ran along the northern slope of Mount Jearim, that is, Kesalon, continued down to Beth Shemesh, and crossed to Timnah. It went to the northern slope of Ekron, turned toward Shikkeron, passed along to Mount Baalah, and reached Jabneel. The boundary ended at the sea. The western boundary is the coastline of the Mediterranean Sea. These are the boundaries around the people of Judah by their clans. In accordance with the Lord's command to him, Joshua gave to Caleb, son of Jephunneh, a portion in Judah, Kiriath Arba, that is, Hebron. Arba was the
it says so in the
forefather of
Bible.
Anak. From Hebron, Caleb drove out the 3 Anakites, Sheshai, Ahiman, and Talmai, the sons of Anak. From there he marched against the people living in Deber, formerly called Kiriath Sepher. And Caleb said,
I will give my daughter Aksa in marriage to the man who attacks and captures Kiriath Sepher.
Othniel, son of Kenaz, Caleb's brother, took it. So Caleb gave his daughter Aksa to him in marriage. One day, when she came to Othniel, she urged him to ask her father for a field. When she got off her donkey, Caleb asked her,
What can I do for you?
She replied,
Do me a special favor. Since you have given me land in the Negev, give me also springs of water.
So Caleb gave her the upper and lower springs. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Judah according to its clans. The southernmost towns of the tribe of Judah in the Negev toward the boundary of Edom were Kabzeel, Eder, Jagur, Kinah, Dimona, Adada, Kedesh, Hazor, Ithnan, Ziph, Telam, Bealoth, Hazor Hadattah, Kiriath Hezron, that is, Hazor, Amam,
Got bars.
Shema, Moladah, Hazor Gaddah, Heshmon, Beth Pelet, Hazor Shual, Beersheba, Biziothiah, Baalah, Ayim, Ezem, El Tolad, Kisel, Hormah, Ziklag, Madmannah, Sensannah, Lebaoth, Shilhim, Ain, and Rimmon, a total of 29 towns and their villages.
Cool.
In the western foothills, Eshtaol, Zorah, Ashna, Zanoah.
We're getting right into
Ganim,
the fun part, it would
Tappuah,
seem.
Enam, Jarmuth, Adullam, Soko, Azekah, Shearaim,
These aren't
and Gedera, or Gederathaim.
These aren't people, these are names of towns.
And their villages. Zenon, Hadashah, Migdal-Gad, Delian, Mizpah, Joktheel, Lachish, Bozkath, Eglon, Cabin,
How
Lamas,
many?
Kitlish, Gedereth, Beth Dagon, Naamah, and Makkedah,
29.
16 towns and their villages. Libnah, Ether, Ashan,
Plus
Iftah,
14.
Ashna, Nezib, Keilah,
16.
Aksib, and Marisha, 9 towns and their villages. Ekron with its surrounding settlements and villages, west of Ekron, all that were in the vicinity of Ashdod, together with their villages. Ashdod, its surrounding settlements and villages, and Gaza,
This
its
is
settlements and
excessive
villages,
world
as far as
building.
the Wadi of Egypt and the coastline of the Mediterranean Sea. In the hill country,
Hat
Shemer,
on.
Jater, Soko, Dana, Kiriath Sana, that is, Deber, Anab, Eshtemoh, Anim, Goshen, Holon, and Gilo, 11 towns and their villages. Arab, Duma, Eshan, Janim, Beth Tappuah, Aphekah, Humta, Kiriath Arba, that is, Hebron, and Zior, 9 towns and their villages. Maon, Carmel,
Yeah, I got the
Ziph, Juttah,
at the
Jezreel,
throwback
Joktheam,
Eagles hat.
Zanoah, Cain, Gibeah,
I don't know if I've
and
had
Timnah,
worn this one on stream
10
before.
towns
I think
and
I
their
have.
villages. Halho, Beth Zur, Geder, Maarath, Beth Anoth, and Eltekon, 6 towns and their villages. Kiriath Baal, that is, Kiriath Jearim, and Rabbah, 2 towns and their villages. In the wilderness, Beth Arabah, Middin, Sakika, Nibshan, the city of Salt, and En-Gedi, 6 towns and their villages. Judah could not dislodge the Jebusites who were living in Jerusalem. To this day, the Jebusites live there with the people of Judah.
LOL.
Chapter 16. The allotment for Joseph began at the Jordan, east of the springs of Jericho, and went up from there through the desert into the hill country of Bethel. It went on from Bethel, that is, Luz, crossed over to the territory of the Archites in Ataroth, descended westward to the territory of the Japhletites as far as the region of Lower Beth-horon, and on to Gezer, ending at the Mediterranean Sea. So Manasseh and Ephraim, the descendants of Joseph, received their inheritance.
Tier 1.
This was the territory of Ephraim according to its clans. The boundary of their inheritance went from Ataroth Adar in the east to Upper Beth-horon, and continued to the Mediterranean Sea. From Mikmethath on the north it curved eastward to Taanath-Shiloh, passing by it to Genoa on the east. Then it went down from Genoa to Ataroth and Nearah, touched Jericho, and came out at the Jordan. From Tappuah, the border went west to the Cana ravine and ended at the Mediterranean Sea.
Sunday school's for. There's
this
no
was
shot.
the inheritance of the tribe of the Ephraimites, according to its
Literally,
clans.
like,
it also included all the towns and their villages that were set
this
aside
is
for the
irrelevant
Ephraimites
to
within the inheritance
anything
of the
at all.
Manassites.
It doesn't matter.
They did not dislodge the Canaanites living in Gezer. To this day, the Canaanites live among
No
the
one
people
knows
of
where
Ephraim,
these places
but
are.
required to do forced labor.
Especially if you're
Chapter
American.
17.
This is half a world
This
away.
was the allotment for the tribe of Manasseh as Joseph's firstborn, that is, for Machir, Manasseh's firstborn. Machir was the ancestor of the Gileadites, who had received Gilead and Bashan because the Machirites were great soldiers. So this allotment was for the rest of the people of Manasseh, the clans of Abiezer, Helek, Asriel, Shechem, Hepher, and Shemida. These are the other male descendants of Manasseh, son of Joseph, by their clans.
Oh, man.
Now Zelophehad, son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, had no sons but only daughters, whose names were Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. They went to Eleazar the priest, Joshua son of Nun, and the leaders, and said,
Breaker of
The Lord
chains,
commanded
first
Moses
of her kind.
to give us an inheritance among our relatives.
So Joshua gave them an inheritance along with the brothers of their father, according to the Lord's command. Manasseh's share consisted of 10 tracts of land besides Gilead and Bashan east of the Jordan, because the daughters of the tribe of Manasseh received an inheritance among the sons. The land of Gilead belonged to the rest of the descendants of Manasseh. The territory of Manasseh extended from Asher to Milkmethath, east of Shechem. The boundary ran southward from there to include the people living at En-Tappuah. Manasseh had the land of Tappuah, but Tappuah itself, on the boundary of Manasseh, belonged to the Ephraimites. Then the boundary continued south to the Cana ravine. There were towns belonging to Ephraim lying among the towns of Manasseh, but the boundary of Manasseh was the northern side of the ravine and ended at the Mediterranean Sea. On the south the land belonged to Ephraim, on the north to Manasseh. The territory of Manasseh reached the Mediterranean Sea and bordered Asher on the north and Issachar on the east. Within Issachar and Asher, Manasseh also had Bethshan, Ibleam, and the people of Dor, Endor, Taanach, and Megiddo, together with their surrounding settlements. The third in the list is Naphath. Yet the Manassites were not able to occupy these towns, for the Canaanites were determined to live in that region. However, when the Israelites
don't you hate
were
whenever
stronger,
people
they subjected the
resist
Canaanites
occupation?
to forced labor, but did not drive them out completely. The people of Joseph said to Joshua,
Why have you given us only one allotment and one portion for an inheritance? We are a numerous people, and the Lord has blessed us
give me more
abundantly."
stuff.
If you are so numerous,
Joshua answered,
and if the hill country of Ephraim is too small for you, go up into the forest and clear land for yourselves there in the land of the Perizzites and Rephaites.
The people of Joseph replied,
The hill country is not enough for us, and all the Canaanites who live in
Go
the plain
conquer.
have chariots fitted with iron, both those in Bethshan and its settlements, and those in the valley of Jezreel.
But Joshua said to the tribes of Joseph, to Ephraim and Manasseh,
You are numerous and very powerful. You will have not only one allotment, but the forested hill country as well. Clear it, and its farthest limits will be yours. Though the Canaanites have chariots fitted with iron, and though they are strong, you can drive them out.
You just have to believe.
The whole assembly of the Israelites gathered at Shiloh and set up the tent of meeting there.
Yo, bike time, thanks for the tier 1.
The country was brought under their control, but there were still 7 Israelite tribes who had not yet received their inheritance. So Joshua
their
said
inheritance.
to the Israelites,
We are
How
owed.
long will you wait before you begin to take possession of the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you? Appoint 3 men from each tribe. I will send them out to make a survey of the land and to write a description of it according to the inheritance of each. Then they will return to me. You are to divide the land into 7 parts. Judah is to remain in its territory on the south, and the tribes of Joseph in their territory on the north. After you have written descriptions of the 7 parts of the land, bring them here to me, and I will cast lots for you in the presence of the Lord our God. The Levites, however, do not get a portion among you, because the priestly service of the Lord is their inheritance. And Gad, Reuben, and the half-tribe of Manasseh have already received their inheritance on the east side of the Jordan. Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave it to them.
As the men
You don't get any
started on
land,
their
you
way
get to
to map
serve
out the
God.
land,
Congratulations.
Joshua instructed them.
Go and make a survey of the land and write a description of it. Then return to me, and I will cast lots for you here at Shiloh in the presence of the Lord.
So the men left and went through the land. They wrote its description on a scroll, town by town, in 7 parts, and returned to Joshua in the camp at Shiloh. Joshua then cast lots for them in Shiloh in the presence of the Lord, and there he distributed the land to the Israelites according to their tribal divisions. The first lot came up for the tribe of Benjamin according to its clans. Their allotted territory lay between the tribes of Judah and Joseph. On the north side, their boundary began at the Jordan, passed the northern slope of Jericho, and headed west into the hill country, coming out at the wilderness of Bethaven. From there, it crossed to the south slope of Luz, that is Bethel, and went down to Ataroth-Adar on the hill south of lower Beth-Horon.
Okay, yeah.
From the hill facing Beth-Horon on the south, the boundary turned south along the western side and came out at Kiriath-Baal, that is, Kiriath-Jearim, a town of the people of Judah. This was the western side.
Do you ask 1,000
The southern side began at the outskirts
people
of
who
Kiriath-Jearim on the
claim
west,
to be
and the boundary came out at the
devout
spring of
Christians?
the waters of Nephtoah.
Where
The
these
boundary
places
went
are?
down to the foot of the
I don't
hill
think one
facing
could
the
tell
valley
you.
of Ben-Hinnom, north of the valley of Rephaim. It continued down the Hinnom Valley along the southern slope
I
of the
literally don't think
Jebusite city,
one could tell
and
you.
so to En-Rogel. It then curved north, went to En-Shemesh, continued to Galiloth, which faces the pass.
I wonder
of
if you asked 1,000
down to the stone of Bohan,
1,000
son of
Jews who claim to
continued to the
be
northern
like devout
slope
in their
of
studies,
Beth-Araba, and on down into the Araba. It then went to the northern slope of Beth-Hogla,
practicing
and came out at the northern bay of the Dead Sea, at the mouth of the Jordan.
these kinds of geography questions, if they would have it, if one of them would be able to produce an answer.
Formed the boundary on the eastern side. These were the boundaries that marked out the inheritance of the clans of Benjamin on all sides. The tribe of Benjamin, according to its clans, had the following towns: Jericho, Beth-Hogla, Emech-Keziz, Beth-Araba, Zemaraim, Bethel, Avim, Terah, Ophrah, Kepher-Ammoni, Ophni, and Geba, 12 towns and their villages: Gibeon, Ramah, Beeroth, Mizpah,
Is Jericho just
Kephirah, Moza,
is this place like a
Rechem,
big trash
Irpeel,
pile right now?
Terah, Zelah,
Are we literally
the Jebusite
kings of the
city,
ashes right now?
Jerusalem, Gibeah, and Kiriath, 14 towns and their villages.
You would imagine a
This
lot of
was
these
the
places are
inheritance
probably
of
ashes,
Benjamin
weren't
for
they?
its
They were
clans.
instructed to raise and pillage, essentially,
Chapter
right?
19. The second lot came out for the tribe of Simeon according to its clans. Their inheritance lay within the territory of Judah. It included Beersheba, or Sheba, Moladah, Hazer-Shual, Baalah, Ezem, El-Tolad, Bethel, Hormah, Ziklag, Beth-Markaboth,
So happy there's finally a streamer
Hazer-Susa,
reaction to the Bible.
Beth-Lebaoth, and Shulam.
Surely I'm not the
13
first
towns and their villages.
Twitch streamer to
Ain,
just read the Bible,
Rimmon,
right?
Ether, and Ashan, 4 towns and their villages,
Communism
and all the
is
villages
based
around these towns as far as
On
Baal of
Twitch.tv.
Eber, Ramah in the Negev. This was the inheritance of the tribe of the Simeonites, according to its clans.
Flip is thanks for the tier 1.
Inheritance of the
What I
Simeonites
miss?
was taken from the
Pretty
share
much
of
nothing.
Judah,
We are
because Judah's portion
we are
was more than
dividing
they needed.
the
So the Simeonites received their inheritance within the
the
territory
loots.
of Judah. The third lot
We
came
have
up for Zebulun,
we have
according
conquered
to
the
its
countryside,
clans. The boundary
and now
of
we
their
are dividing the
inheritance went as far as
lands
Sereth.
between all
Going
of
west, it ran
all of
to
the
Marlah,
followers of
touched
the God of
Dabbasheth,
Israel.
and extended to the ravine near Jokneam. It turned east from Zered toward the sunrise to the territory of Kisloth-Tabor.
Most likely the
and went
first
on to Dabreth
would be
and
not a
up to
Christian.
Japhia. Then it continued
We'll see if I'm
eastward to
we'll see if I'm
Gath-hepher
convinced
and
by
at
the time we get
Azin.
to the end.
It came out at Rimmon and turned toward Neah. There the boundary went around on the north to Hathanon and ended at the valley of Ifta-El. Included were Kattath, Nahalal, Shimron, Idalah, and Bethlehem. There were 12 towns and their villages. These towns and their villages were the inheritance of Zebulun according to its clans. The fourth lot came out for Issachar according to its clans. Their territory included Jezreel, Keseloth, Shunem, Hapharaim, Shion, and Naharath, Rabbith, Kishion, Ebez, Remeth, and Ganim, and Haddah, and Beth-Pazzez. The boundary touched Tabor, Shehazumah, and Beth-Shemesh, and ended at the Jordan. There were 16 towns and their villages.
Yeah.
These towns and their villages were the inheritance of the tribe of Issachar, according to its clans. The fifth lot came out for the tribe of Asher, according to its clans. Their territory included
another one:
Helkath, Halai, Beton, Akshaph, Alamelech, Amad, and Mishal. On the west, the boundary touched Carmel and Shihor-Libnath. It then turned east toward Beth-Dagon, touched Zebulun in the valley
This is the
of
Old
Ifta-El,
Testament?
and went
I thought a
north
bunch
to
of cool
Beth-Emek
shit happened.
and Neil,
This is
passing
the-
Cable on the left.
So this is
It
the
went to Abdon,
sixth
Rehob,
book?
Hammon, and
Question mark?
Cana, as far as Greater
1,
Sidon.
2, 3, 4,
The
5,
boundary then
6.
turned
This is
back
the
toward
sixth
Ramah
book,
and went to the fortified
and
city of
4
Tyre,
of them have been
turned
just
toward
like
Hosa,
this.
and came out at the Mediterranean Sea in the region of Akzib, Ummah,
Of the
Aphek,
6
and
books that
Rehob.
we've read thus
There were
far,
22
4 of them
towns
are
and their
pretty much
villages.
this.
These towns and their villages were the inheritance of the tribe of Asher, according to its clans. The sixth lot came out for Naphtali, according to its clans. Their boundary went from Heleph and the large tree in Zaananim, passing Adami-Nekeb and Jabneel to Lacham, and ending at the Jordan.
We have
The boundary ran west through Asnath-Tabor.
if you've attended every single Bible study that I've hosted thus far,
Asher on the west,
you've
and the
probably
Jordan on
listened
the east.
to shit like this
The fortified towns were Ziddim, Zur, Hamath,
for
Racketh,
probably like 8
Kinnereth,
hours
Adamah,
of
Ramah,
just listing off
Hazor,
a bunch of
Kedesh,
nonsense names.
Edrei, and Hazor, Iron, Migdal-El, Horam, Beth-Anath, and Beth-Shemesh.
You recall all
There
the
were
rules for
19
how to build a
towns and their
tabernacle?
villages.
Absolutely
These towns and
not.
their villages
Despite
were the
listening to it
inheritance of the
3
tribe of
times.
Naphtali, according to its clans. The seventh lot came out for the tribe of Dan, according to its clans. The territory of their
Despite listening to it
included Zorah,
3 times repeated
Eshtaol,
verbatim. No, I don't.
Shealaban, Aijalon, Ithla, Elon, Timnah, Ekron, Eltekah, Gibeathon, Baalath, Jehud.
Yeah,
Beni-Berak,
not only do they
Gath-Rimmon,
go on these
Ejarkon, and
extremely
Rakkon were the
long-winded
area facing
listings
Joppa.
of
When the territory of
locations
the
and
Danites
names and
was lost to
instructions,
them,
they
went up
repeat
and attacked
themselves
Leshem,
verbatim.
put it to the sword and occupied it. They settled in Leshem and named it Dan after their ancestor. These towns and their villages were the inheritance of the tribe of Dan according to its clans. When they had finished dividing the land into its allotted portions, the
Oh my God, we're
Israelites
done.
gave Joshua son of Nun an inheritance among them as the Lord had commanded. They gave him the town he asked for, Timnath-Serah, in the hill country of Ephraim, and he built up the town and settled there. These are the territories that Eleazar the priest, Joshua son of Nun, and the heads of the tribal clans of Israel assigned by lot at Shiloh in the presence of the Lord at the entrance to the tent of meeting. And so they finished dividing the land.
Hooray!
Chapter 20. Then the Lord said to Joshua,
Tell the Israelites to designate the cities of refuge, as I instructed you through Moses, so that anyone who kills a person accidentally and unintentionally may flee there and find protection from the avenger of blood. When they flee to one of these cities, they are to stand in the entrance of the city gate and state their case before the elders of that city. Then the elders are to admit the fugitive into their city and provide a place to live among them. If the avenger of blood comes in pursuit, the elders must not surrender the fugitive,
Harboring
because
fugitives.
the fugitive killed their neighbor unintentionally and without malice aforethought.
We've mentioned this.
They are to stay
we've
in
mentioned
that city until they have
the,
stood trial before the assembly,
manslaughterer's
and until
city.
the death of the high priest who is serving at that time. Then
this
they may go
is
back
a repeated
to their own home in the town
concept
from which they fled.
So they set apart Kedesh in Galilee.
If you kill somebody but you oopsie-whoopsied it,
Shechem
you
in
come
the hill
here
country of Ephraim,
and they'll harbor you,
Kiriath-Arba,
and
that is
you won't get
Hebron,
revenge
in
killed
the hill
by,
country of Judah. East of the Jordan, on the other side from Jericho,
by that dude's
they
brother or
designated
whatever.
Bezer in the wilderness on the plateau in the tribe of Reuben, Ramoth in Gilead in the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan in the tribe of Manasseh. Any of the Israelites or any foreigner residing among them who killed someone accidentally could flee to these designated cities and not be killed by the Avenger of Blood prior to standing trial before the
Adventure
assembly.
of Blood is a raw title.
Chapter 21. Now the family heads of the Levites approached Eleazar the priest, Joshua son of Nun, and the heads of the other tribal families
The
of
Levites
Israel
are
at Shiloh
it's another
in
name
Canaan,
for
and said to
Captain
them,
Levi
The
Attack on
Lord
Titan
commanded
stands,
through
by the way.
Moses that you give us
That's what they're
towns
talking
to live
about.
in, with pasture lands for our livestock.
So, as the Lord had commanded, the Israelites gave the Levites the following towns and pasture lands out of their own inheritance. The first lot came out for the Kohathites according to their clans. The Levites who were descendants of Aaron the priest were allotted 13 towns from the tribes of Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin.
You paid the church
rest
more
of
to
Kohath's
unforgive
descendants
someone.
were allotted 10
Becomes
towns
a bidding,
from the clans of the tribes of
a bidding
Ephraim,
war for somebody's
Dan,
life.
and half of Manasseh. The descendants of Gershon were allotted 13 towns from the clans of the tribes of Issachar,
Oh,
Asher,
no.
Naphtali,
Oh.
and the half-tribe of Manasseh in Bashan.
No.
The descendants of Merari, according to their clans, received 12 towns from the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Zebulun. So the Israelites allotted to the Levites these towns and their pasture lands, as the Lord had commanded through Moses. From the tribes of Judah and Simeon they allotted the following towns by name. These towns were assigned to the descendants of Aaron who were from the Kohathite clans of the Levites, because the first lot fell to them. They gave them Kiriath-Arba, that is, Hebron, with its surrounding pasture land in the hill country of Judah. Arba was the forefather of Anak. But the fields and villages around the city they had given to Caleb son of Jephunneh as his possession. So to the descendants of Aaron the priest they gave Hebron, a city of refuge for one accused of murder, Libnah, Jattir, Eshtemoa, Holon, Deber, Ain, Juttah, and Beth-Shemesh, together with their pasture lands, 9 towns.
Depending how I'm feeling after we
and from the tribe of Benjamin
after we finish
they gave them Gibeon,
the New Testament,
Geba, Anathoth,
we can
and
go for
Ono,
New Game Plus and read
together with their
Apocrypha.
pasture lands, 4 towns. The total
I don't
number
even know
of
what's
towns
in
for the priests,
in that
the descendants
that
of
shit,
Aaron,
like,
came to 13,
in the slightest.
together with their pasture lands. The rest of the Kohathite clans of the Levites were allotted towns from the tribe of Ephraim. In the hill country of Ephraim they were given Shechem, a city of refuge for one accused of murder, and Gezer, Kibzaim, and Beth-Horon, together with their pasture lands, 4 towns. Also from the tribe of Dan they received Eltekeh, Gibbethon, Aijalon, and Gath-Rimmon, together with their pasture lands, 4 towns. From half the tribe of Manasseh they received Taanach and Gath-Rimmon, together with their pasture lands, 2 towns. All these 10 towns and their pasture lands were given to the rest of the Kohathite clans. The Levite clans of the Gershonites were given from the half-tribe of Manasseh, Golan in Bashan, a city of refuge for one accused of murder, and Beeshterah, together with their pasture lands, 2 towns.
What's the post-game rewards
from the tribe
for the
of
Bible?
Issachar, Kishion,
well, I think it's
Gabra,
supposed to be
Jarmuth,
heaven.
and Engannim, together with their pasture lands, 4 towns. From
I
the
hate
tribe
to
of Asher,
hate to
Michael,
spoil.
Abdon,
I think
Helkath, and
I think
Rehob,
that's what it's
together
supposed
with
to
their
be.
pasture lands, 4 towns. From the tribe of Naphtali, Kedesh in Galilee, a city of refuge for one accused of murder, Hamath-Dor, and Kartan, together with their pasture lands, 3 towns. The total number of towns of the Gershonite clans came to 13, together with their pasture lands. The Merarite clans, the rest of the Levites, were given from the tribe of Zebulun, Jokneam, Karta, Dimnah, and Nahalal, together
they
with
could
their
have been
pasture
repeating
lands, 4
names for all I
towns.
know, and I would be none the
From the
wiser.
tribe of Reuben, Bezer, Jahaz, Kedemoth, and Mephaeth, together with their pasture lands, 4 towns. From the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Gilead, a city of refuge for one accused of murder, Mahanaim, Heshbon, and Jazer, together with their pasture lands, 4 towns in all. The total number of towns allotted to the Merarite clans, who were the rest of the Levites, came to 12. The towns of the Levites in the territory held by the Israelites were 48 in all, together with their pasture lands. Each of these towns had pasture land surrounding it. This was true for all these towns. So the Lord gave Israel all the land he had sworn to give their ancestors, and they took possession of it and settled there.
And that's all of it.
The Lord gave them rest on every side, just as he had sworn to their ancestors. Not one of their enemies withstood them. The Lord gave all their enemies into their hands. Not one of all the Lord's good promises to Israel failed. Every one was fulfilled.
He made a list. He checked it twice.
Then
twice
Joshua
even.
summoned the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them,
You have done all that Moses the servant of the Lord commanded, and you have obeyed me in everything I commanded. For a long time now, to this very day, you have not deserted your fellow Israelites, but have carried out the mission the Lord your God gave you. Now that the Lord your God has given them rest as he promised, return to your homes in the land that Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you on the other side of the Jordan. But be very careful to keep the commandment and the law that Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you, to love the Lord your God, to walk in obedience to him, to keep his commands, to hold fast to him and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul.
Then Joshua blessed them and sent them away, and they went to their homes. To the half-tribe of Manasseh, Moses had given land in Bashan, and to the other half of the tribe, Joshua gave...
Pause. Stuff like this, I think, this is the kind of thing that, I feel like you would expect to find in like somebody just listing a Bible verse out of context, like, I don't know, in their Twitter bio, or like in their in their like Tinder bio or some shit. And it's just like, yeah, make sure to love God, love him a lot, and do all, and make sure to serve him and follow his instructions. And I always love, especially if it's from like an Old Testament book, if I saw somebody say like Joshua 22:5, and then you come here and you look at this, and then you look at everything else around it, and you understand the context, you're like, oh, this is these people getting rewarded for committing mass genocide across an entire region of the world. And you say, that's the context. That's what it means by serving him. It's by going to war.
Jordan, along with their fellow Israelites. When Joshua sent them home, he blessed them, saying,
Return to your homes with your great wealth, with large herds of livestock, with silver, gold, bronze, and iron, and a great quantity of clothing, and divide the plunder from your enemies with
the colors of the
Israelites.
highlights don't mean anything.
So the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half
I highlight
Manasseh
unimportant
left the
shit in red.
Israelites at Shiloh in Canaan to return to Gilead, their own land, which they had acquired in accordance with the command of the Lord through
If I highlight something in red, it's because we have read it.
Near the Jordan,
I just use it to help keep my place.
The Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh built an imposing altar there by the Jordan. And when the Israelites heard that they had built the altar on the border of Canaan at Galiloth, near the Jordan on the Israelite side,
it's
the
menacing.
whole assembly of Israel gathered at Shiloh to go to war against them. So the Israelites sent Phinehas, son of Eleazar the priest, to the land of Gilead, to Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. With him they sent 10 of the chief men, one from each of the tribes of Israel, each the head of a family division among the Israelite clans. When they went to Gilead, to Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, they said to them,
The whole assembly of the Lord says, How could you break
the number
faith
killed
with
that
the
they
God
listed
of
off
Israel like this? How could you turn away from the
earlier
Lord
in this
and build
book?
yourselves an altar
I think it's probably in the
rebellion
millions.
against him now? Was not the
We
sin
would go and
of
defeat
Peor
armies
enough
into
for us?
hundreds of thousands,
Up to
and
this very day we have
listed
not
a lot of
cleansed
them.
ourselves from that sin, even though a plague fell on the community of the Lord. And are you now turning away from the Lord? If you rebel against the Lord today, tomorrow he will be angry with the whole community of Israel. If the land you possess is defiled, come over to the Lord's land, where the Lord's tabernacle stands, and share the land with us. But do not rebel against the Lord or against us by building an altar for yourselves, other than the altar of the Lord our God. When Achan, son of Zerah, was unfaithful in regard to the devoted things, did not wrath come on the whole community of Israel? He was not the only one who died for his sin.
Then Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh replied to the heads of the clans of Israel,
The Mighty One, God the Lord. The Mighty One, God the Lord. He knows. And let Israel know. If this has been in rebellion or disobedience to the Lord, do not spare us this day. If we have built our own altar to turn away from the Lord, and to offer burnt offerings and grain offerings, or to sacrifice fellowship offerings on it, may the Lord himself call us to account. No, we did it for fear that someday your descendants might say to ours, "What do you have to do with the Lord, the God of Israel? The Lord has made the Jordan a boundary between us and you. You Reubenites and Gadites, you have no share in the Lord, so your descendants might cause ours to stop fearing the Lord." That is why we said, "Let us get ready and build an altar, but not for burnt offerings or sacrifices. On the contrary, it is to be a witness between us and you and the generations that follow, that we will worship the Lord at his sanctuary with our burnt offerings, sacrifices, and fellowship offerings. Then in the future, your descendants will not be able to say to ours, 'You have no share in the Lord.'"
They're doing this performatively.
If they ever say this to us, or to our descendants, we will answer, "Look at the replica of the Lord's altar, which our ancestors built, not for burnt offerings and sacrifices, but as a witness between us and you." Far be it from us to rebel against the Lord and turn away from him today by building an altar for burnt offerings, grain offerings, and sacrifices, other than the altar of the Lord our God that stands before his tabernacle.
When Phinehas the priest and the leaders of the community, the heads of the clans of the Israelites, heard what Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh had to say, they were pleased. And Phinehas, son of Eleazar the priest, said to Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh,
"Today we know that the Lord is with us, because you have not been unfaithful to the Lord in this matter. Now you have rescued the Israelites from the Lord's hand."
Then Phinehas, son of Eleazar the priest, and the leaders returned to Canaan from their meeting with the Reubenites and Gadites in Gilead, and reported to the Israelites. They were glad to hear the report and praised God. And they talked no more about going to war against them to devastate the country where the Reubenites and the Gadites lived. And the Reubenites and the Gadites gave the altar this name, "A witness between us, that the Lord is God." Chapter 23. After a long time had passed, and the Lord had given Israel rest from all their enemies around them, Joshua, by then a very old man, summoned all Israel, their elders, leaders, judges, and officials, and said to them,
"I am very old. You yourselves have seen everything the Lord your God has done.
There we go, spouting exposition again.
For your sake. It was the Lord your God who fought for you. Remember how I have allotted as an inheritance for your tribes all the land of the nations that remain, the nations I conquered, between the Jordan and the Mediterranean Sea in the west. The Lord your God himself will push them out for your sake. He will drive them out before you, and you will take possession of their land as the Lord your God promised you. Be very strong. Be careful to obey all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, without turning aside to the right or to the left. Do not associate with these nations that remain among you. Do not invoke the names of their gods or swear by them. You must not serve them or bow down to them. But you are to hold fast to the Lord your God as you have until now. The Lord has driven out before you great and powerful nations. To this day, no one has been able to withstand you. One of you routs 1,000, because the Lord your God fights for you, just as he promised. So be very careful.
This is a factual retelling of events, by the way.
But if you turn away and ally yourselves
we get powered up by God and kill 1,000 people
among you, and if you intermarry with them and associate with them, then you may be sure that the Lord your God will no longer drive out these nations before you. Instead, they will become snares and traps for you, whips on your backs and thorns in your eyes, until you perish from this good land which the Lord your God has given you. Now I am about to go the way of all the earth. You know with all your heart and soul that not one of all the good promises the Lord your God gave you has failed. Every promise has been fulfilled. Not one has failed. But just as all the good things the Lord your God has promised you have come to you, so he will bring on you all the evil things he has threatened, until the Lord your God has destroyed you from this good land he has given you. If you violate the covenant of the Lord your God, which he commanded you, and go and serve other gods and bow down to them, the Lord's anger will burn against you, and you will quickly perish from the good land he has given you.
Yeah, if you marry people from
Chapter
other nations
24.
that are ungodly,
Then Joshua assembled all the tribes of Israel.
then I take it all back, and
He
I'm
summoned
going
the
to fuck
elders,
you up.
leaders, judges, and officials of Israel, and they presented themselves before God. Joshua said to all the people,
This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Long ago your ancestors, including Terah, the father of Abraham and Nahor, lived beyond the Euphrates River and worshipped other gods. But I took your father Abraham from the land beyond the Euphrates and led him throughout Canaan and gave him many descendants. I gave him Isaac, and to Isaac I gave Jacob and Esau. I assigned the hill country of Seir to Esau, but Jacob and his family went down to Egypt. Then I sent Moses and Aaron, and I afflicted the Egyptians by what I did there, and I brought you out. When I brought your people out of Egypt, you came to the sea, and the Egyptians pursued them with chariots and horsemen as far as the Red Sea. But they cried to the Lord for help, and he put darkness between you and the Egyptians. He brought the sea over them and covered them. You saw with your own eyes what I did to the Egyptians. Then you lived in the wilderness for a long time.
Recap.
I brought you to the land of the Amorites, who lived east of the Jordan. They fought against you, but I gave them into your hands. I destroyed them from before you, and you took possession of their land. When Balak, son of Zippor, the king of Moab, prepared to fight against Israel, he sent for Balaam, son of Beor, to put a curse on you. But I would not listen to Balaam, so he blessed you again.
Are the Egyptians
and again,
brainwashed?
and I
Yeah,
delivered you out of his hand.
the Pharaoh was
Then he
literally
crossed the
unable
Jordan and came
to
to Jericho.
not.
The citizens of Jericho
he was
fought
unable
against
to
you,
to
as
let
did also the
the
Amorites,
Israelites go
Perizzites,
because
Canaanites, Hittites,
the Lord was
Girgashites,
trying to flex.
Hivites, and Jebusites. But I gave them into your hands. I sent the hornet ahead of you, which drove them out before you. Also the 2 Amorite kings. You did not do it with your own sword and bow. So I gave you a land on which you did not toil, and cities you did not build. And you live in them and eat from vineyards and olive groves that you did not plant. Now,
yes,
fear the Lord and serve him with all faithfulness. Throw away the gods your ancestors worshipped beyond the Euphrates River and in Egypt, and serve the Lord.
It's the new
But
hotness,
if serving
brother.
the Lord seems undesirable to you, then choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve, whether the gods your ancestors served beyond the Euphrates, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are living. But as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord.
Then the people answered,
Far be it from us to forsake the Lord to serve other gods. It was the Lord our God himself who brought us and our parents up out of Egypt, from that land of slavery, and performed those great signs before our eyes. He protected us on our entire journey and among all the nations through which we traveled. And the Lord drove out before us all the nations, including the Amorites, who lived in the land. We too will serve the Lord, because he is our God.
Joshua said to the people,
You are not able to serve the Lord. He is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your rebellion and your sins. If you forsake the Lord and serve foreign gods, he will turn and bring disaster on you and make an end of you after he has been good to you.
But the people said to Joshua,
No, we will serve the Lord.
Then Joshua said,
You are witnesses against yourselves that you have chosen to serve the Lord.
Yes, we are witnesses.
They replied.
Now then,
said Joshua,
throw away the foreign gods that are among you, and yield your hearts to the Lord, the God of Israel.
If you serve this God, all of the good stuff will happen, but if you don't, then all of the bad stuff will happen. It's a pretty easy choice.
Joshua made a covenant for the people, and there at Shechem he reaffirmed for them decrees and laws. And Joshua recorded these things in the book of the law of God. Then he took a large stone and set it up there under the oak near the holy place of the Lord.
See,
he said to all the people,
this stone will be a witness against us. It has heard all the words the Lord has said to us. It will be a witness against you if you are untrue to your God.
Then Joshua dismissed the people, each to their own inheritance. After these things, Joshua son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died at the age of 110. And they buried him in the land of his inheritance, at Timnath-Serah, in the hill country of Ephraim, north of Mount Gaash. Israel served the Lord throughout the lifetime of Joshua and of the elders who outlived him, and who had experienced everything the Lord had done for Israel. And Joseph's bones, which the Israelites had brought up from Egypt, were buried at Shechem in the tract of land that Jacob bought for 100 pieces of silver.
And they took his bones
from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem. This became the inheritance of Joseph's descendants. And Eleazar son of Aaron died and was buried at Gibeah, which had been allotted to his son Phinehas in the hill country of Ephraim.
A kasitsa, a unit of money with unknown weight and value. And that's Joshua. Now it's time for Judges 1. I suppose that's about as good of a spot as any to take a small break for anything you may want to stand up and go do. I'm gonna run some advertisements and go grab another beer, I think. Bada bing. And bump. Boom. Bop. Pow. Bam.
We love you. You're very special.
Yo, Ababa, thanks for the prime. To finish my notes on Joshua, there's really nothing to talk about. We
Do you smell
just
what
kind
Barack is
of
cooking?
kill everyone and divide their land. Plus the spoils to the victors, parenthetical, us. Judges. No. No more. Okay. Judges 1. And let's start her up.
Judges, chapter 1. After the death of Joshua, the Israelites asked the Lord,
Who of us is to go up first to fight against the Canaanites?
The Lord answered,
Judah shall go up. I have given the land into their hands.
The men of Judah then said to the Simeonites, their fellow Israelites,
Come up with us into the territory allotted to us to fight against the Canaanites. We in turn will go with you into yours.
So the Simeonites went with them. When Judah attacked, the Lord gave the Canaanites and Perizzites into their hands, and they struck down 10,000 men at Bezek. It was there that they found Adoni-Bezek and fought against him, putting to rout the Canaanites and Perizzites. Adoni-Bezek fled, but they chased him and caught him, and cut off his thumbs and big toes.
Okay.
Then Adoni-Bezek said,
70 kings with their thumbs and big toes cut off have picked up scraps under my table. Now God has paid me back for what I did to them.
They brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. The men of Judah attacked Jerusalem also and took it. They put the city to the sword and set it on fire. After that, Judah went down to fight against the Canaanites living in the hill country, the Negev and the western foothills. They advanced against the Canaanites living in Hebron, formerly called Kiriath Arba, and defeated Sheshai, Ahiman, and Talmai. From there they advanced against the people living in Debir, formerly called Kiriath Sepher. And Caleb said,
I will give my daughter Aksa in marriage to the man who attacks and captures Kiriath Sepher.
Othniel, son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, took it. Caleb gave his
a
daughter
wife?
Aksa to him in marriage.
Sign me up.
One day, when she came to Othniel, she urged him to ask her father for a field. When she got off her donkey, Caleb asked her,
What can I do for you?
She replied,
Do me a special favor.
A wink?
Since you have given me land in the Negev, give me also springs of water.
So Caleb gave her the upper and lower springs. The descendants of Moses'
we
father-in-law,
already
the
said this
Kenites, went
one.
up from the city of palms with the people of Judah to live among the inhabitants of the desert of Judah in the Negev near Arad. Then the men of Judah went with the Simeonites, their fellow Israelites, and attacked the Canaanites living in Zephath, and they totally destroyed the city. Therefore it was called Hormah. Judah also took Gaza, Ashkelon, and Ekron, each city with its territory. The Lord was with the men of Judah. They took possession of the hill country, but they were unable to drive the people from the plains because they had chariots fitted with iron. As Moses
They're
had
too
promised,
strong.
Hebron was given to Caleb, who drove from it the three
They
sons
have
of
metal
Anak.
sticks.
The Benjamites, however, did not drive out the Jebusites, who were living in Jerusalem. To this day, the Jebusites live there with the Benjamites. Now the tribes of Joseph attacked Bethel, and the Lord was with them. When they sent men to spy out Bethel, formerly called Luz, the spies saw a man coming out of the city, and they said to him,
Show us how to get into the city, and we will see that you are treated well.
So he showed them, and they put the city to the sword,
Dun,
but spared
dun,
the
dun,
man
dun,
and his whole family. He then went to the land of the Hittites, where he built a city and called it Luz, which is its name to this day. But Manasseh did not drive out the people of Bethshan, or Taanach, or Dor, or Ibleam, or Megiddo, and their surrounding settlements, for the Canaanites were determined to live in that land. When Israel became strong, they pressed the Canaanites into forced labor, but never drove them out completely. Nor did Ephraim drive out the Canaanites living in Gezer, but the Canaanites continued to live there among them. Neither did Zebulun drive out the Canaanites living in Kitron or Nahalal, so these Canaanites lived among them, but Zebulun did subject them to forced labor. Nor did Asher drive out those living in Acco, or Sidon, or Alab, or Akziv, or Helba, or Aphek, or Rehob. The Asherites lived among the Canaanite inhabitants of the land, because they did not drive them out. Neither did Naphtali drive out those living in Beth-Shemesh or Beth-Anath, but the Naphtalites too lived among the Canaanite inhabitants of the land, and those living in Beth-Shemesh and Beth-Anath became forced laborers for them. The Amorites confined the Danites to the hill country, not allowing them to come down into the plain. And the Amorites were determined also to hold out in Mount Heres, Aijalon, and Shaalbim. But when the power of the tribes of Joseph increased, they too were pressed into forced labor. The boundary of the Amorites was from Scorpion Pass to Selah and beyond. Chapter 2. The angel of the Lord went up from Gilgal to Bochim and said,
I brought you up out of Egypt, and led you into the land I swore to give to your ancestors. I said, I will never break my covenant with you, and you shall not make a covenant with the people of this land, but you shall break down their altars. Yet you have disobeyed me. Why have you done this? And I have also said, I will not drive them out before you. They will become traps for you, and their gods will become snares to you.
When the angel of the Lord had spoken these things to all the Israelites,
what did we do wrong?
The people wept aloud, and they called that place Bochim. There they offered sacrifices to the Lord. After Joshua had dismissed the Israelites, they went to take possession of the land, each to their own inheritance. The people served the Lord throughout the lifetime of Joshua and of the elders who outlived him, and who had seen all the great things the Lord had done for Israel. Joshua, son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died at the age of 110, and they buried him in the land of his inheritance at Timnath-Heres in the hill country of Ephraim, north of Mount Gaash. After that whole generation had been gathered to their ancestors, another generation grew up who knew neither the Lord nor what he had done for Israel. Then the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord and served the Baals. They forsook the Lord, the God of their ancestors, who had brought them out of Egypt. They followed and worshipped various gods of the peoples around them. They aroused the Lord's anger because they forsook him and served Baal and the Ashtoreths. In his anger against
Israel,
for
more collective punishment?
The Lord gave them into the hands of raiders who plundered them. He sold them into the hands of their enemies all around, whom they were no longer able to resist. Whenever Israel went out to fight, the hand of the Lord was against them to defeat them, just as he had sworn to them. They were in great distress. Then,
so, to me, what this sounds like is, it's like following a nation of people, and then we're doing like revisionist history of whenever they followed the Lord's command, that's whenever they were doing super awesome. But if they lose, it's because they obviously did something that they were told not to. Otherwise, how would they have lost, right? Like, and also, who's they? I need names.
And the Lord raised up judges.
Do they do it all as a
out
group?
of the hands of these raiders.
I doubt it.
Yet they would not listen to their judges, but prostituted themselves to other gods and worshipped them. They quickly turned from the ways of their ancestors, who had been obedient to the Lord's commands. Whenever the Lord raised up a judge for them, he was with the judge and saved them out of the hands of their enemies as long as the judge lived. For the Lord relented because of their groaning under those who oppressed and afflicted them. But when the judge died, the people returned to ways even more corrupt than those of their ancestors, following other gods and serving and worshipping them. They refused to give up their evil practices and stubborn ways. Therefore the Lord was very angry with Israel and said,
Because this nation has violated the covenant I ordained for their ancestors, and has not listened to me, I will no longer drive out before them any of the nations Joshua left when he died. I will use them to test Israel, and see whether they will keep the way of the Lord and walk in it, as their ancestors did.
The Lord had allowed those nations to remain. He did not drive them out at once by giving them into the hands of Joshua. Chapter 3. These are the nations the Lord left to test all those Israelites who had not experienced any of the wars in Canaan. He did this only to teach warfare to the descendants of the Israelites who had not had previous battle experience. The 5 rulers of the Philistines, all the Canaanites, the Sidonians, and the Hivites living in the Lebanon mountains from Mount Baal-Hermon to Lebo-Hamath. They were left to test the Israelites to see whether they would obey the Lord's commands, which he had given their ancestors through Moses. The Israelites lived among the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. They took their daughters in marriage and gave their own daughters to their sons and served their gods. The Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord. They forgot the Lord their God and served the Baals and the Asherahs. The anger of the Lord burned against Israel, so that he sold them into the hands of Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Aram-Naharaim, to whom the Israelites were subject for 8 years.
America is the most
But when they
open,
cried out
least
to the
racist
Lord,
nation
he
on the
raised
planet.
up for them a deliverer, Othniel, son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, who saved
Can I learn
them.
about Jesus today?
The Spirit of the Lord came on him, so that he became
I
Israel's
doubt
judge and went to
we're
war.
gonna get to that part.
The Lord gave Cushan-Rishathaim, king of
That's not
Aram,
until
into the
Shippuden.
hands of Othniel, who overpowered him. So the land had peace for 40 years, until Othniel, son of Kenaz, died. Again the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and because they did this evil, the Lord gave Eglon, king of Moab, power over Israel. Getting the Ammonites and Amalekites to join him, Eglon came and attacked Israel, and they took possession of the city of
scroll
palms.
wheel's dying.
The Israelites were subject to Eglon, king of Moab, for 18 years. Again the Israelites cried out to the Lord, and he gave them a deliverer, Ehud, a left-handed man, the son of Jerah the Benjamite. The Israelites sent him with tribute to Eglon, king of Moab.
What's
Now
this supposed to
Ehud had made
mean?
a double-edged sword about a cubit long, which he strapped to his right thigh under his clothing. He presented the tribute to Eglon, king of Moab, who was a very fat man. After Ehud had presented the tribute, he sent on their way those who had carried it. But on reaching the stone images near Gilgal, he himself went back to Eglon and said,
Your Majesty, I have a secret message for you.
It's
The king said to his attendants,
Leave us!
And they all left. Ehud then approached him while he was sitting alone in the upper room of his palace and said,
I have a message from God for you.
As the king rose from his seat, Ehud reached with his left hand, drew the sword from his right thigh, and plunged it into the king's belly. Even the handle sank in after the blade, and his bowels discharged.
That's hot.
Ehud did not pull the sword out, and the fat closed in over it. Then Ehud went out to the porch. He shut the doors of the upper room behind him and locked them. After he had gone, the servants came and found the doors of the upper room locked. They said,
He must be relieving himself in the inner room of the palace.
They waited
Does
to
that
the
mean
point of
taking a
embarrassment.
shit or jerking off?
But when he did not open the doors of the room, they took a key and unlocked them. There they saw their lord fallen to the floor, dead. While they waited, Ehud got away. He passed by the stone images and escaped to Seirah. When he arrived there, he blew a trumpet in the hill country of Ephraim, and the Israelites went down with him from the hills, with him leading them.
Follow me,
he ordered.
For the Lord has given Moab, your enemy, into your hands.
So they followed him down and took possession of the fords of the Jordan that led to Moab. They allowed no one to cross over.
What?
At that time they struck down
We just
about
assassinated
10,000
a guy.
Moabites,
Is that...
all vigorous and strong. Not one escaped. That day Moab was made subject to Israel, and the land had peace for 80 years. After Ehud came Shamgar, son of Anath, who struck down 600 Philistines with an ox goad. He too saved Israel.
Man,
Chapter
he doesn't get
Again
nearly the spotlight,
Israelites
huh?
did evil in the eyes of the Lord, now that Ehud was dead. So the Lord sold them into the hands of Jabin, king of Canaan, who reigned in Hazor. Sisera, the commander of his army, was based in Harosheth-Hagoyim. Because he had 900 chariots fitted with iron, and had cruelly oppressed the Israelites for 20 years, they cried to the Lord for help. Now Deborah, a prophet, the wife of Lapidoth, was leading Israel at that time. She held court under the palm of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim, and the Israelites went up to her to have their disputes decided. She sent for Barak, son of Abinoam, from Kedesh in Naphtali, and said to him,
The Lord, the God of Israel, commands you, Go, take with you 10,000 men of Naphtali and Zebulun, and lead them up to Mount Tabor. I will lead Sisera, the commander of Jabin's army, with his chariots and his troops, to the Kishon River, and give him into your hands.
Barak said to her,
If you go with me, I will go. But if you don't go with me, I won't go.
Certainly, I will go with you.
All right, bet.
But because of the course you are taking, the honor will not be yours. For the Lord will deliver Sisera into the hands of a woman.
So Deborah went with Barak to
wow.
Kadesh. There, Barak summoned Zebulun and Naphtali.
How,
and 10,000
how
men
taboo.
went up under his command. Deborah also went up with him. Now Heber the Kenite had left the other Kenites, the descendants of Hobab, Moses' brother-in-law, and pitched his tent by the great tree in Zaanaim near Kedesh. When they told Sisera that Barak, son of Abinoam, had gone up to Mount Tabor, Sisera summoned from Harosheth Hagoyim to the Kishon River all his men and his 900 chariots fitted with iron. Then Deborah said to Barak,
Go! This is the day the Lord has given Sisera into your hands. Has not the Lord gone ahead of you?
So Barak went down Mount Tabor with 10,000 men following him. At Barak's advance, the Lord routed Sisera and all his chariots and army by the sword, and Sisera got down from his chariot and fled on foot. Barak pursued the chariots and army as far as Harosheth Hagoyim, and all Sisera's troops fell by the sword, not a man was left. Sisera, meanwhile, fled on foot to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, because there was an alliance between Jabin, king of Hazor, and the family of Heber the Kenite. Jael went out to meet Sisera and said to him,
Come, my lord, come right in. Don't be afraid.
So he entered her tent, and she covered him with a blanket.
I'm thirsty,
he said.
Please give me some water.
She opened a skin of milk, gave him a drink, and covered him up.
Stand in the doorway of the tent,
he told her.
If someone comes by and asks you, is anyone in there, say no.
But Jael, Heber's wife, picked up a tent peg and a hammer, and went quietly to him while he lay fast asleep exhausted. She drove the peg through his temple into the ground, and he died. Just then Barak came by in pursuit of Sisera, and Jael went out to meet him.
Come,
she said.
Pretty metal.
I will show you the man you're looking for.
So he went in with her, and there lay Sisera with the tent peg through his temple, dead. On that day God subdued Jabin, king of Canaan, before the Israelites, and the hand of the Israelites pressed harder and harder against Jabin, king of Canaan, until they destroyed him. Chapter 5.
Girl boss.
On that day, Deborah and Barak, son
baby.
of Abinoam, sang this song.
When the princes in Israel take the lead, when the people willingly offer themselves, praise the Lord. Hear this, you kings. Listen, you rulers. I, even I, will sing to the Lord. I will praise the Lord, the God of Israel, in song. When you, Lord, went out from Seir, when you marched from the land of Edom, the earth shook, the heavens poured, the clouds poured down water. The mountains quaked before the Lord, the one of Sinai, before the Lord, the God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar, son of Anath, in the days of Jael, the highways were abandoned, travelers took to winding paths. Villagers in Israel would not fight. They held back until I, Deborah, arose. Until I arose, a mother in Israel. God chose new leaders when war came to the city gates. But not a shield or spear was seen among 40,000 in Israel. My heart is with Israel's princes, with the willing volunteers among the people. Praise the Lord. You who ride on white donkeys, sitting on your saddle blankets, and you who walk along the road, consider the voice of the singers at the watering places. They recite the victories of the Lord, the victories of his villagers in Israel. Then the people of the Lord went down to the city gates. Wake up, Deborah. Wake up, break out in song. Arise, Barak, take captive your captives, son of Abinoam. The remnant of the nobles came down. The people of the Lord came down to me against the mighty. Some came from Ephraim, whose roots were in Amalek. Benjamin was with the people who followed you. From Maker, captains came down. From Zebulun, those who bear a commander's staff. The princes of Issachar were with Deborah. Yes, Issachar was with Barak, sent under his command into the valley. In the districts of Reuben there was much searching of heart. Why did you stay among the sheep pens to hear the whistling for the flocks? In the districts of Reuben there was much searching of heart. Gilead stayed beyond the Jordan. And Dan, why did he linger by the ships? Asher remained on the coast and stayed in
I'm
his
in my
coves.
apartment hitting the Millie
The
Rock.
people of Zebulun risked their very lives. So did Naphtali on the terraced fields. Kings came, they fought. The kings of Canaan fought. At Taanach, by the waters of Megiddo, they took no plunder of silver. From the heavens the stars fought. From their courses they fought against Sisera. The river Kishon swept them away, the age-old river, the river Kishon. March on, my soul, be strong. Then thundered the horses' hooves, galloping, galloping go his mighty steeds. Curse Miraz, said the angel of the Lord, curse its people bitterly, because they did not come to help the Lord against the mighty. Most blessed of women be Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, most blessed of tent-dwelling women. He asked for water, and she gave him milk. In a bowl fit for nobles, she brought him curdled milk. Her hand reached for the tent peg, her right hand for the workman's hammer. She struck Sisera, she crushed his head, she shattered and pierced his temple. At her feet he sank, he fell, there he lay. At her feet he sank, he fell. Where he sank, there he fell, dead. Through the window peered Sisera's mother. Behind the lattice she cried out, why is his chariot so long in coming? Why is the clatter of his chariots
and
delayed?
his mom was mourned his death too, yeah.
Indeed, she keeps saying to herself, are they not finding and dividing the spoils, a woman or two for each man? Colorful garments as plunder for Sisera? Colorful garments embroidered, highly embroidered garments for my neck, all this as plunder? So may all your enemies perish, Lord, but may all who love you be like the sun when it rises in its strength.
Then the land had peace 40 years.
We love you.
Cool.
Chapter 6. The Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and for 7 years he gave them into the hands of the Midianites.
Are we just doing a cycle, like, and then you guys, someone among you did it bad, so I'm gonna make you enslaved to some other asshole for
Amalekites and other eastern
an indeterminate amount of time.
The country. They camped on the land and ruined the crops all the way to Gaza, and did not spare a living thing for Israel, neither sheep nor cattle nor donkeys. They came up with their livestock in their tents like swarms of locusts. It was impossible to count them or their camels. They invaded the land to ravage it. Midian so impoverished the Israelites that they cried out to the Lord for help. When the Israelites cried out to the Lord because of Midian, he sent them a prophet who said,
This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I brought you up out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. I rescued you from the hand of the Egyptians, and I delivered you
Oh my
from
God,
the
get
hand
over it. It's been
of
hundreds
all
of
your
years,
oppressors.
man.
I drove them out before you and gave you their land. I said to you, I am the Lord, your God. Do not worship the gods of the Amorites in whose land you live. But you have not listened to me.
The angel of the Lord came and sat down under the oak in Ophrah that belonged to Joash the Abiezrite, where his son Gideon was threshing wheat in a winepress to keep it from the Midianites. When the angel of the Lord appeared to Gideon, he said,
The Lord is with you, mighty warrior.
Pardon me, my lord,
Gideon replied.
but if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt? But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian.
The Lord turned to him and said,
Go in the strength you have, and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?
Pardon me, my lord,
Gideon replied.
but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family.
The Lord answered,
I will be with you, and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive.
Gideon replied,
If now I have found favor in your eyes, give me a sign that it is really you talking to me. Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you.
And the Lord said,
I will wait until you return.
Gideon went inside, prepared a young goat, and from an ephah of flour he made bread without yeast. Putting the meat in a basket and its broth in a pot, he brought them out and offered them to him under the oak. The angel of God said to him,
Take the meat and the unleavened bread, place them on this rock, and pour out the broth.
And Gideon did so. Then the angel of the Lord touched the meat and the unleavened bread with the tip of the staff that was in his hand. Fire flared from the rock, consuming the meat and the bread, and the angel of the Lord disappeared. When Gideon realized that it was the angel of the Lord, he exclaimed,
Alas, sovereign Lord, I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face.
But the Lord said to him,
Peace. Do not be afraid. You are not going to die.
So Gideon built an altar to the Lord there and called it, The Lord is Peace. To this day it stands in Ophrah of the Abiezerites. That same night the Lord said to him,
Take the second bull from your father's herd, the one 7 years old. Tear down your father's altar to Baal, and cut down the Asherah pole beside it. Then build a proper kind of altar to the Lord your God on the top of this height, using the wood of the Asherah pole that you cut down. Offer the second bull as a burnt offering.
So Gideon took 10 of his servants and did as the Lord told him. But because he was afraid of his family and the townspeople, he did it at night rather than in the daytime. In the morning, when the people of the town got up, there was Baal's altar demolished, with the Asherah pole beside it cut down, and the second bull sacrificed on the newly built altar.
We do
They
some
asked each other,
vandalism in the nighttime.
When they carefully investigated, they were told,
Gideon, son of Joash, did it.
The people of the town demanded of Joash,
Bring out your son. He must die, because he has broken down Baal's altar and cut down the Asherah pole beside it.
But Joash replied to the hostile crowd around him,
Are you going to plead Baal's cause? Are you trying to save him? Whoever fights for him shall be put to death by morning. If Baal really is a god, he can defend himself when someone breaks down his altar.
So because Gideon broke down Baal's altar, they gave him the name Jerubbaal that day, saying,
Let Baal contend with him.
Now all the Midianites, Amalekites, and other eastern peoples joined forces and crossed over the Jordan and camped in the valley of Jezreel. Then the Spirit of the Lord came on Gideon, and he blew a trumpet, summoning the Abiezerites to follow him. He sent messengers throughout Manasseh, calling them to arms, and also into Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali, so that they too went up to meet them. Gideon said to God,
If you will save Israel by my hand, as you have promised, look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece, and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said.
And that is what happened. Gideon rose early the next day.
And then
he squeezed the fleece and wrung out the dew, a bowl full of water. Then Gideon said to God,
Do not be angry with me. Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece. But this time, make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew.
That night God did so. Only the fleece was dry. All the ground was covered with dew.
And then he said,
Chapter 7. Early in the morning, Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, and all his men camped at the spring of Harod. The camp of Midian was north of them in the valley near the hill of Moreh. The Lord said to Gideon,
You have too many men. I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. My own strength has saved me. Now announce to the army, anyone who trembles with fear may turn
This needs to be more of an underdog story.
Mount Gilead.
So 22,000 men left, while 10,000 remained. But the Lord said to Gideon,
There are still too many men.
How do we coordinate this?
Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there. If I say, this one shall go with you.
Also, Gideon was like,
shall
I
go.
don't know, my clan's the
I
smallest.
say,
And he shows up with
this
fucking
one shall
30,
not go with you.
32,000
He shall
people.
not go.
So Gideon took the men down to the water. There the Lord told him,
Separate those who lap the water with their tongues as a dog laps, from those who kneel down to drink.
300 of them drank from cupped hands, lapping like dogs. All the rest got down on their knees to drink. The Lord said to Gideon,
With the
Who does
300
this?
men that lapped, I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands. Let all the others go home.
So Gideon sent the rest of the Israelites home, but kept the 300 who took over the provisions and trumpets of the others. Now the camp of Midian lay below him in the valley. During that night the Lord said to Gideon,
Get up, go down against the camp, because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah, and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp.
So he and Purah his servant went down to the outposts of the camp. The Midianites, the Amalekites, and all the other eastern peoples had settled in the valley, thick as locusts. Their camels could no more be counted than the sand on the seashore. Gideon arrived just as a man was telling a friend his dream.
I had a dream,
he was saying.
A round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent
we showed up with 32,000. He said, actually, nah, just 300, man.
His friend responded,
This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands.
When Gideon heard the dream and its interpretation, he bowed down and worshipped. He returned to the camp of Israel and called out,
Get up! The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands.
Dividing the 300 men into 3 companies, he placed trumpets and empty jars in the hands of all of them, with torches inside.
Watch me,
he told them.
Follow my lead.
Check this shit out.
When I get to the edge of the camp, do exactly as I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then from all around the camp blow yours and shout, For the Lord and for Gideon.
Gideon and the 100 men with him
Everyone
reached
shouts
the edge of the camp
Leroy
at the beginning
Jenkins.
of the middle watch, just after they had changed the guard. They blew their trumpets and broke the jars that were in their hands. The 3 companies blew the trumpets and smashed the jars. Grasping the torches in their left hands and holding in their right hands the trumpets they were to blow, they shouted,
A sword for the Lord and for Gideon!
While each man held his position around the camp, all the Midianites ran, crying out as they fled. When the 300 trumpets sounded, the Lord caused the men throughout the camp to turn on each other with their swords. The army fled to Bethshittah toward Zererah, as far as the border of Abel-Meholah near Tabbath. Israelites from Naphtali, Asher, and all Manasseh were called out, and they pursued the Midianites. Gideon sent messengers throughout the hill country of Ephraim, saying,
Come down against the Midianites and seize
we
the
showed up
waters
with
of the Jordan
trumpets
ahead of
and
them
jars,
as far as
and we
Beth-barah.
just
all the men of
cast
Ephraim were
confusion.
called out, and they seized the waters of the Jordan as far as Beth-barah. They also captured
Sure.
2 of the Midianite leaders, Oreb and Zeeb. They killed Oreb at the rock of Oreb, and Zeeb at the winepress of Zeeb. They pursued the Midianites and brought the heads of Oreb and Zeeb to Gideon, who was by the Jordan. Chapter 8. Now the Ephraimites asked Gideon,
Why have you treated us like this? Why didn't you call us when you went to fight Midian?
and they challenged him vigorously. But he answered them,
What have I accomplished compared to you? Aren't the gleanings of Ephraim's grapes better than the full grape harvest of Abiezer? God gave Oreb and Zeeb, the Midianite leaders, into your hands. What was I able to do compared to you?
At this,
I feel like this is even less believable than parting the Red Sea.
And his
I don't know.
300 men, exhausted, yet keeping up the pursuit, came to the Jordan and crossed
They
it.
just showed up and
He
blew
said to
some
the men of
horns,
Succoth,
and then they
Give my
all
troops
ran
some
away
bread.
screaming.
They are worn out, and I am still pursuing Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian.
But the officials of Succoth said,
Do you already have the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna in your possession? Why should we give bread to your troops?
Then Gideon replied,
Just for that, when the Lord has given Zebah and Zalmunna into my hand, I will tear your flesh with desert thorns and briars.
From there he went up to Peniel, and made the same request of them. But they answered as the men of Succoth had.
Just for that.
So he said to the men of Peniel,
I'm gonna
When I return
fuck you
in
up.
triumph, I will tear down this tower.
Yeah.
Now Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor with a force of about 15,000 men, all that were left of the armies of the eastern peoples. 120,000 swordsmen had fallen. Gideon went up by the route of the nomads east of Nobah and Jogbehah and attacked the unsuspecting army. Zebah and Zalmunna, the 2 kings of Midian, fled, but he pursued them and captured them, routing their entire army. Gideon, son of Joash, then returned from the battle by the pass of Heres. He caught a young man of Succoth and questioned him, and the young man wrote down for him the names of the 77 officials of Succoth.
Yo, he just knows that shit?
Then Gideon came and said to the men of Succoth,
Here are Zebah and Zalmunna, about whom you taunted me by saying, do you already have the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna in your possession? Why should we give bread to your exhausted men?
He took the elders of the town and taught the men of Succoth a lesson by punishing them with desert thorns and briars. He also pulled down the tower of Peniel and killed the men of the town.
Sure.
Then he asked Zebah and Zalmunna,
what kind of men did you kill at Tabor?
Men like you.
They answered.
Each one with the bearing of a prince.
Gideon replied,
those were my brothers, the sons of my own mother. As surely as the Lord lives, if you had spared their lives, I would not kill you.
Turning to Jether, his oldest son, he said,
kill them.
But Jether did not draw his sword because he was only a boy and was afraid. Zebah and Zalmunna said,
come, do it yourself. As is the man, so is his strength.
So Gideon stepped forward and killed them, and took the ornaments off their camels' necks. The Israelites said to Gideon,
rule over us, you, your son, and your grandson, because you have saved us from the hand of Midian.
But Gideon told them,
I will not rule over you, nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you.
And he said,
I do have one request, that each of you give me an earring from your share of the plunder.
It was the custom of the Ishmaelites to wear gold earrings. They answered,
we'll be glad to give them.
So they spread out a garment, and each of them threw a ring from his plunder onto it. The weight of the gold rings he asked for came to 1,700 shekels, not counting the ornaments, the pendants, and the purple garments worn by the kings of Midian, or the chains that were on their camels' necks. Gideon made the gold into an ephod, which he placed in Ophrah his town. All Israel prostituted themselves by worshipping it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. Thus Midian
Why
was
do people
subdued
just
before the
worship
Israelites
any and everything?
did not raise its head again. During Gideon's lifetime, the land had peace 40 years. Jerubbaal, son of Joash, went back home to live. He had 70 sons of his own, for he had many wives. His concubine, who lived in Shechem, also bore him a son, whom he named Abimelech. Gideon, son of Joash, died at a good old age, and was buried in the tomb of his father Joash in Ophrah of the Abiezerites. No sooner had Gideon died than the Israelites again prostituted themselves to the Baals. They set up Baal-berith as their god, and did not remember the Lord their God, who had rescued them from the hands of all their enemies on every side.
There's
they also
no
failed
shot.
to show any loyalty to the family of Jerubbaal.
I didn't realize
Gideon,
that these people are fucking goldfish, man. How many times?
Chapter 9. Abimelech, son of Jerubbaal, went to his mother's brothers in Shechem and said to them, and to all his mother's clan,
ask all the citizens of Shechem, which is better for you, to have all 70 of Jerubbaal's sons rule over you, or just one man? Remember, I am your flesh and blood.
When the brothers repeated all this to the citizens of Shechem, they were inclined to follow Abimelech, for they said,
he is related to us.
They gave him 70 shekels of silver from the temple of Baal-berith, and Abimelech used it to hire reckless scoundrels who became his followers.
Reckless scoundrels.
And on one stone murdered his 70 brothers, the sons of Jerubbaal. But Jotham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, escaped by hiding.
Fucking Itachi showing up.
Shechem and Beth Millo gathered beside the great tree
entire
at the pillar in
clan.
Shechem to crown Abimelech king. When Jotham was told about this, he climbed up on the top of Mount Gerizim and shouted to them,
listen to me, citizens of Shechem, so
what's
that
going
God may
on?
listen to you. One day the trees went out to anoint a king for themselves.
How's it going,
They
queens?
said to the olive tree, be our king. But the olive tree answered,
why is he so sassy?
I give up my oil, by which both gods and humans are honored, to hold sway over the
Castle
trees?
thinks to tier 1.
Next, the tree said to the fig tree, come and be our king. But the fig tree replied, should I give up my fruit, so good and sweet, to hold sway over the trees? Then the tree said to the vine, come and be our king. But the vine answered, should I give up my wine, which cheers both gods and humans, to hold sway over the trees? Finally, all the trees said to the thorn bush, come and be our king. The thorn bush said to the trees, if you really want to anoint me king over you, come and take refuge in my shade. But if not, then let fire come out of the thorn bush and consume the cedars of Lebanon. Have you acted honorably and in good faith by making Abimelech king? Have you been fair to Jerubbaal and his family? Have you treated him as he deserves? Remember that my father fought for you and risked his life to rescue you from the hand of Midian. But today you have revolted against my father's family. You have murdered his 70 sons on a single stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his female slave, king over the citizens of Shechem because he is related to you. So have you acted honorably and in good faith toward Jerubbaal and his family today? If you have, may Abimelech be your joy, and may you be his too. But if you have not, let fire come out from Abimelech and consume you, the citizens of Shechem and Beth Millo, and let fire come out from you, the citizens of Shechem and Beth Millo, and consume Abimelech.
Then Jotham fled, escaping to Beer,
and then he ran away
because he was afraid of his brother Abimelech. After Abimelech had governed Israel 3 years, God stirred up animosity between Abimelech and the citizens of Shechem, so that they acted treacherously against Abimelech.
Why?
God did this in order that the crime against Jerubbaal's 70 sons, the shedding of their blood, might be avenged on their brother Abimelech and on the citizens of Shechem, who had helped him murder his brothers.
Why did we wait 3 years?
In opposition to him, these citizens of Shechem set men on the hilltops to ambush and rob everyone who passed by, and this was reported to Abimelech. Now Gaal, son of Ebed, moved with his clan into Shechem,
it's really just
and
the Bible.
its citizens put their confidence in him.
Yes.
After they had gone out into the fields and gathered the grapes and trodden them, they held a festival in the temple of their God. While they were eating and drinking, they cursed Abimelech. Then Gaal, son of Ebed, said,
"Who is Abimelech, and why should we Shechemites be subject to him? Isn't he Jerubbaal's son, and isn't Zebul his deputy? Serve the family of Hamor, Shechem's father. Why should we serve Abimelech? If only this people were under my command, then I would get rid of him. I would say to Abimelech, 'Call out your whole army.'"
When Zebul, the governor of the city, heard what Gaal, son of Ebed, said, he was very angry. Under cover he sent messengers to Abimelech, saying,
"Gaal, son of Ebed, and his clan have come to Shechem and are stirring up the city against you. Now then, during the night you and your men should come and lie in wait in the fields. In the morning at sunrise, advance against the city. When Gaal and his men come out against you, seize the opportunity to attack them."
So Abimelech and all his troops set out by night and took up concealed positions near Shechem in 4 companies. Now Gaal, son of Ebed, had gone out and was standing at the entrance of the city gate just as Abimelech and his troops came out from their hiding place. When Gaal saw them, he said to Zebul,
"Look, people are coming down from the tops of the mountains."
Zebul replied,
"You mistake the shadows of the mountains for men."
But Gaal spoke up again.
"Look, people are coming down from the central hill, and a company is coming from the direction of the diviner's tree."
Then Zebul said to him,
"Where is your big talk now? You who said, 'Who is Abimelech that we should be subject to him?' Aren't these the men you ridiculed? Go out and fight them."
So Gaal led out the citizens of Shechem and fought Abimelech. Abimelech chased him all the way to the entrance of the gate, and many were killed as they fled. Then Abimelech stayed in Arumah, and Zebul drove Gaal and his clan out of Shechem. The next day the people of Shechem went out to the fields, and this was reported to Abimelech. So he took his men, divided them into 3 companies, and set an ambush in the fields. When he saw the people coming out of the city, he rose to attack them. Abimelech and the companies with him rushed forward to a position at the entrance of the city gate. Then 2 companies attacked those in the fields and struck them down. All that day Abimelech pressed his attack against the city until he had captured it and killed its people. Then he destroyed the city and scattered salt over it. On hearing this, the citizens in the tower of Shechem went into the stronghold of the temple of El-Berith. When Abimelech heard that they had assembled there, he and all his men went up Mount Zalmon. He took an axe and cut off some branches, which he lifted to his shoulders. He ordered the men with him,
"Quick! Do what you have seen me do!"
So all the men cut branches and followed Abimelech. They piled them against the stronghold and set it on fire with the people still inside.
Cool.
So all the people in the tower of Shechem, about 1,000 men and women, also died.
Cool.
Next, Abimelech went to Thebez and besieged it and captured it. Inside the city, however, was a strong tower, to which all the men and women, all the people of the city had fled. They had locked themselves in and climbed up on the tower roof. Abimelech went to the tower and attacked it. But as he approached the entrance to the tower to set it on fire, a woman dropped an upper millstone on his head and cracked his skull. Hurriedly, he called to his armor-bearer,
"Draw your sword and kill me, so that they can't say, 'A woman killed him.'"
So the servant ran him through and he died. When the Israelites saw that Abimelech was dead, they went home. Thus God repaid the wickedness that Abimelech had done to his father by murdering his 70 brothers.
Kill me, so that way I haven't have died to a woman.
The curse of Jotham, son of Jerubbaal, came on them. Chapter 10. After the time of Abimelech, a man of Issachar named Tola, son of Puah, the son of Dodo, rose to save Israel. He lived in Shamer in the hill country of Ephraim. He led Israel 23 years. Then he died and was buried in Shamer. He was followed by Jair of Gilead, who led Israel 22 years. He had 30 sons who rode 30 donkeys. They controlled 30 towns in Gilead, which to this day are called Havoth-Jair. When Jair died, he was buried in Canaan. Again the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord. They served the Baals and the Ashtoreths, and the gods of Aram, the gods of Sidon, the gods of Moab, the gods of the Ammonites, and the gods of the Philistines. And because the Israelites forsook the Lord and no longer served him, he became angry with them. He sold them into the hands of the Philistines and the Ammonites, who that year shattered and crushed them. For 18 years they oppressed all the Israelites on the east side of the Jordan in Gilead, the land of the Amorites. The Ammonites also crossed the Jordan to fight against Judah, Benjamin, and Ephraim. Israel was in great distress. Then the Israelites cried out to the Lord,
"We have sinned against you, forsaking our God and serving the Baals."
The Lord replied,
"When the Egyptians, the Amorites, the Ammonites, the Philistines, the Sidonians, the Amalekites, and the Maonites oppressed you, and you cried to me for help, did I not save you from their hands?
Well,
but you have forsaken me and served other gods, so I will no longer save you. Go and cry out to the gods you have chosen. Let them save you when you are in trouble."
Oh my God, you petty bitch.
"We have sinned. Do with us whatever you think best, but please rescue us now."
Then they got rid of
Why
the
don't you go
foreign
call
gods
up
among them and
call
serve
up
the
that
Lord,
whore,
and
huh?
bear
See if
Israel's
she wants to
misery no
fuck
longer.
you.
When the Ammonites were called to arms and camped in Gilead, the Israelites assembled and camped at Mizpah. The leaders of the people of Gilead said to each other,
"Whoever will take the lead in attacking the Ammonites will be head over all who live in Gilead."
Chapter 11. Jephthah the Gileadite was a mighty warrior. His father was Gilead. His mother was a prostitute. Gilead's wife also bore him sons, and when they were grown up, they drove Jephthah away.
"You are not going to get any inheritance in our family,"
they said,
"because you are the son of another woman."
So Jephthah fled from his brothers and settled in the land of Tob, where a gang of scoundrels gathered around him and followed him. Some time later, when the Ammonites were fighting against Israel, the elders of Gilead went to get Jephthah from the land of Tob.
"Come,"
they said,
"be our commander so we can fight the Ammonites."
Jephthah said to them,
"Didn't you hate me and drive me from my father's house? Why do you come to me now, when you're in trouble?"
The elders of Gilead said to him,
"Nevertheless, we are turning to you now. Come with us to fight the Ammonites, and you will be head over all of us who live in Gilead."
Jephthah answered,
"Suppose you take me back to fight the Ammonites, and the Lord gives them to me. Will I really be your head?"
The elders of Gilead replied,
"The Lord is our witness. We will certainly do as you say."
So Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and commander over them. And he repeated all his words before the Lord in Mizpah. Then Jephthah sent messengers to the Ammonite king with a question.
"What do you have against me that you have attacked my country?"
The king of the Ammonites answered Jephthah's messengers,
"When Israel came up out of Egypt, they took away my land, from the Arnon to the Jabbok, all the way to the Jordan. Now, give it back, peaceably."
Jephthah sent
now I
messengers
want
to
it
the
back.
Ammonite king, saying,
"This is what Jephthah says. Israel did not take the land of Moab or the land of the Ammonites. But when they came up out of Egypt, Israel went through the wilderness to the Red Sea and on to Kadesh. Then Israel sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, 'Give us permission to go through your country.' But the king of Edom would not listen. They sent also to the king of Moab, and he refused. So Israel stayed at Kadesh. Next, they traveled through the wilderness, skirted the lands of Edom and Moab, passed along the eastern side of the country of Moab, and camped on the other side of the Arnon. They did not enter the territory of Moab, for the Arnon was its border. Then Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who ruled in Heshbon, and said to him, "Let us pass through your country to our own place." Sihon, however, did not trust Israel to pass through his territory. He mustered all his troops and encamped at Jahaz and fought with Israel. Then the Lord, the God of Israel, gave Sihon and his whole army into Israel's hands, and they defeated them. Israel took over all the land of the Amorites who lived in that country, capturing all of it, from the Arnon to the Jabbok, and from the desert to the Jordan. Now since the Lord, the God of Israel, has driven the Amorites out before his people Israel, what right have you to take it over? Will you not take what your god Chemosh gives you? Likewise, whatever the Lord our God has given us, we will possess. Are you any better than Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever quarrel with Israel or fight with them? For 300 years, Israel occupied Heshbon, Aroer, the surrounding settlements, and all the towns along the Arnon. Why didn't you retake them during that time? I have not wronged you, but you are doing me wrong by waging war against me. Let the Lord, the judge, decide the dispute this day between the Israelites and the Ammonites.
The king of Ammon, however, paid no attention to the message Jephthah sent him. Then the Spirit of the Lord came on Jephthah. He crossed Gilead and Manasseh, passed through Mizpah of Gilead, and from there he advanced against the Ammonites. And Jephthah made a vow to the Lord.
If you give the Ammonites into my hands, whatever comes out of the door of my house to meet me when I return in triumph from the Ammonites will be the Lord's, and I will sacrifice it as a burnt offering.
Then Jephthah went over to fight the Ammonites, and the Lord gave them into his hands. He devastated 20 towns from Aroer to the vicinity of Minnith, as far as Abel-Keramim. Thus Israel subdued Ammon. When Jephthah returned to his home in Mizpah, who should come out to meet him but his daughter, dancing to the sound of timbrels? She was an only child. Except for her he had neither son nor daughter. When he saw her, he tore his clothes and cried,
"Oh no, my daughter! You have brought me down, and I am devastated. I have made a vow to the Lord that I cannot break."
"My father,"
she replied,
"you have given your word to the Lord. Do to me just as you promised, now that the Lord has avenged you of your enemies, the Ammonites. But grant me this one request,"
she said.
"Give me 2 months to roam the hills and weep with my friends, because I will never marry."
"You may go,"
he said, and he let her go for 2 months. She and her friends went into the hills and wept because she would never marry. After the 2 months, she returned to her father, and he did to her as he had vowed, and she was a virgin. From this comes the Israelite tradition that each year the young women of Israel go out for 4 days to commemorate the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite. Chapter 12.
Doesn't even have a name?
The Ephraimite forces were called out, and they crossed over to Zaphon. They said to Jephthah,
"Why did you go to fight the Ammonites without calling us to go with you? We're going to burn down your house over
Me
your
and the
head."
boys going into the hillsides and just crying for 2 months.
My people were engaged in a great struggle with the Ammonites, and although I called, you didn't save me out of their hands. When I saw that you wouldn't help, I took my life in my hands and crossed over to fight the Ammonites, and the Lord gave me the victory over them. Now why have you come up today to fight me?"
Jephthah then called together the men of Gilead and fought against Ephraim. The Gileadites struck them down because the Ephraimites had said,
"You Gileadites are renegades from Ephraim and Manasseh."
The Gileadites captured the fords of the Jordan leading to Ephraim, and whenever a survivor of Ephraim said,
"Let me cross over,"
the men of Gilead asked him,
"Are you an Ephraimite?"
If he replied,
"No,"
they said,
"All right, say Shibboleth."
If he said
Sibboleth,
because he could not pronounce the word correctly, they seized him and killed him at the fords of the Jordan. 42,000 Ephraimites were killed at that time. Jephthah led Israel 6 years. Then Jephthah the Gileadite died and was buried in the town of Gilead.
What?
After
And they're like,
him,
get 'em,
Ibzan of
boys.
Bethlehem led Israel. He had 30 sons and 30 daughters. He gave his daughters away in marriage to those outside his clan, and for his sons he brought in 30 young women as wives from outside his clan.
God damn.
Ibzan led Israel 7 years. Then Ibzan died and was buried in Bethlehem. After him, Elon the Zebulunite led Israel 10 years. Then Elon died and was buried in Aijalon in the land of Zebulun. After him, Abdon, son of Hillel, from Pirathon, led Israel. He had 40 sons and 30 grandsons who rode on 70 donkeys. He led Israel 8 years. Then Abdon, son of Hillel, died and was buried at Pirathon in Ephraim, in the hill country of the Amalekites. Chapter 13. Again the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord. So the Lord delivered them into the hands of the Philistines for 40 years. A certain man of Zorah, named Manoah, from the clan of the Danites, had a wife who was childless, unable to give birth. The angel of the Lord appeared to her and said,
You are barren and childless, but you are going to become pregnant and give birth to a son.
You are going to become pregnant.
Now see to it that you drink no wine or other fermented drink, and that you do not eat anything unclean. You will become pregnant, and have a son whose head is never to be touched by a razor, because the boy is to be a Nazirite, dedicated to God from the womb. He will take the lead in delivering Israel from the hands of the Philistines.
Then the woman went to her husband and told him,
Why is Israel in the hands of the Philistines?
He looked like an angel of God. Very awesome. I didn't ask him where he came from, and he didn't tell me his name. But he said to me, You will become pregnant and have a son. Now then, drink no wine or other fermented drink, and do not eat anything unclean, because the boy will be a Nazirite of God from the womb until the day of his death.
Then Manoah prayed to the Lord.
Pardon your servant, Lord. I beg you to let the man of God you sent to us come again to teach us how to bring up the boy who is to be born.
God heard Manoah, and the angel of God came again to the woman while she was out in the field. But her husband Manoah was not with her. The woman hurried to tell her husband.
He's here, the man who appeared to me the other day.
Manoah got up and followed his wife. When he came to the man, he said,
Are you the man who talked to my wife?
I am,
he said.
Bet.
So Manoah asked him,
When your words are fulfilled, what is to be the rule that governs the boy's life and work?
The angel of the Lord answered,
Your wife must do all I have told her. She must not eat anything that comes from the grapevine, nor drink any wine or other fermented drink, nor eat anything unclean. She must do everything I have commanded her.
Manoah said to the angel of the Lord,
We would like you to stay until we prepare a young goat for you.
The angel of the Lord replied,
Even though you detain me, I will not eat any of your food. But if you prepare a burnt offering, offer it to the Lord.
Manoah did not realize that it was the angel of the Lord. Then Manoah inquired of the angel of the Lord,
What is your name, so that we may honor you when your word comes true?
He replied,
Why do you ask my name? It is beyond understanding.
Then Manoah took a young goat,
it is
together
wonderful.
with a grain offering, and sacrificed it on a rock to the Lord. And the Lord did an amazing thing while Manoah and his wife watched. As the
That's how I
flame
introduced
blazed
myself,
up from the altar toward
also.
heaven, the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame. Seeing this, Manoah and his wife fell with their faces to the ground. When the angel of the Lord did not show himself again to Manoah and his wife, Manoah realized that it was the angel of the Lord.
We are doomed to die,
he said to his wife.
We have seen God.
But his wife answered,
If the Lord had meant to kill us, he would not have accepted a burnt offering and grain offering from our hands, nor shown us all these things, or now told us this.
The woman gave birth to a boy and named him Samson. He grew, and the Lord blessed him, and the Spirit of the Lord began to stir him while he was in Mahanadan, between Zorah and Eshtaol. Chapter 14.
Pause. Potty break. Everyone, it's potty break o'clock. Be right back on account of the potty break. Until then, bop, boom, bop, bam, bop, pow. Good. That's good. This one.
Samson went down to Timnah and saw there a young Philistine woman.
Samson.
When he returned, he said to his father and mother,
I have seen a Philistine woman in Timnah. Now get her for me as my wife.
His father and mother replied,
Isn't there an acceptable woman among your relatives or among all our people? Must you go to the uncircumcised Philistines to get a wife?
But Samson said to his father,
Get her for me. She's the right one for me.
His parents did not know that this was from the Lord, who was seeking an occasion to confront the Philistines, for at that time they were ruling over Israel.
He was seeking an occasion.
Samson
He was just trying to stir up some shit, you know.
As they approached the vineyards of Timnah, suddenly a young lion came roaring toward him, and the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon him, so that he tore the lion apart with his bare hands, as he might have torn a young goat. But he told neither his father nor his mother what he had done. Then he went down and talked with the woman, and he liked her. Some time later, when he went back to marry her, he turned aside to look at the lion's carcass, and in it he saw a swarm of bees and some honey. He scooped out the honey with his hands and ate as he went along. When he rejoined his parents, he gave them some, and they too ate it. But he did not tell them that he had taken the honey from the lion's carcass. Now his father went down to see the woman, and there Samson held a feast, as was customary for young men. When the people saw him, they chose 30 men to be his companions.
Let me tell you a riddle.
Samson
just broing down.
If you can give me the answer within the 7 days of the feast, I will give you 30 linen garments and 30 sets of clothes. If you can't tell me the answer, you must give me 30 linen garments and 30 sets of clothes.
Tell us your riddle,
they said.
Let's hear it.
He replied,
Out of the eater, something to eat. Out of the strong, something sweet.
For 3 days they could not give the answer. On the 4th day they said to Samson's wife,
Coax your husband into explaining the riddle for us, or we will burn you and your father's household to death. Did you invite us here to steal our property?
Then Samson's wife threw herself on him, sobbing.
You hate me. You don't really love me. You've given my people a riddle, but you haven't told me the answer.
I haven't even explained
what
it
are
to
these
my
fucking
father
people
or mother,
on about?
he replied. So why should I explain it to you?
She cried the whole 7 days of the feast. So on the 7th day he finally told her, because she continued to press him. She in turn explained the riddle to her people. Before sunset on the 7th day, the men of the town said to him,
What is sweeter than honey?
What the fuck are they
What
talking
is stronger
about?
than a lion?
Samson said to them,
If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have solved my riddle.
Then the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon him. He went down to Ashkelon, struck down 30 of their men, stripped them of everything, and gave their clothes to those who had explained the riddle. Burning with anger, he returned to his father's home, and Samson's wife was given to one of his companions who had attended him at the feast.
What?
Chapter 15.
Did he let somebody else fuck
Later
his
on,
wife?
At the time of wheat harvest, Samson took a young goat and went to visit his wife. He said,
I'm going to my wife's room.
But her father would not let him go in.
I was so sure you hated her,
he said,
that I gave her to your companion. Isn't her younger sister more attractive? Take her instead.
Samson said to them,
This time I have a right to get even with the Philistines. I will really harm them.
So he went out
I'm going to really harm them.
and tied them tail to tail in pairs. He then fastened a torch to every pair of tails, lit the torches, and let the foxes loose in the standing grain of the Philistines. He burned up the shocks and standing grain, together with the vineyards and olive groves.
Right, just...
When the Philistines
just like
asked,
fucking
who did this? They were
put a
told,
torch to it. Why do we have to?
The Timnite's
why do we have to set up this fucking like
was given to his
Rube Goldberg
so
machine
the Philistines
with
went up
live
and burned
animals?
her and her father to death. Samson said to them,
"Since you've acted like this, I swear that I won't stop until I get my revenge on you."
He attacked them viciously and slaughtered many of them. Then he went down and stayed in a cave in the rock of Edom. The Philistines went up and camped in Judah, spreading out near Lehi. The people of Judah asked,
"Why have you come to fight us?"
"We have come to take Samson prisoner,"
they answered,
"to do to him as he did to us."
Then 3,000 men from Judah went down to the cave in the rock of Edom and said to Samson,
"Don't you realize that the Philistines are rulers over us? What have you done to us?"
He answered,
"I merely did to them what they did to me."
They said to him,
"We've come to tie you up and hand you over to the Philistines."
Samson said,
"Swear to me that you won't kill me yourselves."
"Agreed,"
they answered.
"We will only tie you up and hand you over to them. We will not kill you."
So they bound him with 2 new ropes and led him up from the rock. As he approached Lehi, the Philistines came toward him shouting. The Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon him. The ropes on his arms became like charred flax, and the bindings dropped from his hands. Finding a fresh jawbone of a donkey, he grabbed it and struck down 1,000 men. Then Samson said,
"With a donkey's jawbone,
oh my God,
I
he's
have made
Superman.
donkeys of them. With a donkey's jawbone, I have killed 1,000 men."
When he finished speaking, he threw away the jawbone, and the place was called Ramoth-Lehi. Because he was very thirsty, he cried out to the Lord,
"You have given your servant this great victory. Must I now die of thirst and fall into the hands of the uncircumcised?"
Then God opened up the hollow place in Lehi, and water came out of it. When Samson drank, his strength returned, and he revived. So the spring was called En-Hakkore, and it is still there in Lehi. Samson led Israel for 20 years in the days of the Philistines.
1,000.
Chapter 16. One day Samson went to Gaza, where he saw a prostitute. He went in to
Nice.
spend the night with her.
Okay.
The people of Gaza were told, "Samson is here." So they surrounded the place and lay in wait for him all night at the city gate. They made no move during the night, saying,
"At dawn we'll kill him."
But Samson lay there only until the middle of the night. Then he got up and took hold of the doors of the city gate, together with the 2 posts, and tore them loose, bar and all. He lifted them to his shoulders and carried them to the top of the hill that faces Hebron. Some time later, he fell in love with a woman in the valley of Sorek, whose name was Delilah. The rulers of the Philistines
Hey
went
there.
to her and said,
"See if you can lure him into showing you the secret of his great strength and how we can overpower him so we may tie him up and subdue him. Each one of us will give you 1,100 shekels of silver."
So Delilah said to Samson,
Tell me the secret of your great strength, and how you can be tied up and subdued.
Samson answered her,
"If anyone ties me with 7 fresh bowstrings that have not been dried, I'll become as weak as any other man."
Here's
Then
my
the rulers
one
of the
weakness.
Philistines brought her 7 fresh bowstrings that had not been dried, and she tied him with them. With men hidden in the room, she called to him,
Samson, the Philistines are upon you!
but he snapped the bowstrings as easily as a piece of string snaps when it comes close to a flame. So the secret of his strength was not discovered. Then Delilah said to Samson,
You have made a fool of me. You lied to me. Come now, tell me how you can be tied.
He said,
"If anyone ties me securely with new ropes that have never been used, I'll become as weak as any other man."
So Delilah took
Oh,
new
there's
ropes
no
and tied
shot.
him.
How can we, like,
Then with
okay.
men hidden in the room, she called
This
him,
time he's probably
Samson,
telling the
the
truth.
Philistines are upon you!
but he snapped the ropes off his arms as if they were threads. Delilah then said to Samson,
All this time you have been making a fool of me and lying to me. Tell me how you can be tied.
He replied,
"If you weave the 7 braids of my head into the fabric on the loom and tighten it with a pin, I'll become as weak as any other man."
So while he was sleeping, Delilah took the
There's
7
just no
braids of his
shot.
head, wove them
Nobody's
into
this
the fabric,
stupid.
and
Nobody
tightened
in the
it with
history of forever is this stupid.
Again she called to him.
Samson, the Philistines are upon you!
He awoke from his sleep and pulled up the pin in the loom with the fabric. Then she said to him,
How can you say I love you when you won't confide in me? This is the 3rd time you have made a fool of me, and
still haven't told me the secret of your great strength.
Why are
With
you
such
trying to
nagging, she
de-strength
taunted
me,
him day
woman?
after day until he was sick to death of it. So he told her everything.
No razor has ever been used on my head,
he said,
because I have been a Nazirite, dedicated
Bro,
to
just
God
leave
from my
her.
mother's womb. If my head were shaved, my strength would leave me, and I would become as weak as any other man.
When Delilah saw that he had told her everything, she sent word to the rulers of the Philistines.
Come back once more. He has told me everything.
So the rulers of the Philistines returned with the silver in their hands. After putting him to sleep on her lap, she called for someone to shave off the 7 braids of his hair, and so began to subdue him, and his strength left him. Then she called.
Samson, the Philistines are upon you.
He awoke from his sleep and thought,
I'll go out as before and shake myself free.
But he did not know that the Lord had left him. Then the Philistines seized him, gouged out his eyes, and took him down to Gaza. Binding him with bronze shackles, they set him to grinding grain in the prison. But the hair on his head began to grow again after it had been shaved. Now the rulers of the Philistines assembled to offer a great sacrifice to Dagon their god, and to celebrate, saying,
Our God has delivered Samson, our enemy, into our hands.
When the people saw him, they praised their god, saying,
Our God has delivered our enemy into our hands, the one who laid waste our land and multiplied our slain.
While they were in high spirits, they shouted,
Bring out Samson to entertain us.
So they called Samson out of the prison, and he performed for them. When they stood him among the pillars, Samson said to the servant who held his hand,
Put me where I can feel the pillars that support the temple, so that I may lean against them.
Now the temple was crowded with men and women. All the rulers of the Philistines were there, and on the roof were about 3,000 men and women watching Samson perform. Then Samson prayed to the Lord,
Sovereign Lord, remember me. Please, God, strengthen me just once more, and let me with one blow get revenge on the Philistines for my 2 eyes.
Then Samson reached toward the 2 central pillars on which the temple stood. Bracing himself against them, his right hand on the one and his left hand on the other, Samson said,
Let me die with the Philistines!
Then he pushed with all his might, and down came the temple on the rulers and all the people in it. Thus he killed many more when he died than while he lived. Then his brothers and his father's whole family went down to get him. They brought him back and buried him between Zorah and Eshtaol in the tomb of Manoah his father.
LRA start.
He had led Israel 20 years. Chapter 17.
How many, does he
Now
kill
a
many
man
more when he
named
died than
Micah
when he
from the hill
lived?
country of Ephraim said to his mother,
The 1,100 shekels of silver that were taken from you and about which I heard.
So, how big? How many? 3,000. And we're 3,000 people all supported under. And then he did a little bit of trolling and he brought the house down. Yeah, that's probably the silliest shit that's in the entire Bible at all to this point. And I'm including whenever one guy had to build an ark and get one of each animal.
Heard you utter a curse. I have that silver with me. I took it.
Then his mother said,
The Lord bless you, my son.
When he returned the 1,100 shekels of silver to his mother, she said,
I solemnly consecrate my silver to the Lord, for my son to make an image overlaid with silver. I will give it back to you.
So after he returned the silver to his mother, she took 200 shekels of silver and gave them to a silversmith, who used them to make the idol, and it was put in Micah's house. Now this man Micah had a shrine, and he made an ephod and some household gods, and installed one
here's
of his
this
sons
dude
as
named
his
Micah.
priest. In those days, Israel had no king. Everyone did as they saw fit. A young Levite from Bethlehem in Judah, who had been living within the clan of Judah, left that town in search of some other place to stay. On his way, he came to Micah's house in the hill country of Ephraim. Micah asked him,
Where are you from?
I'm a Levite from Bethlehem in Judah,
he said,
and I'm looking for a place to stay.
Then Micah said to him,
Live with me and be my father and priest, and I'll give you 10 shekels of silver a year, your clothes, and your food.
So the Levite agreed to live with him.
10 shekels of
and the young
silver a
man
year,
became
oh
like one of
boy!
his sons to him. Then Micah installed the Levite, and the young man became his priest and lived in his house. And Micah said,
Now I know that the Lord will be good to me, since this Levite has
you just
become
pick
my
up
priest.
some random schmuck and be like, hey, you want to be my priest?
Chapter 18. In those days Israel had no king, and in those days the tribe of the Danites was seeking a place of their own where they might settle, because they had not yet come into an inheritance among the tribes of Israel. So the Danites sent 5 of their leading men from Zorah and Eshtaol to spy out the land and explore it. These men represented all the Danites. They told them,
Go explore the land.
So they entered the hill country of
my
Ephraim
dad.
and came to the house of Micah, where they spent the night. When they were near Micah's house, they recognized the voice of the young Levite. So they turned in there and asked him,
Who brought you here? What are you doing in this place?
Yeah, so what was the moral of the story for
he
Samson?
told them what Micah had done for him, and said,
He has hired
it was,
me, and I am his priest.
What did we...
Then they said to him,
What's
Please
meant to be
inquire
learned
of
there?
God to learn whether our journey will be successful.
The priest answered them,
Go in peace. Your journey has the Lord's approval.
So the 5 men left and came to Laish, where they saw that the people were living in safety, like the Sidonians, at peace and secure. And since their land lacked nothing, they were
Don't
prosperous.
talk to whores.
Also, they lived a long way from the Sidonians and had no relationship with anyone else. When they returned to
don't
Zorah
marry
and Eshtaol,
outside
their
the
fellow
nation.
Danites asked them.
How did you find things?
They answered,
Come on, let's attack them. We have seen the land, and it is very good. Aren't you going to do something? Don't hesitate to go there and take it over. When you get there, you will find an unsuspecting people and a spacious land that God has put into your hands. A land that lacks nothing whatever.
Then 600 men of the Danites, armed for battle, set out from Zorah and Eshtaol. On their way, they set up camp near Kiriath-Jearim in Judah. This is why the place west of Kiriath-Jearim is called Mehanadan to this day. From there they went on to the hill country of Ephraim and came to Micah's house. Then the 5 men who had spied out the land of Laish said to their fellow Danites,
Do you know that one of these houses has an ephod, some household gods, and an image overlaid with silver? Now you know what to do.
So they turned in there and went to the house of the young Levite at Micah's
This feels
place
like
and
McCarthyism.
The 600 Danites,
Or
armed
like,
for battle,
yeah, you
stood
hear
at the
about this
entrance of
guy?
the gate.
Yeah, he's
The
a
5 men
commie.
who had spied out the land went
Let's go
inside
get him.
and took the idol, the ephod, and the household gods.
We're just going to
while the
claim that
priests
people
and
I don't
600
like are
armed men
worshiping
stood
other
at the entrance
gods.
of
That
the
way
gate.
we're justified
When the
in
5 men
murdering
went into
them.
Micah's house and took the idol, the ephod, and the household gods, the priest said to them,
What are you doing?
They answered him,
Be quiet. Don't say a word. Come with us and be our father and priest. Isn't it better that you serve a tribe and clan in Israel as priest rather than just one man's household?
The priest was very pleased. He took the ephod, the household gods, and the idol, and went along with the people.
He said, sure.
Putting their little children, their livestock, and their possessions in front of them, they turned away and left. When they had gone some distance from Micah's house, the men who lived near Micah were called together and overtook the Danites.
Kidnapped some kids?
As they shouted after them, the Danites turned and said to Micah,
Did we just
What's
abduct
the
some
matter
children?
with you that you called out your men to fight?
He replied,
You took the gods I made and my priest and went away. What else do I have? How can you ask, what's the matter with you?
The Danites answered,
Don't argue with us, or some of the men may get angry and attack you, and you and your family will lose your lives.
So the Danites went their way, and Micah, seeing that they were too strong for him, turned around and went back home. Then they took what Micah had made, and his priest, and went on to Laish against a people at peace and secure. They attacked them with the sword and burned down their city. There was no one to rescue them, because they lived a long way from Sidon and had no relationship with anyone else. The city was in a valley near Beth-Rehob. The Danites rebuilt the city and settled there. They named it Dan after their ancestor Dan, who was born to Israel, though the city used to be called Laish. There the Danites set up for themselves the idol, and Jonathan son of Gershom, the son of Moses, and his sons were priests for the tribe of Dan until the time of the captivity of the land. They continued to use the idol Micah had made all the time the house of God was in Shiloh. Chapter 19. In those days Israel had no king. Now a Levite who lived in a remote area in the hill country of Ephraim took a concubine from Bethlehem in Judah. But she was unfaithful to him. She left him and went back to her parents' home in Bethlehem, Judah. After she had been there 4 months, her husband went to her to persuade her to return. He had with him his servant and 2 donkeys. She took him into her parents' home, and when her father saw him, he gladly welcomed him. His father-in-law, the woman's father, prevailed on him to stay, so he remained with him 3 days, eating and drinking and sleeping there. On the 4th day they got up early, and he prepared to leave. But the woman's father said to his son-in-law,
Refresh yourself with something to eat. Then you can go.
So the two of them sat down to eat and drink together. Afterward the woman's father said,
"Please stay tonight and enjoy yourself."
And when the man got up to go, his father-in-law persuaded him, so he stayed there that night. On the morning of the 5th day, when he rose to go, the woman's father said,
"Refresh yourself. Wait till afternoon."
So the two of them ate together. Then, when the man with his concubine and his servant got up to leave, his father-in-law, the woman's father, said,
"Now look, it's almost evening. Spend the night here. The day is nearly over. Stay and enjoy yourself. Early tomorrow morning, you can get up and be on your way home."
But, unwilling to stay another night, the man left and went toward Jebus, that is, Jerusalem, with his 2 saddle donkeys and his concubine. When they were near Jebus, and the day was almost gone, the servant said to his master,
"Come, let's stop at this city of the Jebusites and spend the night."
His master replied,
"No, we won't go into any city whose people are not Israelites. We will go on
Holy
to Gibeah."
fuck.
He added,
"Come, let's try to reach Gibeah or Ramah and spend the night in one of those places."
So they went on, and the sun set as they neared Gibeah in Benjamin. There they stopped to spend the night. They went and sat in the city square, but no one took them in for the night. That evening an old man from the hill country of Ephraim, who was living in Gibeah, the inhabitants of the place were Benjamites, came in from his work in the fields. When he looked and saw the traveler in the city square, the old man asked,
"Where are you going? Where did you come from?"
He answered,
"We are on our way from Bethlehem in Judah to a remote area in the hill country of Ephraim, where I live. I have been to Bethlehem in Judah, and now I am going to the house of the Lord. No one has taken me in for the night. We have both straw and fodder for our donkeys, and bread and wine for ourselves, your servants, me, the woman, and the young man with us. We don't need anything."
"You are welcome at my house,"
the old man said.
"Let me supply whatever you need. Only don't spend the night in the square."
So he took him into his house and fed his donkeys. After they had washed their feet, they had something to eat and drink. While they were enjoying themselves, some of the wicked men of the city surrounded the house. Pounding on the door, they shouted to the old man who owned the house,
"Bring out the man who came to your house so we can have sex with him."
The owner of the house went outside and said to them,
"No, my friends, don't be so vile. Since this man is my guest, don't do this outrageous thing. Look, here is my virgin daughter and his concubine.
Oh, no shot that we're doing the story again.
And you can use them and do to them whatever you wish. But as for this man, don't do such an outrageous thing."
But
we're actually just doing Sodom again.
So the man took his concubine and sent her outside to them, and they raped her and abused her throughout the night, and at dawn they let her go.
Awesome.
At daybreak, the woman went back to the house where her master was staying, fell down at the door, and lay there until daylight. When her master got up in the morning and opened the door of the house and stepped out to continue on his way,
better her than us,
his concubine fallen in the doorway of the house with her hands on the threshold. He said to her,
"Get up, let's go."
But there was no answer. Then the man put her on his donkey and set out for home. When he reached home, he took a knife and cut up his concubine limb by limb into 12 parts and sent them into all the areas of Israel. Everyone who saw it was saying to one another,
"Such a thing has never been seen or done, not since the day the Israelites came up out of Egypt. Just imagine! We must do something, so speak up!"
Okay.
Chapter 20. Then all Israel from Dan to Beersheba and from the land of Gilead came together as one and assembled before the Lord in Mizpah. The leaders of all the people of the tribes of Israel took their places in the assembly of God's people, 400,000 men armed with swords. The Benjamites heard that the Israelites had gone up to Mizpah. Then the Israelites said,
"Tell us how this awful thing happened."
So the Levite, the husband of the murdered woman, said,
"I and my concubine came to Gibeah in Benjamin to spend the night. During the night, the men of Gibeah came after me and surrounded the house, intending to kill me. They raped my concubine, and she died. I took my concubine, cut her into pieces, and sent one piece to each region of Israel's inheritance, because they committed this lewd and outrageous act in Israel. Now, all you Israelites, speak up and tell me what you have decided to do."
All the men rose up together as one, saying,
"None of us will go
saying
home.
that they raped
No,
raped my
one of us will
concubine
return
is
to his house.
kind of
But
omitting
now
some
this is what
details,
we'll
I
do to
feel.
Gibeah. We'll go up against it in the order decided by casting lots. We'll take 10 men out of every 100 from all the tribes of Israel. and 100 from 1,000, and 1,000 from 10,000 to get provisions for the army. Then, when the army arrives at Gibeah in Benjamin, it can give them what they deserve for this outrageous act done in Israel.
And then we
killed her and united as one against the city. The tribes of Israel sent messengers
and
throughout
she
the tribe of
died.
Benjamin, saying,
What about this awful crime that was committed among you? Now turn those wicked men of Gibeah over to us, so that we may put them to death and purge the evil from Israel.
But the Benjamites would not listen to their fellow Israelites. From their towns they came together at Gibeah to fight against the Israelites. At once the Benjamites mobilized 26,000 swordsmen from their towns, in addition to 700 able young men from those living in Gibeah. Among all these soldiers there were 700 select troops who were left-handed, each of whom could sling a stone at a hair and not miss. Israel, apart from Benjamin, mustered 400,000 swordsmen, all of them fit for battle. The Israelites went up to Bethel and inquired of God. They said,
Who of us is to go up first to fight against the Benjamites?
The Lord replied,
Judah shall go first.
The next morning the Israelites got up and pitched camp near Gibeah. The Israelites went out to fight the Benjamites and took up battle positions against them at Gibeah. The Benjamites came out of Gibeah and cut down 22,000 Israelites on the battlefield that day. But the Israelites encouraged one another and again took up their positions where they had stationed themselves the first day. The Israelites went up and wept before the Lord until evening, and they inquired of the Lord. They said,
Shall we go up again to fight against the Benjamites, our fellow Israelites?
The Lord answered,
Go up against them.
Then the Israelites drew near to Benjamin the second day. This time, when the Benjamites came out from Gibeah to oppose them, they cut down another 18,000 Israelites, all of them armed with swords. Then all the Israelites,
big murder,
the whole army,
big
went
huge
up to
murder,
Bethel.
lots of murder,
There they
killing
sat
guys
weeping before the Lord. They fasted that day until evening, and presented burnt offerings and fellowship offerings to the Lord. And the Israelites inquired of the Lord. In those days the ark of the covenant of God was there, with Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, ministering before it. They asked,
Shall we go up again to fight against the Benjamites, our fellow Israelites, or not?
The Lord responded,
Go, for tomorrow I will give them into your hands.
Then Israel set an ambush around Gibeah. They went up against the Benjamites on the third day, and took up positions against Gibeah as they had done before. The Benjamites came out to meet them, and were drawn away from the city. They began to inflict casualties on the Israelites as before, so that about 30 men fell in the open field and on the roads, the one leading to Bethel and the other to Gibeah. While the Benjamites were saying,
We are defeating them as before.
The Israelites were saying,
Let's retreat and draw them away from the city to the roads.
All the men of Israel moved from their places and took up positions at Baal Tamar, and the Israelite ambush charged out of its place on the west of Gibeah. Then 10,000 of Israel's able young men made a frontal attack on Gibeah. The fighting was so heavy that the Benjamites did not realize how near disaster was. The Lord defeated Benjamin before Israel, and on that day the Israelites struck down 25,100 Benjamites, all
anything
armed
that
with
good
swords.
anything good that happens,
Benjamites
the Lord
saw
takes
that they
credit
were
for,
beaten.
and anything bad that happens
Now
is
the men of
because we
Israel
disobeyed
had given
him.
way before Benjamin, because they relied
Pretty
on
nuts.
the ambush they had set near Gibeah. Those who had been in ambush made a sudden dash into Gibeah, spread out, and put the whole city to the sword. The Israelites had arranged with the ambush that they should send up a great cloud of smoke from the city, and then the Israelites would counterattack. The Benjamites had begun to inflict casualties on the Israelites, about 30, and they said,
We are defeating them as in
about
the first
30.
battle.
But when the column of smoke began to rise from the city, the Benjamites turned and saw the whole
Imagine
city
being
going
one of
up
those
in
30
smoke.
guys. Like,
Then the
do I get a
Israelites
special
counterattacked,
spot in
and
heaven,
the Benjamites
or
were
like?
terrified, because they realized that disaster had come on them. So they fled before the Israelites in the direction of the wilderness, but they could not escape the battle. And the Israelites who came out of the towns cut them down there. They surrounded the Benjamites, chased them, and easily overran them in the vicinity of Gibeah on the east. 18,000 Benjamites fell, all of them valiant fighters.
Sure.
As they turned and fled toward the wilderness to the rock of Rimmon, the Israelites cut down 5,000 men along the roads. They kept pressing after the Benjamites as far as Gidom and struck down 2,000 more. On that day, 25,000 Benjamite swordsmen fell, all of them valiant fighters. But
All
600 of them turned and fled into the wilderness to the rock of Rimmon, where they stayed 4 months. The men of Israel went back to Benjamin and put all the towns to the sword, including the animals and everything else they found.
Yeah,
All the
and your
towns
little
they came
dog,
across,
too.
They set on fire.
Yeah.
Chapter 21. The men of Israel had taken an oath at Mizpah.
Not one of us will give his daughter in marriage to a Benjamite.
We have a growing list of people that our daughters and are not meant to marry.
Lord God of Israel,
they cried.
Why has this happened to Israel? Why should one tribe be missing from Israel today?
Early the next day the people built an altar and presented burnt offerings and fellowship offerings. Then the Israelites asked,
Who from all the tribes of Israel has failed to assemble before the Lord?
For they had taken a solemn oath that anyone who failed to assemble before the Lord at Mizpah was to be put to death. Now the Israelites grieved for the tribe of Benjamin, their fellow Israelites.
Today one tribe is cut off from Israel,
they said.
How can we provide wives for those who are left, since we have taken an oath by the Lord not to give them any of our daughters in marriage?
Then they asked,
Which
we must
one of the
provide
tribes
wives.
of Israel failed to assemble before the Lord at Mizpah?
Who are we going to punish?
That no one from Jabesh
by
Gilead
forcing
had come
them
to, the
to be the wives of
for when they counted
the people that
they
we have
found that
conquered.
None of the people of Jabesh
What?
Gilead were there. So the assembly sent 12,000 fighting men with instructions to go to Jabesh Gilead and put to the sword those living there, including the women and children.
This is what you are to do,
they said.
Kill every male and every woman who is not a virgin.
They found
How do you
among
know?
the people living in Jabesh Gilead 400 young women who had never slept with a man, and they took them to the camp at Shiloh in Canaan. Then the whole assembly sent an offer of peace to the Benjamites at the rock of Rimmon. So the Benjamites returned at that time and were given the women of Jabesh Gilead who had been spared. But there were not enough for all of them. The people grieved for Benjamin because the Lord had made a gap in the tribes of Israel. And the elders of the assembly said,
With the women of Benjamin destroyed, how shall we provide wives for the men who are left? The Benjamite survivors must have heirs,
they said,
so that a tribe of Israel will not be wiped out. We can't give them our daughters as wives, since we Israelites have taken this oath. Cursed be anyone who gives a wife to a Benjamite. But look, there is the annual festival of the Lord in Shiloh, which lies north of Bethel, east of the road that goes from Bethel to Shechem, and south of Labonah.
So they instructed the Benjamites, saying,
Go and hide in the vineyards and watch. When the young women of Shiloh come out to join in the dancing, rush from the vineyards, and each of you seize one of them to be your wife. Then return to the land of Benjamin. When their fathers or brothers complain to us, we will say to them, Do us the favor of helping them, because we did not get wives for them during the war. You will not be guilty of breaking your oath, because you did not give your daughters to them.
So that is what the Benjamites did. While the young women were dancing, each man caught one and carried her off to be his wife. Then they returned to their inheritance and rebuilt the towns and settled in them. At that time the Israelites left that place and went home to their tribes and clans, each to his own inheritance. In those days Israel had no king. Everyone did as they saw fit.
All right. And that's Judges. How do we feel about that one, huh? Sheesh, man. we ended the chapter with, yeah, and then the conquered people of Benjamin, they just went and kidnapped women to be their wives. Which I feel like that just means like they're enslaved. And
do you smell what Barack is cooking?
Sheesh, man. Anyways, now it's time for Ruth. Let me finish up my notes here.
Communism is based
Absolutely nuts. Go hide in the vineyards and watch. When the young women of Shiloh come out to join in the dancing, rush from the vineyards, and each of you seize one of them to be your wife. What the fuck? Like, yeah, I don't know. We can't marry you, so go to this other place and just hide in hide in the bushes and grab one. And you would have to imagine this would happen to like, what? Think about this logistically. It'd have to be thousands of women, right? You can't just yoink them like that. Completely crazy bullshit. The weekly women's gathering to dance. Yeah, you know, just it's like actually like the most diabolical villainous shit you could think of. Okay. Now for the next time on this shit. Click the Bible. Sheesh, man. Wow.
Ruth, chapter 1. In the days when the judges ruled, there was a famine in the land. So a man from Bethlehem in Judah, together with his wife and 2 sons, went to live for a while in the country of Moab. The man's name was Elimelech, his wife's name was Naomi, and the names of his 2 sons were Mahlon and Chilion. They were Ephrathites from Bethlehem, Judah, and they went to Moab and lived there. Now Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. They married Moabite women, one named Orpah and the other Ruth. After they had lived there about 10 years, both Mahlon and Chilion also died, and Naomi was left without her 2 sons and her husband. When Naomi heard in Moab that the Lord had come to the aid of his people by providing food for them, she and her daughters-in-law prepared to return home from there. With her 2 daughters-in-law, she left the place where she had been living and set out on the road that would take them back to the land of Judah. Then Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law,
"Go back, each of you, to your mother's home. May the Lord show you kindness, as you have shown kindness to your dead husbands and to me. May the Lord grant that each of you will find rest in the home of another husband."
Then she kissed them goodbye, and they wept aloud and said to her,
We will go
Yeah,
back
whoever the
with
fuck
you
wrote
to
Judges
your people.
was
Naomi
really
said,
getting
Return home, my daughters.
goofy with it.
Why would you come with me?
You know, sales were down.
Am I
They had
going to have any
to
more sons who could become
do something
your
to
husbands?
gain
Return
people's interest
home,
back.
my daughters. I am too old to have another husband. Even if I thought there was still hope for me, even if I had a husband tonight and then gave birth to sons, would you wait until they grew up? Would you remain unmarried for them? No, my daughters, it is more bitter for me than for you, because the Lord's hand has turned against me.
At this they wept aloud again. Then Orpah kissed her mother-in-law goodbye, but Ruth clung to her.
Look,
said Naomi,
your sister-in-law is going back to her people and her gods. Go back with her.
but Ruth replied,
Don't urge me to leave you or to turn back from you. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May the Lord deal with me, be it ever so severely, if even death separates you and me.
When Naomi realized that Ruth was determined to go with her, she stopped urging her. So the two women went on until they came to Bethlehem. When they arrived in Bethlehem, the whole town was stirred because of them, and the women exclaimed,
Can this be Naomi?
Don't call me Naomi,
she told them.
Call me Mara, because the Almighty has made my life very bitter. I went away full, but the Lord has brought me back empty. Why call me Naomi?
Oh,
the
get
Lord
off
has
it.
afflicted me. The Almighty has brought misfortune upon me.
So Naomi returned from Moab, accompanied by Ruth the Moabite, her daughter-in-law, arriving in Bethlehem as the barley harvest was beginning. Chapter 2. Now Naomi had a relative on her husband's side, a man of standing from the clan of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz. And Ruth the Moabite said to Naomi,
Let me go to the fields and pick up the leftover grain.
Mara is
behind
the
anyone
cock
in
demon
whose
in
eyes I
Persona.
find favor.
Good.
Naomi said to her.
Go ahead, my daughter.
So she went out, entered a field, and began to glean behind the harvesters. As it turned out, she was working in a field belonging to Boaz, who was from the clan of Elimelech. Just then Boaz arrived from Bethlehem and greeted the harvesters.
The Lord be with you.
The Lord bless you,
they answered. Boaz asked the overseer of his harvesters,
Who does that young woman belong to?
The overseer replied,
She is the Moabite who came back from Moab with Naomi. She said, Please let me glean and gather among the sheaves behind the harvesters. She came into the field and has remained here from morning till now, except for a short rest in the shelter.
So Boaz said to Ruth,
My daughter, listen to me. Don't go and glean in another field, and don't go away from here. Stay here with the women who work for me. Watch the field where the men are harvesting, and follow along after the women. I have told the men not to lay a hand on you, and whenever you are thirsty, go and get a drink from the water jars the men have filled.
At this, she bowed down with her face to the ground. She asked him,
Why have I found such favor in your eyes that you notice me, a foreigner?
Boaz replied,
I've been told all about what you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and your homeland and came to live with a people you did not know before. May the Lord repay you for what you have done. May you be richly rewarded by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge.
May I continue to find favor in your eyes, my lord,
she said.
You have put me at ease by speaking kindly to your servant, though I do not have the standing of one of your servants.
At mealtime, Boaz said to her,
Come over here. Have some bread and dip it in the wine vinegar.
When she sat down with the harvesters, he offered her some roasted grain. She ate all she wanted and had some left over. As she got up to glean, Boaz gave orders to his men.
Let her gather among the sheaves, and don't reprimand her. Even pull out some stalks for her from the bundles, and leave them for her to pick up. And don't
Dude is
rebuke
trying
her.
to smash.
So Ruth gleaned in the field until evening. Then she threshed the barley she had gathered, and it amounted to about an ephah. She carried it back to town, and her mother-in-law saw how much she had gathered. Ruth also brought out and gave her what she had left over after she had eaten enough. Her mother-in-law asked her,
Where did you glean today? Where did you work? Blessed be the man who took notice of you.
Then Ruth told her mother-in-law about the one at whose place she had been working.
The name of the man I worked with today is Boaz,
she said.
The Lord bless him.
Naomi said to her daughter-in-law.
He has not stopped showing his kindness to the living and the dead.
She added,
That man is our close relative. He is one of our guardian redeemers.
Then Ruth the Moabite said,
He even said to me, Stay with my workers until they finish harvesting all my grain.
Naomi said to Ruth her daughter-in-law,
It will be good for you, my daughter, to go with the women who worked for him, because in someone else's field you might be harmed.
So Ruth stayed close to the women of Boaz, to
being a
glean
woman and
until
all,
the barley
you know.
and wheat harvests were finished, and she lived with her mother-in-law. Chapter 3. One day Ruth's mother-in-law Naomi said to her,
My daughter, I must find a home for you where you will be well provided for. Now, Boaz, with whose women you have worked, is a relative of ours. Tonight he will be winnowing barley on the threshing floor. Wash, put on perfume, and get dressed in your best clothes. Then go down to the threshing floor, but don't let him know you are there until he has finished eating and drinking. When he lies down, note the place where he is lying. Then go and uncover his feet and lie down. He will tell you what to do.
I will do whatever you say.
Ruth answered. So she went down to the threshing
ancient
floor
seduction technique.
and did everything her mother-in-law told her to do. When Boaz had finished eating and drinking and was in good spirits, he went over to lie down at the far end of the grain pile. Ruth approached quietly, uncovered his feet, and lay down. In the middle of the night, something startled the man. He turned, and there was a woman lying at his feet.
Who are you?
He asked.
I am your servant, Ruth.
She said.
Spread the corner of your garment over me, since you
this
are
is some weird role play.
The Lord bless you, my daughter, he replied. This kindness is greater than that which you showed earlier. You have not run after the younger men, whether rich or poor. And now, my daughter, don't be afraid. I will do for you all you ask. All the people of my town know that you are a woman of noble character. Although it is true that I am a guardian redeemer of our family, there is another who is more closely related than I. Stay here for the night, and in the morning, if he wants to do his duty as your guardian redeemer, good, let him redeem you. But if he is not willing, as surely as the Lord lives, I will do it. Lie here until morning.
So she lay at his feet until morning, but got up before anyone could be recognized. And he said,
No one must know that a woman came to the threshing floor.
He also said,
Bring me the shawl you are wearing and hold it out.
When she did so, he poured into it 6 measures of barley and placed the bundle on her. Then he went back to town. When Ruth came to her mother-in-law, Naomi asked,
How did it go, my daughter?
Then she told her everything Boaz had done for her, and added,
He gave me these 6 measures of barley, saying, Don't go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed.
Then Naomi said,
Wait, my daughter, until you find out what happens, for the men will not rest until the matter is settled today.
Chapter 4. Meanwhile, Boaz went up to the town gate and sat down there just as the guardian redeemer he had mentioned.
Whenever he goes and lays
Boaz
down
said,
at the workshop, just
sit down.
go and take
So
the
he went
blanket
over
off
and
of his
sat
feet
down.
and lay down like you're a
Boaz
puppy.
took 10 of the elders of the town and said,
Sit here.
And they did so. Then he said to the guardian redeemer,
Naomi, who has come back from Moab, is selling the piece of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. I thought I should bring the matter to your attention and suggest that you buy it in the presence of these seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, do so.
Take it, Ian. Thanks for the
But
tier
if
1.
you will not, tell me so I will know. For no one has the right to do it except you. And I am next in line.
I will redeem it,
he said. Then Boaz said,
On the day you buy the land from Naomi, you also acquire Ruth, the Moabite, the dead man's widow, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property.
At this the guardian redeemer said,
Then I cannot redeem it because I might endanger my own estate. You redeem it yourself. I cannot do it.
Now in earlier times in Israel, for the redemption and transfer of property to become final, one party took off his sandal and gave it to the other. This was the method of legalizing transactions in Israel. So the guardian redeemer said to Boaz,
Buy it yourself.
And he removed his sandal. Then Boaz announced to the elders and all the people,
Today you are witnesses that I have bought from Naomi all the property of Elimelech, Kilion, and Mahlon. I have also acquired Ruth the Moabite, Mahlon's widow, as my wife.
I have acquired her.
In order to maintain the name of the dead with his property, so that his name will not disappear from among his family or from his hometown. Today you are witnesses.
Then the elders and all the people at the gate said,
We are witnesses. May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your home like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the family of Israel. May you have standing in Ephratah and be famous in Bethlehem. Through the offspring the Lord gives you by this young woman, may your family be like that of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah.
So Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife. When he made love to her, the Lord enabled her to conceive, and she gave birth to a son. The women said to Naomi,
Praise be to the Lord, who this day has
Thank you.
left you without a guardian redeemer.
Thank you for permitting me to
May
conceive.
he become famous throughout Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you and who is better to you than 7 sons, has given him birth.
Then Naomi took the child in her arms and cared for him. The women living there said,
Naomi has a son.
And they named him Obed. He was the father of Jesse, the father of David. This then is the family line of Perez.
Oh boy!
Perez was the father of Hezron. Hezron the father of Ram. Ram the father of Amminadab. Amminadab the father of Nahshon. Nahshon the father of Salmon. Salmon the father of Boaz. Boaz the father of Obed. Obed the father of Jesse. And Jesse the father of David.
All right, cool book. That was the woman book. let's go next.
1 Samuel chapter 1. There was a certain man from Ramathaim, a Zuphite from the hill country of Ephraim, whose name was Elkanah, son of Jeroham, the son of Elihu, the son of Tohu, the son of Zuph, an Ephraimite. He had 2 wives. One was called Hannah, and the other Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah had none. Year after year this man went up from his town to worship and sacrifice to the Lord Almighty at Shiloh, where Hophni and Phinehas, the 2 sons of Eli, were priests of the Lord. Whenever the day came for Elkanah to sacrifice, he would give portions of the meat to his wife Peninnah and to all her sons and daughters. But to Hannah he gave a double portion, because he loved her, and the Lord had closed her womb. Because the Lord had closed Hannah's womb, her rival kept provoking her in order to irritate her.
Her rival?
This went on year after year. Whenever Hannah went up to the house of the Lord, her rival provoked her till she wept and would not eat. Her husband Elkanah would say
gets
to her,
bullied.
Hannah, why are you weeping? Why don't you eat? Why are you downhearted? Don't I mean more to you than 10 sons?
Once, when they had finished eating and drinking in Shiloh, Hannah stood up. Now Eli the priest was sitting on his chair by the doorpost of the Lord's house. In her deep anguish, Hannah prayed to the Lord, weeping bitterly. And she made a vow, saying,
Lord Almighty, if you will only look on your servant's misery and remember me.
Oh, the
And not
misery.
forget your servant, but give her a son. Then I will give him to the Lord for all the days of his life, and no razor will ever be used on his head.
As she kept on praying to the Lord, Eli observed her mouth. Hannah was praying in her heart, and her lips were moving, but her voice was not heard. Eli thought she was drunk and said to her,
How long are you going to stay drunk? Put away your wine.
Not so, my lord.
Hannah replied.
I am a woman who is deeply troubled. I have not been drinking wine or beer. I was pouring out my soul
Beer?
to the Lord. Do not take your servant for a wicked woman. I have been praying here out of my great anguish and grief.
Eli answered,
Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant you what you have asked of him.
She said.
May your servant find favor in your eyes.
Then she went her way and ate something, and her face was no longer downcast.
It's something.
Early the next
whatever.
morning they arose and worshipped before the Lord, and then went back to their home at Ramah. Elkanah made love to his wife Hannah, and the Lord
Nice.
remembered her. So in the course of time Hannah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Samuel, saying,
Because I asked the Lord for him.
When her husband Elkanah went up with all his family to offer the annual sacrifice to the Lord and to fulfill his vow, Hannah did not go. She said to her husband,
After the boy is weaned, I will take him and present him before the Lord, and he will live there always.
Do what seems best to you,
her husband Elkanah told her.
Stay here until you have weaned him. Only may the Lord make good his word.
So the woman stayed at home and nursed her son until she had weaned him. After he was weaned, she took the boy with her, young as he was, along with a 3-year-old bull, an ephah of flour, and a skin of wine, and brought him to the house of the Lord at Shiloh. When the bull had been sacrificed, they brought the boy to Eli, and she said to him,
Pardon me, my Lord. As surely as you live, I am the woman who stood here beside you, praying to the Lord. I prayed for this child, and the Lord has granted me what I asked of him. So now I give him to the Lord. For his whole life he will be given over to the Lord.
And he worshipped the Lord there.
Chapter 2.
And
so it is such.
Then Hannah prayed and said,
Ah, jeez.
My heart rejoices in the Lord. In the Lord my horn is lifted high. My mouth boasts over my enemies, for I delight in your deliverance. There is no one holy like the Lord. There is no one besides you. There is no rock like our God. Do not keep talking so proudly, or let your mouth
This voice
speak
actor
such
is really
arrogance.
getting into it.
For the Lord is a God who knows, and by him deeds are weighed. The bows of the warriors are broken, but those who stumbled are armed with strength. Those who were full hire themselves out for food, but those who were hungry are hungry no more. She who was barren has borne 7 children, but she who has had many sons pines away. The Lord brings death and makes alive. He brings down to the grave and raises up. The Lord sends poverty and wealth. He humbles and he exalts. He raises the poor from the dust and lifts the needy from the ash heap. He seats them with princes and has them inherit a throne of honor.
I'm still waiting for mine,
For the foundation
brother.
of the earth are the Lord's. On them he has set the world. He will guard the feet of his faithful servants, but the wicked will be silenced in the place of darkness. It is not by strength that one prevails. Those who oppose the Lord will be broken. The Most High will thunder from heaven. The Lord will judge the ends of the earth. He will give strength to his king and exalt the horn of his anointed.
Then Elkanah went home to Ramah, but the boy ministered before the Lord under Eli the priest. Eli's sons were scoundrels. They had no regard for the Lord. Now it was the practice of the priest that, whenever any of the people offered a sacrifice, the priest's servant would come with a 3-pronged fork in his hand while the meat was being boiled, and would plunge the fork into the pan or kettle or cauldron or pot.
Or whatever.
Whatever the fork brought up, the priest would take for himself. This is how they treated all the Israelites who came to Shiloh. But even before the fat was burned, the priest's servant would come and say to the person who was sacrificing,
Give the priest some meat to roast. He won't accept boiled meat from you, but only raw.
If the person said to him,
It's raw.
Let the fat be burned first, and then take whatever you want.
The servant would answer,
No. Hand it over now. If you don't, I'll take it by force.
This sin of the young men was very great in the Lord's sight, for they were treating the Lord's offering with contempt. But Samuel was ministering before the Lord, a boy wearing a linen ephod. Each year his mother made him a little robe, and took it to him
A
when she
little
went up with
robe.
her husband to offer the annual sacrifice. Eli would bless Elkanah and his wife, saying,
May the Lord give you children by this woman, to take the place of the one she prayed for and gave to the Lord.
Then they would go home. And the Lord was gracious to Hannah. She gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. Meanwhile, the boy Samuel grew up in the presence of the Lord. Now Eli, who was very old, heard about everything his sons were doing to all Israel, and how they slept with the women who served at the entrance to the tent of meeting. So he said to them,
Why do you do
Nice.
such things? I hear from all the people about these wicked deeds of yours. No, my sons, the report I hear spreading among the Lord's people is not good. If one person sins against another, God may mediate for the offender. But if anyone sins against the Lord, who will intercede for them?
His sons, however, did not listen to their father's rebuke, for it was the Lord's will to put them to death. And the boy Samuel continued to grow in stature and in favor with the Lord and with people. Now a man of God came to Eli and said to him,
This is what the Lord says. Did I not clearly reveal myself to your ancestors' family when they were in Egypt under Pharaoh? I chose your ancestors
Oh my God,
out of
hop
all
off,
the
man.
tribes of Israel to be my priest, to go up to my altar, to burn incense, and to wear an ephod in my presence. I also gave your ancestors' family all the food offerings presented by the Israelites. Why do you scorn my sacrifice and offering that I prescribed for my dwelling? Why do you honor your sons more than me by fattening yourselves on the choice parts of every offering made by my people Israel? Therefore the Lord, the God of Israel, declares, I promised that members of your family would minister before me forever. But now the Lord declares, Far be it from me. Those who honor me, I will honor. But those who despise me will be disdained. The time is coming when I will cut short your strength and the strength of your priestly house, so that no one in it will reach old age, and you will see distress in my dwelling. Although good will be done to Israel, no one in your family line will ever reach old age. Every one of you that I do not cut off from serving at my altar, I will spare only to destroy your sight and sap your strength, and all your descendants will die in the prime of life. And what happens to your two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, will be a sign to you. They will both die on the same day. I will raise up for myself a faithful priest who will do according to what is in my heart and mind. I will firmly establish his priestly house, and they will minister before my anointed one always. Then everyone left in your family line will come and bow down before him for a piece of silver and a loaf of bread, and plead, appoint me to some priestly office so I can have food to eat.
Okay.
Chapter 3. The boy Samuel ministered before the Lord under Eli. In those days the word of the Lord was rare. There were not many visions. One night Eli, whose eyes were becoming so weak that he could barely see, was lying down in his usual place. The lamp of God had not yet gone out, and Samuel was lying down in the house of the Lord, where the ark of God was. Then the Lord called Samuel. Samuel answered,
Here I am.
And he ran to Eli and said,
Here I am. You called me?
But Eli said,
I did not call. Go back and lie down.
So he went and lay down. Again the Lord called,
Samuel.
And Samuel got up and went to Eli and said,
Here I am.
Here I am.
Called me?
My son,
Eli said,
I did not call. Go back and lie down.
Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord. The word of the Lord had not yet been revealed to him. A third time the Lord called,
Samuel.
And Samuel got up and went to Eli and said,
Here I am. You called me?
Then Eli realized that the Lord was calling the boy. So Eli told Samuel,
Go and lie down. And if he calls you, say, Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.
So Samuel went and lay down in his place.
How we not?
The Lord came and stood there, calling
spoken the good word to the kid yet.
Samuel. Samuel.
Then Samuel said,
Speak, for your servant is listening.
Why is God being so cryptic? Just explain yourself.
I am about to do something in Israel that will make the ears of everyone who hears about it tingle.
I'm about to do something.
I will carry out against Eli everything I spoke against his family, from beginning to end. For I told him that I would judge his family forever, because of the sin he knew about. His sons blasphemed God, and he failed to restrain them. Therefore, I swore to the
collective
house of
punishment.
Eli, the guilt of Eli's house will never be atoned for by sacrifice or offering.
Samuel lay down until morning, and then opened the doors of the house of the Lord. He was afraid to tell Eli the vision, but Eli called him and said,
Samuel, my son.
Samuel answered,
Here I am.
What was it he said to you?
Eli asked.
Do not hide it from me. May God deal with you, be it ever so severely, if you hide from me anything he told you.
So Samuel told him everything, hiding nothing from him. Then Eli said,
He is the Lord. Let him do what is good in his eyes.
The Lord was with Samuel as he
Forget
grew
about
up,
it.
and he let none of Samuel's words fall to the ground. And all Israel from Dan to Beersheba recognized that Samuel was attested as a prophet of the Lord. The Lord continued to appear at Shiloh, and there he revealed himself to Samuel through his word. Chapter 4. And Samuel's word came to all Israel. Now the Israelites went out to fight against the Philistines. The Israelites camped at Ebenezer, and the Philistines at
We continue fighting.
The Philistines deployed their forces to meet Israel, and as the battle spread, Israel was defeated
America
by
is
the
the
Philistines,
most open, least
who killed
racist
about
nation on the
4,000
planet.
of them on the
Fire Emperor,
battlefield.
thanks to Tier 1.
When the soldiers returned to camp, the elders of Israel asked,
Why did the Lord bring defeat on us today before the Philistines? Let us bring the ark of the Lord's covenant from Shiloh, so that he may go with us and save us from the hand of our enemies.
So the people sent men to Shiloh, and they brought back the ark of the covenant of the Lord Almighty, who is enthroned between the cherubim. And Eli's 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, were there with the ark of the covenant of God. When the ark of the Lord's covenant came into the camp, all Israel raised such a great shout that the ground shook. Hearing the uproar, the Philistines asked,
What's all this shouting in the Hebrew camp?
When they learned that the ark of the Lord had come into the camp, the Philistines were afraid.
A god has come into the camp,
they said.
Oh no, nothing like this has happened before. We're doomed. Who will deliver us from the hand of these mighty gods?
Sounded so sarcastic.
They are the gods who struck the Egyptians with all kinds of plagues in the wilderness. Be strong, Philistines. Be men, or you will be subject to the Hebrews as they have been to you. Be men, and fight.
So the Philistines fought, and the Israelites were defeated, and every man fled to his tent.
Damn.
The slaughter was very great. Israel lost 30,000 foot soldiers. The ark of God was captured, and Eli's 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, died. That same day, a Benjamite ran from the battle line and went to Shiloh.
I thought we
with
were
his clothes
supposed
torn
to be
and dust on his head.
his guys.
When he arrived, there was Eli sitting on his chair by the side of the road, watching, because his heart feared for the ark of God. When the man entered the town and told what had happened, the whole town sent up a cry. Eli heard the outcry and asked,
What is the meaning of this uproar?
The man hurried over to Eli, who was 98 years old, and whose eyes had failed so that he could not see. He told Eli,
I have just come from the battle line. I fled from it this very day.
Eli asked.
What happened, my son?
The man who brought the news replied,
Israel fled before the Philistines, and the army has suffered heavy losses. Also, your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God has been captured.
When he mentioned the ark of God, Eli fell backward off his chair by the side of the gate. His neck was broken, and he died, for he was an old man, and he was heavy. He had led Israel 40 years. His daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was pregnant, and near the time of delivery. When she heard the news that the ark of God had been captured, and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she went into labor and gave birth, but was overcome by her labor pains. As she was dying, the women attending her said,
Don't despair. You have given birth to a son.
But she did not respond or pay any attention. She named the boy Ichabod, saying,
The glory has departed from Israel,
because of the capture of the ark of God and the deaths of her father-in-law and her husband. She said,
The glory has
Hard
departed
times.
from Israel, for the ark of God has been captured.
Chapter 5.
It's just symbolic, who cares?
After the Philistines had captured the ark of God, they took it from Ebenezer to Ashdod. Then they carried the ark into Dagon's temple and set it beside Dagon. When the people of Ashdod rose early the next day, there was Dagon fallen on his face on the ground before the ark of the Lord. They took Dagon and put him back in his place. But the following morning when they rose, there was Dagon, fallen on his face on the ground before the ark of the Lord. His head and hands had been broken off and were lying on the threshold. Only his body remained.
Okay.
That is why, to this day, neither the priests of Dagon nor any others who enter Dagon's temple at Ashdod step on the threshold. The Lord's hand was heavy on the people of Ashdod and its vicinity. He brought devastation on them
the ark
and
isn't
afflicted
just
them with
symbolic.
tumors. When the people of Ashdod saw what was happening, they said,
"The ark of the God of Israel must not stay here with us, because his hand is heavy on us.
Don't
and
worry,
on
the ark will
Dagon,
win,
our God."
will win this
So
one
they
for
called
us.
together all the rulers of the Philistines and asked them,
"What
Thanks for
shall we
bits.
do with the ark of the God of Israel?"
They answered,
Have the ark of the God of Israel moved to Gath.
So they moved the ark of the God of Israel. But after they had moved it, the Lord's hand was against that city, throwing it into a great panic. He afflicted the people of the city, both young and old, with an outbreak of tumors. So they sent the ark of God to Ekron. As the ark of God was entering Ekron, the people of Ekron cried out.
"They have brought the ark of the God of Israel around to us, to kill us and our people."
So they called together all the rulers of the Philistines and said,
"Send the ark of the God of Israel away. Let it go back to its own place, or it will kill us and our people."
For death had filled the city with panic. God's hand was very heavy on it. Those who did not die were afflicted with tumors, and the outcry of the city went up to heaven. Chapter 6. When the ark of the Lord had been in Philistine territory 7 months, the Philistines called for the priests and the diviners, and said,
What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Tell us how we should send it back to its place.
They answered,
If you return
the
the
slab.
ark of the God of Israel, do not send it back to him without a gift. By all means, send a guilt offering to him. Then you will be healed, and you will know why his hand has not been lifted from you.
The Philistines asked.
What guilt offering should we send to him?
They replied,
5 gold tumors and 5 gold rats,
What?
according to the number of the Philistine rulers, because the same plague has struck both you and your rulers. Make models of the tumors and of the rats that are destroying the country, and give glory to Israel's God. Perhaps he will lift his hand from you and your gods and your land. Why do you harden your hearts as the Egyptians and Pharaoh did? When Israel's God dealt harshly with them, did they not send the Israelites out so they could go on their way? Now then, get a new cart ready, with 2 cows that have calved and have never been yoked. Hitch the cows to the cart, but take their calves away and pen them up. Take the ark of the Lord and put it on the cart, and in a chest beside it put the gold objects you are sending back to him as a guilt offering. Send it on its way, but keep watching it. If it goes up to its own territory, toward Beth Shemesh, then the Lord has brought this great disaster on us. But if it does not, then we will know that it was not his hand that struck us, but that it happened to us by chance."
So they did this. They took 2 such cows and hitched them to the cart and penned up their calves. They placed the ark of the Lord on the
We'll
cart,
do a little
and
test.
along with it the chest containing the gold rats and the models of the tumors. Then the cows went straight up toward Beth Shemesh, keeping on the road and lowing all the way. They did not turn to the right or to the left. The rulers of the Philistines followed them as far as the border of Beth Shemesh. Now the people of Beth Shemesh were harvesting their wheat in the valley. And when they looked up and saw the ark, they rejoiced at the sight. The cart came to the field of Joshua of Beth Shemesh, and there it stopped beside a large rock. The people chopped up the wood of the cart and sacrificed the cows as a burnt offering to the Lord. The Levites took down the ark of the Lord, together with the chest containing the gold objects, and placed them on the large rock. On that day, the people of Beth Shemesh offered burnt offerings and made sacrifices to the Lord. The 5 rulers of the Philistines saw all this, and then returned that same day to Ekron. These are the gold tumors the Philistines sent as a guilt offering to the Lord, 1 each for Ashdod, Gaza, Ashkelon, Gath, and Ekron. And the number of the gold rats was according to the number of Philistine towns belonging to the 5 rulers, the fortified towns with their country villages. The large rock on which the Levites set the ark of the Lord is a witness to this day in the field of Joshua of Beth Shemesh. But God struck down some of the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh, putting 70 of them to death, because they looked into the ark of the Lord. The people mourned because of the heavy blow the Lord had dealt them. And the people of Beth-Shemesh asked,
Who can stand in the presence of the Lord, this holy God? To whom will the ark go up from here?
Then they sent messengers to the people of Kiriath-Jearim,
It's either
saying,
70
The Philistines
or
have returned
50,000
the ark
and
of the
70.
Lord. Come down and take
One
it
or
up
the
to
other.
your town.
Chapter 7. So the men of Kiriath-Jearim came and took up the ark of the Lord. They brought it to Abinadab's house on the hill, and consecrated Eleazar his son to guard the ark of the Lord. The ark remained at Kiriath-Jearim a long time, 20 years in all. Then all the people of Israel turned back to the Lord. So Samuel said to all the Israelites,
If you are returning to the Lord with all your hearts, then rid yourselves of the foreign gods and the Ashtoreths, and commit yourselves to the Lord, and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the Philistines.
So the Israelites put away their Baals and Ashtoreths, and served the Lord only. Then Samuel said,
Assemble all Israel at Mizpah, and I will intercede with the Lord for you.
When they had assembled at Mizpah, they drew water and poured it out before the Lord. On that day they fasted, and there they confessed,
We have sinned against the Lord.
Now Samuel was serving as leader of Israel at Mizpah. When the Philistines heard that Israel had assembled at Mizpah, the rulers of the Philistines came up to attack them. When the Israelites heard of it, they were afraid because of the Philistines. They said to Samuel,
Do not stop crying out to the Lord our God for us, that he may rescue us from the hand of the Philistines.
Then Samuel took a suckling lamb and sacrificed it as a whole burnt offering to the Lord.
Oh, yeah.
He cried out to the Lord on Israel's behalf.
I wonder when we do away with the animal
While Samuel was
sacrifices.
sacrificing the burnt offering, the Philistines drew near to engage Israel in battle. But that day the Lord thundered with loud thunder against the Philistines, and threw them into such a panic that they were routed before the Israelites. The men of Israel rushed out of Mizpah and pursued the Philistines, slaughtering them along the way to a point below Beth-Kar. Then Samuel took a stone and set it up between Mizpah and Shen. He named it Ebenezer, saying,
Thus far the Lord has helped us.
So the Philistines were subdued, and they stopped invading Israel's territory. Throughout Samuel's lifetime, the hand of the Lord was against the Philistines. The towns from Ekron to Gath that the Philistines had captured from Israel were restored to Israel, and Israel delivered the neighboring territory from the hands of the Philistines. And there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. Samuel continued as Israel's leader all the days of his life. From year to year he went on a circuit from Bethel to Gilgal to Mizpah, judging Israel in all those places. But he always went back to Ramah, where his home was.
All right.
And there he also held court for Israel, and he built an altar there to the Lord.
Thanks, Sam.
Chapter 8. When Samuel grew old, he appointed his sons as Israel's leaders. The name of his firstborn was Joel, and the name of his second was Abijah, and they served at Beersheba. But his sons did not follow his ways. They turned aside after dishonest gain, and accepted bribes and perverted justice. So all the elders of Israel gathered together and came to Samuel at Ramah. They said to him,
You are old, and your sons do not follow your ways. Now appoint a king to lead us, such as all the other nations have.
But when they said,
Give us a king to lead us,
this displeased Samuel. So he prayed to the Lord. And the Lord told him,
Listen to all that the people are saying to you. It is not you they have rejected, but they have rejected me as their king.
Have they?
As they have done from the day I brought them up out of Egypt until this day, forsaking me and serving other gods, so they are doing to you. Now listen
have
to
they?
them, but warn them solemnly, and let them know what the
Is that
king
all they've
who
been
will
doing?
reign over them will claim as his rights.
Samuel told all the words of the Lord.
I don't know. I
to the
feel like
people who were
I feel like
asking
at this
him for a
point,
king. He said,
like,
This is what the
you need to
king
change
who
up
will
your
reign
approach.
over you will claim as his rights. He will take your sons and make them serve with his chariots and horses, and they will run in front of his chariots. Some he will assign to be commanders of thousands and commanders of 50s, and others to plow his ground and reap his harvest, and still others to make weapons of war and equipment for his chariots. He will take your daughters to be perfumers and cooks and bakers. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards and olive groves
He
and
will
give
take a
them to his
potato chip.
attendants. He will take 1/10 of your grain and of your vintage, and give it to his officials and attendants. Your male and female servants, and the best of your cattle and donkeys he will take for his own use. He will take 1/10 of your flocks, and you yourselves will become his slaves.
There will be hookers.
When that day comes,
and
you will cry
blackjack.
out for relief from the king you have chosen. But the Lord will not answer you in that day.
But the people refused to listen to Samuel.
No,
they said.
We want a king over us. Then we will be like all the other nations, with a king to lead us.
Shut up!
And to go
No.
out before us and fight our battles.
Actually, that thing that
When
you
Samuel
said,
heard all that the
shut
people
up.
said, he
I'm
repeated
not
it
trying to
before
hear
the
it.
The Lord answered,
We're going to do it
Listen to
anyways.
them, and give them a king.
Then Samuel said to the Israelites,
Everyone go back to your own town.
Chapter 9. There was a Benjamite, a man
And then
of
the Lord
standing,
said,
whose name
"All
was
right,
Kish,
yeah."
son of Abiel, the son of Zeror, the son of Bechorath, the son of Aphiah of Benjamin. Kish had a son named Saul, as handsome a young man as could be found anywhere in Israel, and he was a head taller than anyone else. Now the donkeys belonging to Saul's father Kish were lost, and Kish said to his son Saul,
Take one of the servants with you, and go and look for the donkeys.
So he passed through the hill country of Ephraim, and through the area around Shalisha, but they did not find them. They went on into the district of Shalem, but the donkeys were not there. Then he passed through the territory of Benjamin, but they did not find them. When they reached the district of Zuph, Saul said to the servant who was with him,
Come, let's go back. My father will stop thinking about the donkeys and start worrying about us.
But the servant replied,
Look, in this town there is a man of God. He is highly respected, and everything he says comes true. Let's go there now. Perhaps he will tell us what way to take.
Saul said to his servant,
If we go, what can we give the man? The food in our sacks is gone. We have no gift to take to the man of God. What do we have?
The servant answered him again.
Look,
he said,
I have 1/4 shekel of silver. I will give it to the man of God so that he will tell us what way to take.
Formerly in Israel, if someone went to inquire of God, they would say, Come, let us go to the seer, because the prophet of today used to be called a seer.
Good,
Saul said to his servant.
Come, let's go.
So they set out for the town where the man of God was. As they were going up the hill to the town, they met some young women coming out to draw water, and they asked them,
Is the seer here?
He is.
They answered.
Saul
He's
the
ahead of
seer.
you. Hurry now. He has just come to our town today, for the people have a sacrifice at the high place. As soon as you enter the town, you will find him before he goes up to the high place to eat. The people
high
will not
place.
begin eating until he comes, because he must bless the sacrifice. Afterward, those who are invited will eat. Go up now. You should find him about this time.
They went up to the town, and as they were entering it, there was Samuel, coming toward them on his way up to the high place. Now the day before Saul came, the Lord had revealed this to Samuel.
About this time tomorrow, I will send you a man from the land of Benjamin. Anoint him ruler over my people Israel. He will deliver them from the hand of the Philistines. I have
Are we
looked
cool with
on
those?
my
I thought we
people,
like just
for their
conquered
cry
the
has
people of
reached me.
Benjamin
When
for
Samuel
being
caught sight of
naughty,
Saul,
naughty
the
little
Lord said to him,
boys.
This is the man I spoke to you about. He will govern my people.
Saul approached Samuel in the gateway and asked,
Would you please tell me where the seer's house is?
I am the seer.
Samuel replied.
Go up ahead of me to the high place, for today you are to eat with me, and in the morning I will send you on your way, and will tell you all that is in your heart. As for the donkeys you lost 3 days ago, do not worry about them. They have been found. And to whom is all the desire of Israel turned, if not to you and your whole family line?
Saul answered,
But am I not a Benjamite from the smallest tribe of Israel? And is not my clan the least of all the clans of the tribe of Benjamin? Why do you say such a thing to me?
Then Samuel brought Saul and his servant into the hall, and seated them at the head of those who were invited, about 30 in number. Samuel said to the cook,
Bring the piece of meat I gave you, the one I told you to lay aside.
So the cook took up the thigh with what was on it, and set it in front of Saul. Samuel said,
Here is what has been kept for you. Eat, because it was set aside for you for this occasion, from the time I said, I have invited guests.
And Saul dined with Samuel that day. After they came down from the high place to the town, Samuel talked with Saul on the roof of his house. They rose about daybreak, and Samuel called to Saul on the roof.
Get ready, and I will send you on your way.
When Saul got ready, he and Samuel went outside together. As they were going down to the edge of the town, Samuel said to Saul,
Tell the servant to go on ahead of us.
And the servant did so.
But you stay here for a while, so that I may give you a message from God.
Ooh.
Chapter 10. Then Samuel took a flask of olive oil and poured it on Saul's head and kissed him, saying,
Has not the Lord anointed you ruler over his inheritance? When you leave me today, you will meet 2 men near Rachel's tomb, at Zelzah on the border of Benjamin. They will say to you, The donkeys you set out to look for have been found. And now your father has stopped thinking about them and is worried about you. He is asking, What shall I do about my son? Then you will go on from there until you reach the great tree of Tabor. 3 men going up to worship God at Bethel will meet you there.
3
One
men
will be
go
carrying
up,
3
1
young
come
goats,
down.
another 3 loaves of bread, and another a skin of wine. They will greet you and offer you 2 loaves of bread, which you will accept from them. After that you will go to Gibeah of God, where there is a Philistine outpost. As you approach the town, you will meet a procession of prophets coming down from the high place with lyres, timbrels, pipes, and harps being played before them, and they will be prophesying. The Spirit of the Lord will come powerfully upon you, and you will prophesy with them, and you will be changed into a different person. Once these signs are fulfilled, do whatever your hand finds to do, for God is with you. Go down ahead of me to Gilgal. I will surely come down to you to sacrifice burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, but you must wait 7 days until I come to you and tell you what you are to do.
7
As
days?
Saul turned to leave Samuel.
I gotta go to the bathroom, chat. It's potty break o'clock. Bam. Bop. Bam. Pow. What is Saul gonna do as king? What will he do? Who doggy? Okay. And bop. And bam, bop. Pow, boom.
God changed Saul's heart, and all these signs were fulfilled that day. When he and his servant arrived at Gibeah, a procession of prophets met him. The Spirit of God came powerfully upon him, and he joined in their prophesying. When all those who had formerly known him saw him prophesying with the prophets, they asked each other,
"What is this that has happened to the
is
son
this?
of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets?"
A man who lived there answered,
"And who is their father?"
So it became a saying, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" After Saul stopped prophesying, he went to the high place. Now Saul's uncle asked him and his servant,
"Where have you been?"
It became a
"Looking
saying.
for the donkeys,"
he said.
"But when we saw they were not to be found, we went to Samuel."
Saul's uncle said,
"Tell me what Samuel said to you."
Saul replied,
"He assured us that the donkeys had been found."
But he did not tell his uncle what Samuel had said about the kingship. Samuel summoned the people of Israel to the Lord at Mizpah, and said to them,
"This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I brought Israel up out of Egypt, and I delivered you from the power of Egypt and all the kingdoms that oppressed you.
And so help me.
You have now rejected your God, who saves you out of all your disasters and calamities. And you have
and I
said,
feel like we've really
no,
been going in circles.
Appoint a king over us.
Been spinning our wheels.
Now present yourselves before the Lord by your tribes and clans."
We get a new guy to come in and be like, "You haven't been worshiping correctly," and they say, "Ah, shit, you're right."
Then he brought forward the tribe of Benjamin, clan by clan.
And then all is good, and we
Matthias'
like go
clan was
and
taken.
like conquer some
Finally,
guys or some
Saul,
shit.
son of Kish, was taken. But when they looked
And then
for
all
him,
is
he
good
was not
for
to
an
be
amount
found.
of time, and then
So they inquired
we forget
further
our
of the Lord.
ways and
Has
worship
the
the
man
other
come here
ones.
yet?
And
We
the
have to
Lord
get a
said,
new guy
"Yes,
to come
he
in and be
has
like, "You
hidden
haven't
himself
been worshiping," and then we go,
among the
"Ah,
supplies."
shit, you're
They
right."
ran and brought him out.
Son of a
And
bitch.
as he stood among the people, he was a head taller than any of the others. Samuel said to all the people,
"Do you see the man the Lord has chosen? There is no one like him among all the people."
Then the people shouted,
"Long live the king!"
Samuel
they say,
explained
"Sure.
to the people the rights
Fuck
and
it."
duties of kingship. He wrote them down on a scroll and deposited it before the Lord.
We just
Then
picked a
Samuel
guy.
dismissed the people to go to their own homes. Saul also went to
And now
his
we have a
home in
king.
Gibeah,
He's like,
accompanied by valiant men whose
you,
hearts God had touched.
you're king.
But some scoundrels
Congratulations.
How can this fellow save us?
said they despised him and brought him no gifts. But Saul kept silent. Chapter 11. Nahash the Ammonite went up and besieged Jabesh-Gilead. And all the men of Jabesh said to him,
"Make a treaty with us, and we will be subject to you."
But Nahash the Ammonite replied,
"I will make a treaty with you, only on the condition that I gouge out the right eye of every one of you, and so bring disgrace on all Israel."
The elders of Jabesh said to him,
"Give us 7 days, so we can send messengers throughout Israel. If no one comes to rescue us, we will surrender to you."
We're going to
When the
gouge out
messengers
your
came to
right
Gibeah of
eye
Saul and reported
from
these
all
terms
of
to
you.
the people, they all wept aloud. Just then Saul was returning from the fields behind his oxen, and he asked,
"What is wrong with everyone? Why are they weeping?"
Then they repeated to him what the men of Jabesh had said. When Saul heard their words, the Spirit of God came powerfully
This was
upon
a different
him,
book.
and burned with anger.
Then they would have
He
literally
took a pair
repeated
of oxen,
it.
cut them into pieces, and sent the pieces by messengers throughout Israel, proclaiming,
"This is what will be done to the oxen of anyone who does not follow Saul and Samuel."
Then the terror of the Lord fell on the people, and they came out together as one. When Saul mustered them at Bezek, the men of Israel numbered 300,000, and those of Judah 30,000. They told the messengers who had come,
"Say to the men of Jabesh-Gilead,
We're able
by the
to
time
summon
the sun is
a lot of
hot
guys
tomorrow,
really fast
you
all the
will
time.
be rescued."
When the messengers went and reported this to the men of Jabesh, they were elated. They said to the Ammonites,
"Tomorrow we will surrender to you, and you can do to us whatever you like."
The next day, Saul separated his men into 3 divisions. During the last watch of the night, they broke into the camp of the Ammonites and slaughtered them until the heat of the day. Those who survived were scattered, so that no 2 of them were left together. The people then said to Samuel,
"Who was it that asked, 'Shall Saul reign over us?' Turn these men over to us, so that we may put them to death."
But Saul said,
"No one will be put to death today,
For this day the Lord has rescued Israel.
Then Samuel said to the people,
He's rescued.
Come, let us
he
go
keeps
to
subjecting
Gilgal,
us to
and
being
there
ruled
renew
so that way
the
we may be
kingship.
saved.
So all the people went to Gilgal and made Saul king in the presence of the Lord. There they sacrificed fellowship offerings before the Lord, and Saul and all the Israelites held a great celebration. Chapter 12. Samuel said to all Israel,
I have listened to everything you said to me and have set a king over you. Now you have a king as your leader. As for me, I am old and gray, and my sons are here with you. I have been your leader from my youth until this day.
This
Here
one
I
felt like a
stand.
false flag.
Testify against me in the presence of the Lord and his anointed. Whose ox have I taken? Whose donkey have I taken? Whom have I cheated? Whom have I oppressed? From whose hand have I accepted a bribe to make me shut my eyes? If I have done any of these things, I will make it right.
You have not cheated or oppressed us,
they replied.
You have not taken anything from anyone's hand.
Samuel said to them,
The Lord is witness against you, and also his anointed is witness this day, that you have not found anything in my hand.
He is witness,
they said. Then Samuel said to the people,
It is the Lord who appointed Moses and Aaron and brought your ancestors up out of Egypt.
And the others?
Now then, stand here, because I am going to confront you with evidence before the Lord as to all the righteous acts performed by the Lord for you and your ancestors. After Jacob entered Egypt, they cried to the Lord for help, and the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, who brought your ancestors out of Egypt and settled them in this place. But they forgot the Lord their God. So he sold them into the hand of Sisera, the commander of the army of Hazor, and into the hands of the Philistines and the king of Moab, who fought against them. They cried out to the Lord and said, We have sinned. We have forsaken the Lord and served the Baals and the Ashtoreths. But now deliver us from the hands of our enemies, and we will serve you. Then the Lord sent Jerubbaal, Barak, Jephthah, and Samuel, and he delivered you from the hands of your enemies all around you, so that you lived in safety. But when you saw that Nahash, king of the Ammonites, was moving against you, you said to me, No, we want a king to rule over us, even though the Lord your God was your king. Now here is the king you have chosen, the one you asked for. See, the Lord has set a king over you. If you fear the Lord and serve and obey him and do not rebel against his commands, and if both you and the king who reigns over you follow the Lord your God, good. But if you do not obey the
Running
Lord,
out of breath.
and if you rebel against his commands, his hand will be against you as it was against your ancestors. Now then, stand still and see this great thing the Lord is about to do before your eyes.
Check it
Is
out.
it not wheat harvest now? I will call on the Lord to send thunder and rain, and you will realize what an evil thing you did in the eyes of the Lord when you asked for a king.
Then Samuel called on the Lord, and that same day the Lord sent thunder and rain. So all the people stood in awe of the Lord and of Samuel. The people all said to Samuel,
Pray to the Lord your God for your servants, so that we will not die. For we have added to all our other sins the evil of asking for a king.
Do not be afraid,
Samuel replied.
You have done all this evil, yet do not turn away from the Lord.
Wait,
but
I guess
serve
that's a
the
bad
Lord
thing?
with all your heart. Do not turn away after useless idols. They can do you no good, nor can they rescue you, because they are useless. For the sake of his great name, the Lord will not reject his people, because the Lord was pleased to make you his own. As for me, far be it from me that I should sin against the Lord by failing to pray for you, and I will teach you the way that is good and right. But be sure to fear the Lord and serve him faithfully with all your heart. Consider what great things he has done for you. Yet if you persist in doing evil, both you and your king will perish.
What is good? What is
Chapter
evil?
13. Saul was 30 years old when he became king, and he reigned over Israel 42 years. Saul chose 3,000 men from Israel. 2,000 were with him at Michmash and in the hill country of Bethel, and 1,000 were with Jonathan at Gibeah in Benjamin. The rest of the men he sent back to their homes. Jonathan attacked the Philistine outpost at Geba.
Hebrew does
The
not have
Philistines
30.
heard about it. Then Saul had the trumpet blown throughout the land and said,
"Let the Hebrews hear."
So all Israel heard the news.
Saul has attacked the Philistine outpost, and now Israel has become obnoxious to the Philistines.
And the people were summoned to join
They're
Saul.
just being
at
so
Gilgal.
petty.
The Philistines assembled to fight Israel with 3,000 chariots, 6,000 charioteers, and soldiers as numerous as the sand on the seashore. They went up and camped at Michmash, east of Bethaven. When the Israelites saw that their situation was critical and that their army was hard-pressed, they hid in caves and thickets, among the rocks, and in pits and cisterns. Some Hebrews even crossed the Jordan to the land of Gad and Gilead. Saul remained at Gilgal, and all the troops with him were quaking with fear. He waited 7 days, the time set by Samuel. But Samuel did not come to Gilgal, and Saul's men began to scatter. So he said,
"Bring me the burnt offering and the fellowship offerings."
And Saul offered up the burnt offering. Just as he finished making the offering, Samuel arrived, and Saul went out to greet him.
"What have you done?"
asked Samuel. Saul replied,
"When I saw that the men were scattering, and that you did not come at the set time, and that the Philistines were assembling at Michmash, I thought, now the Philistines will come down against me at Gilgal, and I have not sought the Lord's favor, so I felt compelled to offer the burnt offering."
"You have done a foolish thing,"
Samuel said.
"You have not kept the command the Lord your God gave you. If you had, he would have established your kingdom over Israel for all time. But now, your kingdom will not endure. The Lord has sought out a man after his own heart and appointed him ruler of his people because you have not kept the Lord's command."
Then Samuel left Gilgal and went up to Gibeah in Benjamin. And Saul counted the men who were with him. They numbered about 600. Saul and his son Jonathan and the men with them were staying in Gibeah in Benjamin, while the Philistines camped at Michmash. Raiding parties went out from the Philistine camp in 3 detachments. One turned toward Ophrah in the vicinity of Shual, another toward Beth-horon, and the third toward the borderland overlooking the valley of Zeboim, facing the wilderness.
Zeboim.
Not a blacksmith could be found in the whole land of Israel, because the Philistines had said,
"Otherwise the Hebrews will make swords or spears."
So all Israel went down to the Philistines to have their plowpoints, mattocks, axes, and sickles sharpened. The price was 2/3 of a shekel for sharpening plowpoints and mattocks, and 1/3 of a shekel for sharpening forks and axes, and for repointing goads. So on the day of the battle, not a soldier with Saul and Jonathan had a sword or spear in his hand. Only Saul and his son Jonathan had them. Now a detachment of Philistines had gone out to the pass at Michmash. Chapter 14. One day, Jonathan, son of Saul, said to his young armor-bearer,
"Come, let's go over to the Philistine outpost on the other side."
But he did not tell his father. Saul was staying on the outskirts of Gibeah under a pomegranate tree in Migron. With him were about 600 men, among whom was Ahijah, who was wearing an ephod. He was a son of Ichabod's brother Ahitub, son of Phinehas, the son of Eli, the Lord's priest in Shiloh. No one was aware that Jonathan had left. On each side of the pass that Jonathan intended to cross to reach the Philistine outpost was a cliff. One was called Bozez, and the other Sina. One cliff stood to the north toward Michmash, the other to the south toward Geba. Jonathan said to his young armor-bearer,
"Come, let's go over to the outpost of those uncircumcised men. Perhaps the Lord will act in our behalf. Nothing can hinder the Lord from saving, whether by many or by few."
Hell yeah,
Do
brother.
all that you have in mind,
his armor-bearer said.
"Go ahead. I am with you heart and soul."
Jonathan said,
"Come on then. We will cross over toward them and let them see us. If they say to us, 'Wait there until we come to you,' we will stay where we are and not go up to them. But if they say, 'Come up to us,' we will climb up, because that will be our sign that the Lord has given them into our hands."
So both of them showed themselves to the Philistine outpost.
"Look,"
said the Philistines.
"The Hebrews are crawling out of the holes they were hiding in."
The men of the outpost shouted to Jonathan and his armor-bearer,
"Come up to us, and we'll teach you a lesson."
Jonathan said to his armor-bearer,
"Climb up after me. The Lord has given them into the hand of Israel."
Jonathan climbed up, using his hands and feet, with his armor-bearer right behind him.
Using
The
his hands and
Philistines
feet.
fell before Jonathan, and his armor-bearer followed
What
and
else?
killed behind him. In that first attack, Jonathan and his armor-bearer killed some 20 men in an area of about half an acre.
Yeah, they killed
Then
20
panic
guys.
struck the
Yeah.
whole army, those in the camp and field, and those in the outposts and raiding parties, and the ground shook. It was a panic sent by God. Saul's lookouts at Gibeah in Benjamin saw the army melting away in all directions. Then Saul said to the men who were with him,
"Muster the forces, and see who has left us."
When they did, it was Jonathan and his armor-bearer who were not there. Saul said to Ahijah,
"Bring the ark of God."
At that time it was with the Israelites. While Saul was talking to the priest, the tumult in the Philistine camp increased more and more. So Saul said to the priest,
"Withdraw your hand."
Then Saul and all his men assembled and went to the battle. They found the Philistines in total confusion, striking each other with their swords. Those Hebrews who had previously been with the Philistines and had gone up with them to their camp went over to the Israelites who were with Saul and Jonathan. When all the Israelites who had hidden in the hill country of Ephraim heard that the Philistines were on the run, they joined the battle in hot pursuit. So on that day the Lord saved Israel, and the battle moved on beyond Bethaven. Now the Israelites were in distress that day, because Saul had bound the people under an oath, saying,
"Cursed be anyone who eats food before evening comes, before I have avenged myself on my enemies."
So none of the troops tasted food.
Okay.
The entire army entered the woods, and there was honey on the ground. When they went into the woods, they saw the honey.
Whatever you do, make sure not to eat anything.
No one put his hand to his mouth, because they feared the oath. But Jonathan had not heard that his father had bound the people with the oath. So he reached out the end of the staff that was in his hand, and dipped it into the honeycomb. He raised his hand to his mouth, and his eyes brightened. Then one of the soldiers told him,
"Your father bound the army under a strict oath, saying, 'Cursed be anyone who eats food today.' That is why the men are faint."
Jonathan said,
"My father has made trouble for the country. See how my eyes brightened when I tasted a little of this honey? How much better it would have been if the men had eaten today some of the plunder they took from their enemies. Would not the slaughter of the Philistines have been even greater?"
That day, after the Israelites had struck down the Philistines from Michmash to Aijalon, they were exhausted. They pounced on the plunder, and, taking sheep, cattle, and calves, they butchered them on the ground and ate them, together with the blood. Then someone said to Saul,
"Look, the men are sinning against the Lord by eating meat that has blood in it."
"You have broken faith,"
he said.
"Roll a large stone over here at once."
Then he said,
"Go out among the men and tell them, 'Each of you bring me your cattle and sheep, and slaughter them here and eat them. Do not sin against the Lord by eating meat with blood still in it.'"
So everyone brought his ox that night and slaughtered it there. Then Saul built an altar to the Lord. It was the first time he had done this. Saul said,
"Let us go down and pursue the Philistines by night, and plunder them till dawn.
Yes.
Let us not leave one of them alive."
"Do whatever seems best to you,"
they replied. But
we're going to do a little bit of killing.
Let us inquire of God here.
So Saul asked God,
"Shall I go down and pursue the Philistines? Will you give them into Israel's hand?"
But God did not answer him that day. Saul therefore said,
"Come here, all you who are leaders of the army, and let us find out what sin has been committed today. As surely as the Lord who rescues Israel lives, even if the guilt lies with my son Jonathan, he must die."
But not one of them said a word. Saul then said to all the Israelites,
"You stand over there. I and Jonathan my son will stand over here."
"Do what seems best to you,"
they replied. Then Saul prayed to the Lord, the God of Israel.
"Why have you not answered your servant today? If the fault is in me or my son Jonathan, respond with Joram. But if the men of Israel are at fault, respond with Thummim."
Jonathan and Saul were taken by lot, and the men were cleared. Saul said,
"Cast the lot between me and Jonathan my son."
And Jonathan was taken. Then Saul said to Jonathan,
"Tell me what you have done."
So Jonathan told him,
"I tasted a little honey with the end of my staff.
Just a little.
And now I must die."
Saul said,
"May God deal with me, be it ever so severely, if you do not die, Jonathan."
But the men said to Saul,
"Should Jonathan die, he who has brought about this great deliverance in Israel? Never. As surely as the Lord lives, not a hair of his head will fall to the ground, for he did this today with God's help."
So the men rescued Jonathan, and he was not put to death. Then Saul stopped pursuing the Philistines, and they withdrew to their own land. After Saul had assumed rule over Israel, He fought against their enemies on every side: Moab, the Ammonites, Edom, the kings of Zobah, and the Philistines. Wherever he turned, he inflicted punishment on them. He fought valiantly and defeated the Amalekites, delivering Israel from the hands of those who had plundered them. Saul's sons were Jonathan, Ishvi, and
who
Malchishua.
will be next to plunder
us? The name
us
of his older daughter
after
was
Reed
Merab, and that of the younger was Michael.
Some contrived
His wife's name was Ahinoam, daughter of
slight
Ahimaaz.
to
The name of the
Lord.
commander of Saul's army was Abner, son of Ner, and Ner was Saul's uncle. Saul's father Kish and Abner's father Ner were sons of Abiel. All the days of Saul there was bitter war with the Philistines, and whenever Saul saw a mighty or brave man, he took him into his service. Chapter 15. Samuel said to Saul,
I am the one the Lord sent to anoint you king over his people, Israel. So listen now to the message from the Lord. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go, attack the Amalekites, and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys.
So Saul summoned the men and mustered them at Telaim, 200,000 foot soldiers, and 10,000 from Judah. Saul went to the city of Amalek and set an ambush in the ravine. Then he said to the Kenites,
Go away! Leave the Amalekites so that I do not destroy you along with them. For you showed kindness to all the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt.
So the Kenites moved away from the Amalekites. Then Saul attacked the Amalekites all the way from Havilah to Shur, near the eastern border of Egypt. He took Agag, king of the Amalekites, alive, and all his people he totally destroyed with a sword. But Saul and the army spared Agag and the best of the sheep and cattle, the fat calves and lambs, everything that was good. These they were unwilling to destroy completely, but everything that was despised and weak they totally destroyed. Then the word of the Lord came to Samuel.
I regret that I have made Saul king, because he has turned away from me, and has not carried out my instructions.
Samuel was angry, and he cried out to the Lord all that night. Early in the morning, Samuel got up and went to meet Saul, but he was told,
Saul has gone to Carmel. There he has set up a monument in his own honor, and has turned and gone on down to Gilgal.
When Samuel reached him, Saul said,
The Lord bless you. I have carried out the Lord's instructions.
But Samuel said,
What then is this bleating of sheep in my ears? What is this lowing of cattle that I hear?
Saul answered,
The soldiers brought them from the Amalekites. They spared the best of the sheep and cattle to sacrifice to the Lord your God, but we totally destroyed the rest.
Enough!
Samuel
Totally.
said to Saul.
Let me tell you what the Lord said to me last night.
Tell me,
Saul replied. Samuel said,
Although you were once small in your own eyes, did you not become the head of the tribes of Israel? The Lord anointed you king over Israel, and he sent you on a mission, saying, Go and completely destroy those wicked people, the Amalekites. Wage war against them until you have wiped them out. Why did you not obey the Lord? Why did you pounce on the plunder and do evil in the eyes of the Lord?
But I did obey the Lord,
Saul said.
I went on the mission the Lord assigned to me. I completely destroyed the Amalekites and brought back Agag, their king. The soldiers took sheep and cattle from the plunder, the best of what was devoted to God, in order to sacrifice them to the Lord your God at Gilgal.
But Samuel replied,
Does the Lord delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as much as in obeying the Lord? To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams. For rebellion
just do what you're
like
told.
The sin of divination, and arrogance like the evil of idolatry. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has rejected you as king.
Then Saul said to Samuel,
I have sinned. I violated the Lord's command and your instructions. I was afraid of the men, and so I gave in to them. Now I beg you, forgive my sin, and come back with me so that I may worship the Lord.
But Samuel said to him,
I will not go back with you. You have rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord has rejected you as king over Israel.
As Samuel turned to leave,
How the
Saul
times
caught
change.
hold of the hem of his robe, and it tore. Samuel said to him,
The Lord has
Forgiving
torn
your
the kingdom of
sins?
Israel
Absolutely
from you today
not.
and has given it to one of your neighbors, to one better than you. He who is the glory of Israel does not lie or change his mind, for he is not a human being that he should change his mind.
Saul replied,
I have sinned, but please, honor me before the elders of my people and before Israel. Come back with me, so that I may worship the Lord your God.
So Samuel went back with Saul, and Saul worshipped the Lord.
And
then Samuel
he did
said,
Bring me Agag, king of the Amalekites.
Agag came to him in chains, and he thought,
Surely the bitterness of death is past.
But Samuel said,
As your sword has made women childless, so will your mother be childless among women.
And Samuel put Agag to death before the Lord at Gilgal.
Yeah.
Then Samuel left for Ramah, but Saul went up to his home in Gibeah of Saul.
Kill him.
Until the day Samuel died, he did not go to see Saul again, though Samuel mourned for him. And the Lord regretted that he had made Saul king over Israel. Chapter 16. The Lord said to Samuel,
How long will you mourn for Saul, since I have rejected him as king over Israel? Fill your horn with oil, and be on your way. I am sending you to Jesse of Bethlehem. I have chosen one of his sons to be king.
But Samuel said,
How can I go? If Saul hears about it, he will kill me.
The Lord said,
Take a heifer with you, and say, I have come to sacrifice to the Lord. Invite Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will show you what to do. You are to anoint for me the one I indicate.
Samuel did what the Lord said. When he arrived at Bethlehem, the elders of the town trembled when they met him. They asked,
Do you come in peace?
Samuel replied,
Yes, in peace.
Yeah.
I have come to sacrifice to the Lord. Consecrate yourselves and come to the sacrifice
This time
with
for
me.
sure.
Then he consecrated Jesse and his sons, and invited them to the sacrifice. When they arrived, Samuel saw Eliab and thought,
Surely the Lord's anointed stands here before the Lord.
But the Lord said to Samuel,
Do not consider his appearance or his height, for I have rejected him. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks
Do not
at
consider
the
how
heart.
tall he is.
Then
It doesn't
Jesse
matter.
called Abinadab and had him pass in front of Samuel. But Samuel said,
The Lord has not chosen this one either.
Jesse then had Shammah pass by. But Samuel said,
Nor has the Lord chosen this one.
Jesse had 7 of his sons pass before Samuel. But Samuel said to him,
The Lord has not chosen these.
So he asked Jesse,
Are these all the sons you have?
There is still the youngest.
Jesse answered.
He is tending the sheep.
Samuel
What's
said,
wrong with the other ones?
Send for him. We will not sit down until he arrives.
So he sent for him and had him brought in. He was glowing with health and had a fine appearance and handsome features.
That's a
Then
handsome
the Lord said,
young
Rise
boy.
and anoint him. This is the one.
So Samuel took the
Yeah,
horn of
that
oil
one.
and anointed him in the presence of his brothers.
For
From
why?
that day on, the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon David. Samuel then went to Ramah. Now the Spirit of the Lord had
David.
departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord tormented him. Saul's attendant said to him,
See, an evil spirit from God is tormenting you. Let our Lord command his servants here to search for someone who can play the lyre. He will play when the evil spirit from God comes on you, and you will feel better.
So Saul said to his attendants,
Find someone who plays well, and bring him to me.
One of the servants answered,
I have seen a son of Jesse of Bethlehem who knows how to play the lyre. He is a brave man and a warrior. He speaks well and is a fine-looking man. And the Lord is with him.
Just shower him with
Then Saul
compliments.
sent messengers to Jesse and said,
Send me your son David, who is with the sheep.
So Jesse took a donkey loaded with bread, a skin of wine, and a young goat, and sent them with his son David to Saul. David came to Saul and entered his service. Saul liked him very much, and David became one of his armor-bearers. Then Saul sent word to Jesse, saying,
Allow David to remain in my service, for I am pleased with him.
Whenever the Spirit from God came on Saul, David would take up his lyre and play. Then relief would come to Saul, he would feel better, and the evil spirit would leave him. Chapter 17. Now the Philistines gathered their forces for war and assembled at Soko in Judah. They pitched camp at Ephes-dammim between Soko and Azekah. Saul and the Israelites assembled and camped in the valley of Elah and drew up their battle line to meet the Philistines. The Philistines occupied one hill and the Israelites another, with a valley between them. A champion named Goliath, who was from Gath, came out of the Philistine camp. His height was 6 cubits and a span. He had a bronze helmet on his head and wore a coat of scale armor of bronze
9 feet
weighing
9 inches.
5,000 shekels. On his legs he wore bronze greaves, and a bronze javelin was slung on his back. His spear shaft was like a weaver's rod,
it's not
and
the
its
other
iron
David
point
from the
weighed
Bible,
600
believe it or
shekels.
not.
His shield-bearer went ahead of him. Goliath stood and shouted to the ranks of Israel,
"Why do you come out and line up for battle? Am I not a Philistine? And are you not the servants of Saul? Choose a man and have him come down to me. If he is able to fight and kill me, we will become your subjects. But if I overcome him and kill him, you will become our subjects.
We're fighting for
and
pink
serve
slips.
us."
Then the Philistine said,
"This day I defy the armies of Israel. Give me a man and let us fight each other."
On hearing the Philistines' words, Saul and all the Israelites were dismayed and terrified. Now David was the son of an Ephrathite named Jesse, who was from Bethlehem in Judah. Jesse had 8 sons, and in Saul's time he was very old. Jesse's 3 oldest sons had followed Saul to the war. The firstborn was Eliab, the second Abinadab, and the third Shammah. David was the youngest. The 3 oldest followed Saul, but David went back and forth from Saul to tend his father's sheep at Bethlehem. For 40 days the Philistine came forward every morning and evening and took his stand. Now Jesse said to his son David,
"Take this ephah of roasted grain and these 10 loaves of bread for your brothers, and hurry to their camp. Take along these 10 cheeses to the commander of their unit. See how your brothers are, and bring back some assurance from them. They are with Saul and all the men of Israel in the valley of Elah, fighting against the Philistines."
Early in the morning David left the flock in the care of a shepherd, loaded up and set out, as Jesse had directed. He reached the camp as the army was going out to its battle positions, shouting the war cry. Israel and the Philistines were drawing up their lines, facing each other. David left his things with the keeper of supplies, ran to the battle lines, and asked his brothers how they were. As he was talking with them, Goliath, the Philistine champion from Gath, stepped out from his lines and shouted his usual defiance, and David heard it. Whenever the Israelites saw the man, they all fled from him in great fear. Now the Israelites had been saying,
"Do you see how this man keeps coming out? He comes out to defy Israel. The king will give great wealth to the man who kills him. He will also give him his daughter in marriage and will exempt his family from taxes in Israel."
Yo, if we kill Goliath,
What
we're
will be done
exempt
for the
from
man who kills
taxes.
this Philistine and removes this disgrace from Israel? Who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living God?
They repeated to him what they had been saying and told him,
"This is what will be done for the man who kills him."
When Eliab, David's oldest brother, heard him speaking with the men, he burned with anger at him and asked,
"Why have you come down here? And with whom did you leave those few sheep in the wilderness? I know how conceited you are, and how wicked your heart is. You came down only to watch the battle."
"Now what have I done?"
said David.
"Can't I even speak?"
He then turned away to someone else and brought up the same matter, and the men answered him as before. What David said was overheard and reported to Saul, and Saul sent for him. David said to Saul,
"Let no one lose heart on account of this Philistine. Your servant will go and fight him."
Saul replied,
"You are not able to go out against this Philistine and fight him. You are only a young man, and he has been a warrior from his youth."
But David said to Saul,
"Your servant has been keeping his father's sheep. When a lion or a bear came and carried off a sheep from the flock, I went after it, struck it, and rescued the sheep from its mouth. When it turned on me, I seized it by its hair, struck it, and killed it. Your servant has killed both the lion and the bear. This uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them, because he has defied the armies of the living God. The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine."
Saul said to David,
"Go, and the Lord be with you."
Then Saul dressed David in his own tunic. He put a coat of armor on him and a bronze helmet on his head. David fastened on his sword over the tunic and tried walking around, because he was not used to them.
I cannot go in these,
he said to Saul,
because I am not used to them.
So he took them off. Then he took his staff in his hand, chose 5 smooth stones from the stream, put them in the pouch of his shepherd's bag, and, with his sling in his hand, approached the Philistine.
Yeah, I'll just take
Meanwhile,
a leather
with his
sling and
shield-bearer
5
in front of
rocks.
him, kept
Thanks.
coming closer to David.
This'll be plenty.
He looked David over and saw that he was little more than a boy, glowing with health and handsome, and he despised him.
And he was hot.
He said to David,
by the way.
Am I a dog that you come at me with sticks?
And the Philistine cursed David by his gods.
Come here,
he said,
and I'll give your flesh to the birds and the wild animals.
David said to the Philistine,
You come against me with sword and spear and javelin, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of the armies of Israel.
I have the power of God on my
whom you have
side.
defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hands, and I'll strike you down and cut off your head. This very day I will give the carcasses of the Philistine
marry your
army
sister
to the birds and the wild animals, and the whole world will know.
Oh, okay, jeez,
there is
man.
a God in Israel. All those
relax.
gathered here will know that it is not by sword or spear that the Lord saves, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give all of you into our hands.
As the Philistine moved closer to attack him, David ran quickly toward the battle line to meet him. Reaching into his bag and taking out a stone, he slung it and struck the Philistine on the forehead. The stone sank into his forehead, and he fell face down on the ground. So David triumphed over the Philistine with a sling and a stone. Without a sword in his hand, he struck down the Philistine and killed him.
Just throw a rock!
David ran and stood over him. He took hold of the Philistine's sword and drew it from the sheath. After he killed him, he cut off his head with the sword.
And they...
When the Philistines saw that their hero was dead, they turned and ran. Then the men of Israel and Judah surged forward with a shout,
and then we
pursued
cut off
the
his
Philistines
head
to the entrance of Gath and to the gates of Ekron. Their dead were strewn along the Shearaim road to Gath and Ekron. When the Israelites returned from chasing the Philistines, they plundered their camp. David took the Philistine's head and brought it to Jerusalem. He put the Philistine's weapons in his own tent. As Saul watched David going out to meet the Philistine, he said to Abner, commander of the army,
Abner, whose son is that young man?
Abner replied,
As surely as you live, your majesty, I don't know.
The king said,
Find out whose son this young man is.
As soon as David returned from killing the Philistine, Abner took him and brought him before Saul, with David still holding the Philistine's head.
Whose son are you, young man?
Saul asked him. David said,
I am the son of your servant, Jesse of Bethlehem.
Chapter 18. After David had finished talking with Saul, Jonathan became one in spirit with David, and he loved him as himself. From that day, Saul kept David with him and did not let him return home to his family. And Jonathan made a covenant with David because he loved him as himself.
David team does a decapitation
Jonathan
live on
took off
TV.
the robe he was wearing and gave it to David, along with his tunic, and even his sword, his bow, and his belt. Whatever mission Saul sent him on, David was so successful that Saul gave him a high rank in the army. This pleased all the troops, and Saul's officers as well. When the men were returning home after David had killed the Philistine, the women came out from all the towns of Israel to meet King Saul with singing and dancing, with joyful songs and with timbrels and lyres. As they danced, they sang,
Saul has slain his thousands, and David his tens of thousands.
Saul was very angry. This refrain displeased him greatly.
They have credited David with tens of thousands,
he thought,
but me with only thousands. What more can he get but the kingdom?
And from that time on,
is that how it works? They just come back and then people just start making up numbers.
An evil spirit from
yeah,
God
and David killed 12,000 guys.
David was playing the lyre as he usually did.
Trust me on that
Saul
one.
had a spear in his hand, and he hurled it, saying to himself,
I'll pin David to the wall.
But David eluded him twice.
Yeah.
Saul was afraid of David, because the Lord was with David, but had departed from Saul. So he sent David away from him, and gave him command over 1,000 men. And David led the troops in their campaigns. In everything he did, he had great success, because the Lord was with him. When Saul saw how successful he was afraid of him. But all Israel and Judah loved David, because he led them in their campaigns. Saul said to David,
Here is my older daughter Merab. I will give her to you in marriage. Only serve me bravely, and fight the battles of the Lord.
For Saul said to himself,
I will not raise a hand against him. Let the Philistines do that.
Yes. But David said to Saul,
Who am I, and what is my family, or my clan in Israel, that I should become the king's son-in-law?
So when the time came for Merab, Saul's daughter, to be given to David, she was given in marriage to Adriel of Meholah. Now Saul's daughter Michal was in love with David, and when they told Saul about it, he was pleased.
I will give her to him,
he thought,
so that she may be a snare to him,
and
so that the hand of the Philistines may be against him.
So Saul said to David,
Now you have a second opportunity to become my son-in-law.
Then Saul ordered his attendants,
Speak to David privately, and say, Look, the king likes you, and his attendants all love you. Now become his son-in-law.
They repeated these words to David, but David said,
Do you think it is a small matter to become the king's son-in-law? I'm only a poor man and little known.
When Saul's servants told him what David had said, Saul replied,
Say to David, The king wants no other price for the bride than 100 Philistine foreskins, to take revenge on his enemies.
Saul's plan was to have David fall by the hands of the Philistines. When the attendants told David these things, he was pleased to become the king's son-in-law. So before the allotted time elapsed, David took his men with him and went out and killed 200 Philistines and brought back their foreskins. They counted out the full number to the king, so that David might become the king's son-in-law. Then Saul gave him his daughter Michal in marriage. When Saul realized that the Lord was with David, and that his daughter Michal loved David, Saul became still more afraid of him, and he remained his enemy the rest of his days. The Philistine commanders continued to go out to battle, and as often as they did, David met with more success than the rest of Saul's officers, and his name became well known. Chapter 19. Saul told his son Jonathan and all the attendants to kill David. But Jonathan had taken a great liking to David and warned him,
My father Saul is looking for a chance to kill you. Be on your guard tomorrow morning. Go into hiding and stay there. I will go out and stand with my father in the field where you are. I'll speak to him about you, and will tell you what I find out.
Jonathan spoke well of David to Saul his father, and said to him,
Let not the king do wrong to his servant David. He has not wronged you, and what he has done has benefited you greatly. He took his life in his hands when he killed the Philistine. The Lord won a great victory for all Israel, and you saw it and were glad. Why then would you do wrong to an innocent man like David by killing him for no reason?
Saul listened to Jonathan and took this oath,
As surely as the Lord lives, David will not be put to death.
So Jonathan called David and told him the whole conversation. He brought him to Saul, and David was with Saul as before. Once more war broke out, and David went out and fought the Philistines. He struck them with such force that they fled before him. But an evil spirit from the Lord came on Saul as he was sitting in his house with his spear in his hand.
The Lord's
While
Spirit
David was playing the
continues
lyre,
to come on people.
Saul tried to pin him to the wall with his spear, but David eluded him as Saul drove the spear into the wall. That night David made good his escape. Saul sent men to David's house to watch it and to kill him in the morning. But Michal, David's wife, warned him,
If you don't run for your life tonight, tomorrow you'll be killed.
So Michal let David down
Lady
through a
Michal.
window, and he fled and escaped. Then Michal took an idol and laid it on the bed, covering it with a garment and putting some goat's hair at the head. When Saul sent the men to capture David, Michal said,
He is ill.
Then Saul sent the men back to see David and told them,
Bring him up to me in his bed, so that I may kill him.
But when the men entered, there was the idol in the bed, and at the head was some goat's hair. Saul said to Michal,
Why did you deceive me like this, and send my enemy away so that he escaped?
Michal told him,
He said to me, Let me get away. Why should I kill you?
When David had fled and made his escape, he went to Samuel at Ramah and told him all that Saul had done to him. Then he and Samuel went to Naioth and stayed there. Word came to Saul,
David is in Naioth at Ramah.
So he sent men to capture him. But when they saw a group of prophets prophesying, with Samuel standing there as their leader, the Spirit of God came on Saul's men, and they also prophesied. Saul was told about it, and he sent more men, and they prophesied too. Saul sent men a third time, and they also prophesied. Finally he himself left for Ramah, and went to the great cistern at Siku, and he asked,
Where are Samuel and David?
Over in Naioth at Ramah,
they said. So Saul went to Naioth at Ramah, but the Spirit of God came even on him, and he walked along prophesying until he came to Naioth. He stripped off his garments, and he too prophesied in Samuel's presence. He lay naked all that day and all that night. This is why people say,
"Is Saul also among the prophets?"
Chapter 20.
That is why they say that.
Then David fled from Naioth at Ramah, and went to Jonathan and asked,
"What have I done? What is my crime? How have I wronged your father that he is trying to kill me?"
Never,
Jonathan replied.
You are not going to die. Look, my father doesn't
You are
do
never
anything,
going to
great
die.
or small, without letting me know. Why would he hide this from me? It isn't so.
But David took an oath and said,
"Your father knows very well that I have found favor in your eyes, and he has said to himself, 'Jonathan must not know this, or he will be grieved.' Yet as surely as the Lord lives, and as you live, there is only a step between me and death."
Jonathan said to David,
Whatever you want me to do, I'll do for you.
So David said,
"Look, tomorrow is the new moon feast, and I am supposed to dine with the king. But let me go and hide in the field until the evening of the day after tomorrow. If your father misses me at all, tell him, 'David earnestly asked my permission to hurry to Bethlehem, his hometown, because an annual sacrifice is being made there for his whole clan.' If he says, 'Very well,' then your servant is safe. But if he loses his temper, you can be sure that he is determined to harm me. As for you, show kindness to your servant, for you have brought him into a covenant with you before the Lord. If I am guilty, then kill me yourself. Why hand me over to your father?"
Never,
Jonathan said.
If I had the least inkling that my father was determined to harm you, wouldn't I tell you?
David asked.
"Who will tell me if your father answers you harshly?"
"Come,"
Jonathan said.
"let's go out into the field."
So they went there together. Then Jonathan said to David,
"I swear by the Lord, the God of Israel, that I will surely sound out my father by this time the day after tomorrow. If he is favorably disposed toward you, will I not send you word and let you know? But if my father intends to harm you, may the Lord deal with Jonathan, be it ever so severely, if I do not let you know and send you away in peace. May the Lord be with you, as he has been with my father. But show me unfailing kindness like the Lord's kindness, as long as I live, so that I may not be killed. And do not ever cut off your kindness from my family, not even when the Lord has cut off every one of David's enemies from the face of the earth."
So Jonathan made a covenant with the house of David, saying,
"May the Lord call David's enemies to account."
And Jonathan had David reaffirm his oath out of love for him, because he loved him as he loved himself. Then Jonathan said to David,
"Just
Tomorrow
broing
is
down.
the new moon feast. You will be missed because your seat will be empty. The day after tomorrow, toward evening, go to the place where you hid when this trouble began, and wait by the stone easel. I will shoot 3 arrows to the side of it as though I were shooting at a target. Then I will send a boy and say, 'Go find the arrows.' If I say to him, 'Look, the arrows are on this side of you, bring them here,' then come. Because as surely as the Lord lives, you are safe. There is no danger. But if I say to the boy, 'Look, the arrows are beyond you,' then you must go. Because the Lord
We
has
must
sent you away.
speak in code."
And about the matter you and I discussed, remember, the Lord is witness between you and me forever."
So David hid in the field, and when the new moon feast came, the king sat down to eat. He sat in his customary place by the wall opposite Jonathan, and Abner sat next to Saul, but David's place was empty. Saul said nothing that day, for he thought,
"Something must have happened to David to make him ceremonially unclean. Surely he is unclean."
Yes.
But the next day, the 2nd day of the month, David's place was empty again. Then Saul said to his son Jonathan,
"Why hasn't the son of Jesse come to the meal, either yesterday or today?"
Jonathan answered,
David earnestly asked me for permission to go to Bethlehem. He said, 'Let me go, because our family is observing a sacrifice in the town, and my brothers ordered me to be there. If I found favor in your eyes, let me get away to see my brothers.' That is why he has not come to the king's table."
Saul's anger flared up at Jonathan, and he said to him,
"You son of a perverse and rebellious woman.
You son
Don't
of a
I know
bitch."
that you have sided with the son of Jesse to your own shame, and to the shame of the mother who bore you? As long as the son of Jesse lives on this earth, neither you nor your kingdom will be established. Now send someone to bring him to me, for he must die."
"Why should he be put to death? What has he done?"
Jonathan asked his father. But Saul hurled his spear at him to kill him. Then Jonathan knew that his father intended to kill David. Jonathan got up from the table in fierce anger. On that second day of the feast he did not eat, because he was grieved at his father's shameful treatment of David. In the morning, Jonathan went out to the field for his meeting with David. He had a small boy with him, and he said to the boy,
"Run and find the arrows I shoot."
As the boy ran, he shot an arrow beyond him. When the boy came to the place where Jonathan's arrow had fallen, Jonathan called out after him,
"Isn't the arrow beyond you?"
Then he shouted,
"Hurry, go quickly, don't stop!"
The boy picked up the arrow and returned to his master. The boy knew nothing about all this, only Jonathan and David knew. Then Jonathan gave his weapons to the boy and said,
"Go, carry them back to town."
After the boy had gone, David got up from the south side of the stone and bowed down before Jonathan 3 times, with his face to the ground. Then they kissed each other and wept together. But David wept the most. Jonathan said to David,
"Go in peace, for we have sworn friendship with each other in the name of the Lord, saying, 'The Lord is witness between you
kissing,
and me,
you
between
know,
your descendants and
like
my
boys
descendants
do
forever.'"
Then David left, and Jonathan went back to the town. Chapter 21. David went to Nob, to Ahimelech the priest. Ahimelech trembled when he met him, and asked,
"Why are you alone? Why is no one with you?"
David answered Ahimelech the priest,
"The king sent me on a mission and said to me, 'No one is to know anything about the mission I am sending you on. As for my men, I've told them to meet me at a certain place.'
My man.
Now then, what do you have on hand? Give me 5 loaves of bread, or whatever you can find."
But the priest answered David,
"I don't have any ordinary bread on hand. However, there is some consecrated bread here, provided the men have kept themselves from women."
David replied,
"Indeed, women have been kept from us, as usual whenever I set out. The men's bodies are holy, even on missions that are not holy. How much more so today?"
So the priest gave him the consecrated bread, since there was no bread there except the bread of the presence that had been removed from before the Lord and replaced by hot bread on the day it was taken away. Now one of Saul's servants was there that day, detained before the Lord. He was Doeg the Edomite, Saul's chief shepherd. David asked Ahimelech,
"Don't you have a spear or a sword here? I haven't brought my sword or any other weapon, because the king's mission was urgent."
The priest replied,
"The sword of Goliath the Philistine, whom you killed in the valley of Elah, is here. It is wrapped in a cloth behind the ephod. If you want it, take it. There is no sword here but that one."
David said,
"There is none like it. Give it to me."
That day David fled from Saul and went to Achish king of Gath. But the servants of Achish said to him,
"Isn't this David, the king of the land? Isn't he the one they sing about in their dances? Saul has slain his thousands and David his tens of thousands?"
David took these words to heart and was very much afraid of Achish king of Gath. So he pretended to be insane in their presence.
He's just too
and
popular.
While he was in their hands, he acted like a madman, making marks on the doors of the gate and letting saliva run down his beard. Achish said to his servants,
"Look at the man. He is insane. Why bring him to me? Am I so short of madmen that you have to bring this fellow here to carry on like this in front of me? Must this man come into my house?"
Chapter 22. David left Gath and escaped to the cave of Adullam. When his brothers and his father's household heard about it, they went down to him there. All those who were in distress or in debt or discontented gathered around him, and he became their commander. About 400 men were with him. From there David went to Mizpah in Moab, and said to the king of Moab,
"Would you let my father and mother come and stay with you until I learn what God will do for me?"
So he left them with the king of Moab, and they stayed with him as long as David was in the stronghold. But the prophet Gad said to David,
"Do not stay in the stronghold. Go into the land of Judah."
So David left and went to the forest of Hereth. Now Saul heard that David and his men had been discovered, and Saul was seated, spear in hand, under the tamarisk tree on the hill at Gibeah, with all his officials standing at his side. He said to them,
"Listen, men of Benjamin. Will the son of Jesse give all of you fields and vineyards? Will he make all of you commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds? Is that why you have all conspired against me? No one tells me when my son makes a covenant with the son of Jesse. None of you is concerned about me, or tells me that my son has incited my servant to lie in wait for me, as he does today.
But Doeg the Edomite, who was standing with Saul's officials, said,
I saw the
Doeg.
son of Jesse come to Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, at Nob. Ahimelech inquired of the Lord for him. He also gave him provisions, and the sword of Goliath the Philistine.
Then the king sent for the priest Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, and all the men of his family who were the priests at Nob. And they all came to the king. Saul said,
Listen now, son of Ahitub.
Yes, my lord,
he answered. Saul said to him,
Why have you conspired against me, you and the son of Jesse, giving him bread and a sword, and inquiring of God for him, so that he has rebelled against me, and lies in wait for me, as he does today?
Ahimelech answered the king,
Who of all your servants is as loyal as David, the king's son-in-law, captain of your bodyguard, and highly respected in your household? Was that day the first time I inquired of God for him? Of course not. Let not the king accuse your servant or any of his father's family, for your servant knows nothing at all about this whole affair.
But the king said,
You will surely die, Ahimelech, you and your whole family.
Then the king ordered the guards at his side,
Turn and kill the priests of the Lord, because they too have sided with David. They knew he was fleeing, yet they did not tell me.
But the king's officials were unwilling to raise a hand to strike the priests of the Lord. The king then ordered Doeg,
You, turn and strike down the priests.
So Doeg the Edomite turned and struck them down. That day he killed 85 men who wore the linen ephod. He also put to the sword Nob, the town of the priests, with its men and women, its children and infants, and its cattle, donkeys,
just more
and sheep.
murder. Just
But
kill
one
everything.
son
Fuck
of
it.
Ahimelech,
I'm
son
throwing a
of
temper
Ahitub,
tantrum.
named Abiathar, escaped and fled to join David. He told David that Saul had killed the priests of the Lord. Then David said to Abiathar,
That day, when Doeg the Edomite was there, I knew he would be sure to tell Saul, I am responsible for the death of your whole family. Stay with me. Don't be afraid. The man who wants to kill you is trying to kill me, too. You will be safe with me.
Chapter 23. When David was told,
Look, the Philistines are fighting against Keilah and are looting the threshing floors,
he inquired of the Lord, saying,
Shall I go and attack these Philistines?
The Lord answered him,
Go, attack the Philistines
Yeah.
and save Keilah.
Do it.
But David's men said to him,
Just keep
Here in
warring
Judah
with these
we are afraid.
guys.
How much more then if we go to Keilah against the Philistine forces?
Once again David inquired of the Lord, and the Lord answered him,
Go down to Keilah, for I am going to give the Philistines into your hand.
So David and his men went to Keilah, fought the Philistines, and carried off their livestock. He inflicted heavy losses on the Philistines, and saved the people of Keilah. Now Abiathar, son of Ahimelech, had brought the ephod down with him when he fled to David at Keilah. Saul was told that David had gone to Keilah, and he said,
God has delivered him into my hands, for David has imprisoned himself by entering a town with gates and bars.
And Saul called up all his forces for battle to go down to Keilah to besiege David and his men.
God, he is so
when David
salty.
learned that Saul was plotting against him, he said to Abiathar the priest,
Bring the ephod.
Actually the most
David
mad.
said,
Lord, God of Israel, your servant has heard definitely that Saul plans to come to Keilah and destroy the town on account of me. Will the citizens of Keilah surrender me to him? Will Saul come down as your servant has heard? Lord, God of Israel, tell your servant.
And the Lord said,
He will.
Again David
Yeah.
asked,
Will the citizens of Keilah surrender me and my men to Saul?
And the Lord said,
They will.
So David and his men, about 600
goes,
in number,
yeah.
left Keilah and kept moving from place to place. When Saul was told that David had escaped from Keilah, he did not go there. David stayed in the wilderness strongholds and in the hills of the desert of Ziph. Day after day Saul searched for him, but God did not give David into his hands. While David was at Horesh in the desert of Ziph, he learned that Saul had come out to take his life. And Saul's son Jonathan went to David at Horesh and helped him find strength in God.
Don't be afraid,
he said.
My father Saul will not lay a hand on you. You will be king over Israel, and I will be second to you. Even my father Saul knows this.
The two of them made a covenant before the Lord. Then Jonathan went home, but David remained at Horesh. The Ziphites went up to Saul at Gibeah and said,
Is not David hiding among us in the strongholds at
Among
Horesh?
us?
On the hill of Keilah, south of Jeshimon? Now, Your Majesty,
Jonathan and David
come down whenever it pleases you to do so, and we will be responsible for
outwardly
giving
gay.
him into your hands.
Saul replied,
The Lord bless you for your concern for me. Go and get more information. Find out where David usually goes and who has seen him there. They tell me he is very crafty. Find out about all the hiding places he uses, and come back to me with definite information. Then I will go with you. If he is in the area, I will track him down among all the clans of Judah.
So they set out and went to Ziph ahead of Saul. Now David and his men were in the desert of Maon, in the Arabah south of Jeshimon. Saul and his men began the search, and when David was told about it, he went down to the rock and stayed in the desert of Maon. When Saul heard this, he went into the desert of Maon in pursuit of David. Saul was going along one side of the mountain, and David and his men were on the other side, hurrying to get away from Saul. As Saul and his forces were closing in on David and his men to capture them, a messenger came to Saul, saying,
Come quickly, the Philistines are raiding the land.
Then Saul broke off his pursuit of David and went to meet the Philistines. That is why they call this place Selah Hamalekath. And David went up from there and lived in the strongholds of En-Gedi.
Cool.
Chapter 24. After Saul returned from pursuing the Philistines, he was told,
David is in the desert of En-Gedi.
So Saul took 3,000 able young men from all Israel and set out to look for David and his men near the crags of the wild goats. He came to the sheep pens along the way. A cave was there, and Saul went in to relieve himself. David and his men were far back in the cave. The men said,
This is the day the Lord spoke of, when he said to you, I will give your enemy into your hands, for you to deal with as you wish.
Then David crept up unnoticed and cut off a corner of Saul's robe. Afterward, David was conscience-stricken for having cut off a corner of his robe. He said to his men,
The Lord forbid that I should do such a thing to my master, the Lord's anointed, or lay my hand on him, for he is the anointed of the Lord.
With these words, David sharply rebuked his men and did not allow them to attack Saul. And Saul left the cave and went his way. Then David went out of the cave and called out to Saul,
My lord, the king!
When Saul looked behind him, David bowed down and prostrated himself with his face to the ground. He said to Saul,
Why do you listen when men say, David is bent on harming you? This day you have seen with your own eyes how the Lord delivered you into my hands in the cave. Some urged me to kill you, but I spared you. I said, I will not lay my hand on my Lord, because he is the Lord's anointed. See, my father, look at this piece of your robe in my hand. I cut off the corner of your robe, but did not kill you.
But I could
See
have.
that there is nothing in my hand to indicate that I am guilty of wrongdoing or rebellion. I have not wronged you, but you are hunting me down to take my life. May the Lord judge between you and me, and may the Lord avenge the wrongs you have done to me. But my hand will not touch you. As the old saying goes, from evildoers come evil deeds. So my hand will not touch you.
That is how the old saying
Against
goes.
whom has the king of Israel come out? Who are you pursuing? A dead dog? A flea? May the Lord be our judge and decide between us. May he consider my cause and uphold it. May he vindicate me by delivering me from your hand.
When David finished saying this, Saul asked,
Is that your voice, David, my son?
And he wept aloud.
You are more righteous
Oh my God.
than I.
We've speech checked him.
You have treated me well, but I have treated you badly.
He says, "Oh, damn,
You
you're
have
right.
just now
This is kind of
told me
wild."
about the good you did to me. The Lord delivered me into your hands, but you did not kill me. When a man finds his enemy, does he let him get away unharmed? May the Lord reward you well for the way you treated me today. I know that you will surely be king, and that the kingdom of Israel will be established in your hands. Now swear to me by the Lord that you will not kill off my descendants or wipe out my name from my father's family.
So David gave his oath to Saul. Then Saul returned home, but David and his men went up to the stronghold. Chapter 25.
Actually went
Now
with
Samuel
the
died,
speech check
and all
pacifist
Israel
route.
assembled and mourned for him. and they buried him at his home in Ramah.
And then Samuel died.
David moved down into the desert of Paran. A certain man in Maon, who had property there at Carmel, was very wealthy. He had 1,000 goats and 3,000 sheep, which he was shearing in Carmel. His name was Nabal, and his wife's name was Abigail. She was an intelligent and beautiful woman, but her husband was surly and mean in his dealings. He was a Calebite.
You know how they
David
are.
was in the wilderness. He heard that Nabal was shearing sheep. So he sent 10 young men and said to them,
Go up to Nabal at Carmel and greet him in my name. Say to him, Long life to you, good health to you and your household, and good health to all that is yours. Now I hear that it is sheep shearing time. When your shepherds were with us, we did not mistreat them, and the whole time they were at Carmel, nothing of theirs was missing. Ask your own servants, and they will tell you. Therefore, be favorable toward my men, since we come at a festive time. Please give your servants and your son David whatever you can find for them.
When David's men arrived, they gave Nabal this message in David's name. Then they waited. Nabal answered David's servants,
Who is this David? Who is this,
This
son of
David?
Jesse? Many servants are breaking away from their masters these days. Why should I take my bread and water, and the meat I have slaughtered for my shearers, and give it to men coming from who knows where?
David's men turned around and went back.
This is a man
When
of
they arrived,
sense.
they reported every word. David said to his men,
Each of you, strap on your sword.
So they did, and David strapped his on as well. About 400 men went up with David, while 200 stayed with the supplies. One of the servants told Abigail, Nabal's wife,
David sent messengers from the wilderness to give our master his greetings, but he hurled insults at them. Yet these men were very good to us. They did not mistreat us, and the whole time we were out in the fields near them, nothing was missing. Night and day they were a wall around us the whole time we were herding our sheep near them. Now think it over and see what you can do, because disaster is hanging over our master and his whole household. He is such a wicked man that no one can talk to him.
Abigail acted quickly. She took 200 loaves of bread, 2 skins of wine, 5 dressed sheep, 5 seahs of roasted grain, 100 cakes of raisins, and 200 cakes of pressed figs, and loaded them on donkeys.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Go on ahead. I'll follow you.
But she did not tell her husband Nabal. As she came riding her donkey into a mountain ravine, there were David and his men descending toward her, and she met them. David had just said,
It's been useless, all my watching over this fellow's property in the wilderness, so that nothing of his was missing. He has paid me back evil for good. May God deal with David, be it ever so severely, if by morning I leave alive one male of all who belong to him.
When Abigail saw David, she quickly got off her donkey and bowed down before David with her face to the ground. She fell at his feet and said,
Pardon your servant, my lord, and let me speak to you. Hear what your servant has to say. Please pay no attention, my lord, to that wicked man Nabal. He is just like his name. His name means fool, and folly goes with him. And as for me, your servant, I did not see the men my lord sent. And now, my lord, as surely as the Lord your God lives, and as you live, since the Lord has kept you from bloodshed, and from avenging yourself with your own hands, may your enemies and all who are intent on harming my lord be like Nabal. And let this gift, which your servant has brought to my lord, be given to the men who follow you. Please forgive your servant's presumption. The Lord your God will certainly make a lasting dynasty for my lord, because you fight the Lord's battles, and no wrongdoing will be found in you as long as you live. Even though someone is pursuing you to take your life, the life of my lord will be bound securely in the bundle of the living.
She
by
really
the
just
Lord your God.
pull this one.
But the lives of your enemies he will
You just want
hurl
rip-
away
she ripped
as
this one
from
from
the
the hip?
pocket of a sling. When the Lord has fulfilled for my lord every good thing he promised concerning him, and has appointed him ruler over Israel, my lord will not have on his conscience the staggering burden of needless bloodshed, or of having avenged himself. And when the Lord your God has brought my lord success, remember your servant.
David said to Abigail,
Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who has sent you today to meet me. May you be blessed for your good judgment, and for keeping me from bloodshed this day, and from avenging myself with my own hands. Otherwise, as surely as the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, who has kept me from harming you, if you had not come quickly to meet me, not one male belonging to Nabal would have been left alive by daybreak."
Then David accepted from her hand what she had brought him and said,
"Go home in peace. I have heard your words and granted your request."
When Abigail went to Nabal, he was in the house holding a banquet like that of a king. He was in high spirits and very drunk. So she told him nothing at all until daybreak. Then in the morning, when Nabal was sober, his wife told him all these things, and his heart failed him, and he became like a stone. About 10 days later, the Lord struck Nabal, and he died.
Oh, okay.
When David heard that Nabal was dead, he said,
"Praise be to the Lord, who has upheld my cause against Nabal.
And then he got killed by God.
He has kept his servant from doing wrong, and has brought Nabal's wrongdoing down on his own head."
Then David sent word to Abigail, asking her to become his wife. His servants went to Carmel and said to Abigail,
"David has sent us to you, to take you to become his wife."
She bowed down with her face to the ground and said,
"I am your servant, and am ready to serve you and wash the feet of my Lord's servants."
It's that easy.
Abigail quickly got on a donkey.
Thankfully, that other
and,
dude
attended
died.
by her 5 female servants, went with David's messengers and became his wife. David
All
had
right,
also married Ahinoam of Jezreel, and they both were his wives. But Saul had given his daughter Michal, David's wife, to Paltiel, son of Laish, who was from Galim.
Very nice.
Chapter 26.
Wives.
The Ziphites went to Saul at Gibeah and said,
"Is not David hiding on the hill of Hachilah, which faces Jeshimon?"
So Saul went down to the desert of Ziph with his 3,000 select Israelite troops to search there for David.
He can't
Saul
keep
made
getting
his
away
camp
with
beside
it.
the road on the hill of Hachilah, facing Jeshimon. But David stayed in the wilderness. When he saw that Saul had followed him there, he sent out scouts and learned that Saul had definitely arrived. Then David set out and went to the place where Saul had camped. He saw where Saul and Abner, son of Ner, the commander of the army, had lain down. Saul was lying inside the camp, with the army encamped around him. David then asked Ahimelech the Hittite and Abishai, son of Zeruiah, Joab's brother,
"Who will go down into the camp with me, to Saul?"
"I'll go with you,"
said Abishai. So David and Abishai went to the army by night, and there was Saul, lying asleep inside the camp, with his spear stuck in the ground near his head. Abner and the soldiers were lying around him. Abishai said to David,
"Today God has delivered your enemy into your hands. Now let me
I'm Batman.
to the ground with one thrust of the spear. I won't strike him twice."
But David said to Abishai,
"Don't destroy him. Who can lay a hand on the Lord's anointed and be guiltless? As surely as the Lord lives," he said, "the Lord himself will strike him, or his time will come and he will die, or he will go into battle and perish. But the Lord forbid that I should lay a hand on the Lord's anointed. Now, get the spear and water jug that are
I mean, is he still anointed if he's been doing all this out-of-pocket
shit?
shit?
And water jug near Saul's head, and they left. No one saw or knew about it, nor did anyone wake up. They were all sleeping because the Lord had put them into a deep sleep. Then David crossed over to the other side and stood on top of the hill some distance away. There was a wide space between them. He called out to the army and to Abner, son of Ner.
"Aren't you going to answer me, Abner?"
Abner replied,
"Who are you?
You're Christian God.
David
the sleep
said,
clause does not
"You're a
apply."
man, aren't you? And who is like you in Israel? Why didn't you guard your lord, the king? Someone came to destroy your lord, the king. What you have done is not good. As surely as the Lord lives, you and your men must die, because you did not guard your master, the Lord's anointed. Look around you.
Very high-level sleep
Where
magic.
are the king's spear and water jug that were near his head?"
Saul recognized David's voice and said,
"Is that your voice, David, my son?"
David replied,
"Yes, it is, my lord the king."
And he added,
"Why is my lord pursuing his servant? What have I done, and what wrong am I guilty of? Now let my lord the king listen to his servant's words.
How
if the
short
Lord
is our
has
memory?
incited you against me, then may he accept an offering. If, however, people have done it, may they be cursed before the Lord. They have driven me today from my share in the Lord's inheritance, and have said, 'Go, serve other gods.' Now, do not let my blood fall to the ground far from the presence of the Lord. The king of Israel has come out to look for a flea, as one hunts a partridge in the mountains."
Then Saul said,
"I have sinned. Come back, David, my son. Because you considered my life precious today, I will not try to harm you again. Surely I have acted like a fool
This
and
time
has
for
been
sure, man.
terribly wrong.
Here is the
I'm
king's
sorry.
spear, David answered. Let one of your young men come over and get it. The Lord rewards everyone for their righteousness and faithfulness. The Lord delivered you into my hands today, but I would not lay a hand on the Lord's anointed. As surely as I valued your life today, so may the Lord value my life and deliver me from all trouble.
Then Saul said to David,
May you be blessed, David my son. You will do great things and surely triumph.
Bro, there's no shot.
So David went on his way, and Saul returned home. Chapter 27. But David thought to himself,
One of these days I will be destroyed by the hand of Saul. The best thing I can do is to escape to the land of the Philistines. Then Saul will give up searching for me anywhere in Israel, and I will slip out of his hand.
So David and the 600 men with him left and went over to Achish, son of Maach, king of Gath. David and his men settled in Gath with Achish. Each man had his family with him, and David had his 2 wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel and Abigail of Carmel, the widow of Nabal. When Saul was told that David had fled to Gath, he no longer searched for him.
I'm sure this is
Then
two
David said to
different
Achish,
retellings of the
If
Bible.
I have
got put
found
into
favor in
words.
your eyes, let a place be assigned
said-
to me in one of the country towns.
It said that
I may live
David
there.
forgives
Why should
Saul
your servant
again.
live in the
So I don't
royal
know.
city with you?
So on that day Achish gave him Ziklag, and it has belonged to the kings of Judah ever since. David lived in Philistine territory a year and 4 months. Now David and his men went up and raided the Jeshurites, the Girzites, and the Amalekites.
Raid.
From ancient times these peoples had lived in the land extending to Shur and Egypt. Whenever David attacked an area, he did not leave a man or woman alive, but took sheep and cattle, donkeys and camels, and clothes. Then he returned to Achish. When Achish asked,
Where did you go raiding today?
David would say,
Against the Negev of Judah,
or
against the Negev of Jerahmeel,
or
against the Negev of the Kenites.
He did not leave a man or woman alive to be brought to Gath, for he thought,
They might inform on us and say, This is what David did.
And such was his practice as long as he lived in Philistine territory. Achish trusted David and said to himself,
you can't leave anyone alive, otherwise they might spread nasty rumors, you know.
He will be my servant for life.
Chapter 28. In those days the Philistines gathered their forces to fight against Israel. Achish said to David,
want word to get out.
You must understand that you and your men will accompany me in the army.
David said.
Then
who knows what
see
they
for
might say?
yourself what your servant can do.
Achish replied,
Very well. I will make you my bodyguard for life.
Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel had mourned for him, and buried him in his own town of Ramah. Saul had expelled the mediums and spiritists from the land. The Philistines assembled, and came and set up camp at Shunem, while Saul gathered all Israel, and set up camp at Gilboa. When Saul saw the Philistine army, he was afraid. Terror filled his heart. He inquired of the Lord, but the Lord did not answer him by dreams, or Urim, or prophets. Saul then said to his attendants,
Find me a woman who is a medium, so I may go and inquire of her.
There is one in
Sinister,
they said. So Saul disguised himself, putting on other clothes, and at night he and 2 men went to the woman.
Consult a spirit for me,
he said,
and bring up for me the one I name.
But the woman said to him,
Surely you know what Saul has done. He has cut off the mediums and spiritists from the land. Why have you set a trap for my life, to bring about my death?
Saul swore to her by the Lord,
As surely as the Lord lives, you will not be punished for this.
Then the woman asked,
Whom shall I bring up for you?
Bring up Samuel,
he said. When the woman saw Samuel, she cried out at the top of her voice and said to Saul,
Why have you deceived me? You are Saul.
The king said to her,
Don't be afraid. What do you see?
Are we playing with the Ouija board or what?
I see a ghostly figure coming up out of the earth.
What does he look like?
He asked.
An old man wearing a robe is coming up,
she said. Then Saul knew it was Samuel, and he bowed down and prostrated himself with his face to the ground. Samuel said to Saul,
Why have you disturbed me by bringing me up?
I didn't know that we could
Saul
summon
said.
the spirits of the dead. I didn't know that was a thing in the Bible.
God has departed from me. He no longer answers me.
I didn't think we spoke to the dead at all like this.
So I have called on you to tell me what to do.
Samuel said,
Why do you consult me?
Oh, we're
now
talking to the
that
ghost
the
of
Lord
Samuel.
has departed from you and become your enemy. The Lord has done what he predicted through me. The Lord has torn the kingdom out of your hands and given it to one of your neighbors, to David. Because you did not obey the Lord or carry out his fierce wrath against the Amalekites, the Lord has done this to you today. The Lord will deliver both Israel and you into the hands of the Philistines, and tomorrow you and your sons will be with me. The Lord will also give the army of Israel into the hands of the Philistines.
Again?
Immediately Saul fell full length on the ground, filled with fear because of Samuel's words. His strength was gone, for he had eaten nothing all that day and all that night. When the woman came to Saul and saw that he was greatly shaken, she said,
Look, your servant has obeyed you. I took my life in my hands and did what you told me to do. Now please, listen to your servant, and let me give you some food so you may eat and have the strength to go on your way.
He refused and said,
I will not eat.
No.
But his men joined the woman in urging him, and he listened to them. He got up from the ground and sat on the couch. The woman had a fattened calf at the house, which she butchered at once. She took some flour, kneaded it, and baked bread without yeast. Then she set it before Saul and his men, and they ate. That same night they got up and left.
You're very special.
No, Aaron, thanks for the prime.
Chapter 29. The Philistines gathered all their forces at Aphek, and Israel camped by the spring in Jezreel. As the Philistine rulers marched with their units of hundreds and thousands, David and his men were marching at the rear with Achish. The commanders of the Philistines asked,
What about these Hebrews?
Achish replied,
what about these Hebrews?
Who is an officer of Saul, king of Israel? He has already been with me for over a year, and from the day he left Saul until now, I have found no fault in him.
But the Philistine commanders were angry with Achish and said,
Send the man back, that he may return to the place you assigned him. He must not go with us into battle, or he will turn against us during the fighting. How better could he regain his master's favor than by taking the heads of our own men? Isn't this the David they sang about in their dances? Saul has slain his thousands, and David his tens of thousands?
So Achish called David and said to him,
As surely as the Lord lives, you have been reliable, and I would be pleased to have you serve with me in the army. From the day you came to me until today, I have found no fault in you, but the rulers don't approve of you. Now turn back and go in peace. Do nothing to displease the Philistine rulers.
But what have I done?
Asked David.
What have you found against your servant from the day I came to you until now? Why can't I go and fight against the enemies of my lord the king?
Achish answered,
I know that you have been as pleasing in my eyes as an angel of God. Nevertheless, the Philistine commanders have said, he must not go up with us into battle. Now get up early, along with your master's servants who have come with you, and leave in the morning as soon as it is light.
So David and his men got up early in the morning to go back to the land of the Philistines.
And then they did it.
And the Philistines went up to Jezreel. Chapter 30. David and his men reached Ziklag on the third day. Now the Amalekites had raided the Negev and Ziklag. They had attacked Ziklag and burned it, and had taken captive the women and everyone else in it, both young and old. They killed none of them, but carried them off as they went on their way. When David and his men reached Ziklag, they found it destroyed by fire, and their wives and sons and daughters taken captive. So David and his men wept aloud until they had no strength left to weep. David's 2 wives had been captured, Ahinoam of Jezreel and Abigail, the widow of Nabal of Carmel. David was greatly distressed because the men were talking of stoning him. Each one was bitter in spirit because of his sons and daughters. But David found strength in the Lord his God. Then David said to Abiathar the priest, the son of Ahimelech,
Bring me the ephod.
Abiathar brought it to him, and David inquired of the Lord,
Shall I pursue this raiding party? Will I overtake them?
Pursue them,
he answered.
You will certainly overtake them, and succeed in the rescue.
David and the 600 men with him came to the Besor valley, where some stayed behind. 200 of them were too exhausted to cross the valley, but David and the other 400 continued the pursuit. They found an Egyptian in a field, and brought him to David. They gave him water to drink and food to eat, part of a cake of pressed figs and 2 cakes of raisins. He ate and was revived, for he had not eaten any food or drunk any water for 3 days and 3 nights. David asked him,
"Who do you belong to? Where do you come from?"
He said,
"I am an Egyptian, the slave of an Amalekite. My master abandoned me when I became ill 3 days ago. We raided the Negev of the Kerethites, some territory belonging to Judah, and the Negev of Caleb, and we burned Ziklag."
David asked him,
"Can you lead me down to this raiding party?"
He answered,
"Swear to me before God that you will not kill me or hand me over to my master, and I will take you down to them."
He led David down, and there they were, scattered over the countryside, eating, drinking, and reveling, because of the great amount of plunder they had taken from the land of the Philistines and from Judah. David fought them from dusk until the evening of the next day, and none of them got away, except 400 young men who rode off on camels and fled. David recovered everything the Amalekites had taken, including his 2 wives. Nothing was missing, young or old, boy or girl, plunder, or anything else they had taken. David brought everything back. He took all the flocks and herds, and his men drove them ahead of the other livestock, saying,
"This is David's plunder."
Then David came to the 200 men who had been too exhausted to follow him, and who were left behind at the Besor Valley. They came out to meet David and the men with him.
Metal Gear
As David and his men
music.
approached, he asked them how they were. But all the evil men and troublemakers among David's followers said,
"Because they did not go out with us, we will not share with them the plunder we recovered. However, each man may take his wife and children and go."
David replied,
"No, my brothers, you must not do that with what the Lord has given us. He has protected us and delivered into our hands the raiding party that came against us. Who will listen to what you say? The share of the man who stayed with the supplies is to be the same as that of him who went down to the
raiding
battle.
party, Lord.
All will share alike."
David made this a statute and ordinance for Israel
I
from
like
that
to think
day
that he
to
like
this.
spawned
When
them
David
in
reached
like
Ziklag, he
a
sent
drag and
some
drop
of the
the
plunder
unit
to the elders of Judah,
right in
who
front
were
of
his
him.
friends, saying,
"Here is a gift for you from the plunder of the Lord's enemies."
David sent it to those who were in Bethel, Ramoth Negev, and Jattir, to those in Aroer, Sifmoth, Eshtemoa, and Rachel, to those in the towns of the Jerahmeelites and the Kenites, to those in Hormah, Boration, Athak, and Hebron, and to those in all the other places where he and his men had roamed. Chapter 31. Now the Philistines fought against Israel. The Israelites fled before them, and many fell dead on Mount Gilboa. The Philistines were in hot pursuit of Saul and his sons, and they killed his sons Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua. The fighting grew fierce around Saul, and when the archers overtook him, they wounded him critically. Saul said to his armor-bearer,
"Draw your sword and run me through, or these uncircumcised fellows will come and run me through and abuse me."
But his armor-bearer was terrified and would not do it. So Saul took his own sword and fell on it. When the armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he too fell on his sword and died with him. So Saul and his 3 sons and his armor-bearer and all his men died together that same day. When the Israelites along the valley and those across the Jordan saw that the Israelite army had fled, and that Saul and his sons had died, they abandoned their towns and fled, and the Philistines came and occupied them. The next day, when the Philistines came to strip the dead, they found Saul and his 3 sons fallen on Mount Gilboa. They cut off his head and stripped off his armor, and they sent messengers throughout the land of the Philistines to proclaim the news in the temple of their idols and among their people. They put his armor in the temple of the Ashtoreths, and fastened his body to the wall of Bethshan. When the people of Jabesh-Gilead heard what the Philistines had done to Saul, all their valiant men marched through the night to Bethshan. They took down the bodies of Saul and his sons from the wall of Bethshan, and went to Jabesh, where they burned them. Then they took their bones and buried them under a tamarisk tree at Jabesh, and they fasted 7 days.
And that's the book. Who doggy? Oh boy. Oh, I think that's all I got in me tonight. I think we'll pick up next time on 2 Samuel. 2 of them. Oh yeah. That's 5 hours of Bible. Assuming I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow, probably read more Bible. And starting sometime in November, perhaps. I have a bunch of Hallmark Christmas movies that I want to watch on stream. You guys know Hallmark Christmas movies and how there's 400,000 of them? I got my hands on a lot of them. We can just do that all day, every day, watching Hallmark Christmas movies. They're like 90 minutes per, and there's 400 million of them. And there's just so many. If you haven't ever seen how many there are, you actually wouldn't believe how many there are. So many. So that should be fun. But I reckon that's all, folks. Got a lot more Bible to go. Yeah, the books are of varying length. But we're now on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're on the 10th book of the Bible. Okay, thank you all for watching. I'm gonna shut the stream off.